He was the wall that kept his party alive. Defense almost 10,000, but zero glory. He never dealt the final blow. He prevented the last one. So the DPS-brained leader kicked him out for not contributing enough. Fine. Now he's guarding the capital's gate, and every monster that shows up just stops there. Because when the strongest shield in the kingdom stands still, nothing gets past him. Let's see how far a useless tank with 4 weirdos in the team can carry a kingdom. Zig's story starts off very intriguing. Rank B, Crimson Lotus Fang. Nahhat said they should watch this chicken, it's trying to threaten them. He called MC and said he shouldn't interfere with it today. Zig replied that he understood. At that moment, Hannah shouted to Nahhat that she was already there. Nahhat responded positively and told the girls that they should cover their back. The girls responded positively. Then Nahhat turned to MC and said that he should take position. Zig responded positively. After that, Nahhat attacked the monster. Irene told Nahhat that he was in great shape today. Nahhat replied that it was nonsense. These monsters have a lot of weak spots. They were just easy kills for him. Hannah said that this was a great place to farm. After that, Nahhat screamed madly. At that moment, he looked back and said, "That guy, him again." At that moment, MC was also fighting a monster. Nahhat said it was a damned monster. After that, Zig and Nahhat looked at each other. The city of Estor, the guild. The guy told Nahhat that he was in great shape today. Nahhat looked at him and answered positively. He said that these quests for them are like a walk in the park. At that moment, the man asked the girls if they wanted to join them. The girls answered negatively. He asked, still no answer? The next moment, Nahhat saw Esther approach MC and say that he did a great job today. Zig awkwardly told her that he hadn't done much. Nahhat chuckled and asked him, was he serious? After that, he shouted at him that from now on, he was no longer a member of their team. MC calmly asked if he could ask why. Nahhat asked him, and he himself didn't understand. It's too obvious. The Fang of the Crimson Lotus is a team specializing in offense. His swordsmanship, Hannah's magic, Irene's archery. No monster can withstand them for more than 10 minutes. Without a doubt, they are the team with the greatest offensive power, except for him. Isn't he a warrior? And yet he always defends himself and never attacks, even when attacked. Their team doesn't need a coward, right? After that, he told the girls that they should say something. Hannah said that it was true. He was quite strong. She thought he should be more aggressive. Irene said that having strength was pointless if he didn't use it. Nahhat laughed and asked him, does he understand now? He was dragging their team down. Zig calmly said that he wasn't just standing there, and he wasn't dragging the team down. He was fulfilling his role on the team. Nahhat asked him, so being beaten half to death is his role? What is he? A scarecrow? Did he understand? Crimson Lotus Fang doesn't need a damn motionless dummy. He's not on their level. After that, MC replied that he understood. Then he stood up and said that he would be leaving the team himself. Nahhat said that it was a waste of money just to pay for accommodations. After that, he said goodbye to Zig. MC, as he left, thanked them for everything. Nahhat said he should stop being so preoccupied. She told him he'd had too much to drink. Nahhat laughed and said it was a holiday. They should give him a break. At that moment, Zig walked outside and thought that they weren't like this before. When they first formed this team, they compensated for each other's weaknesses and were pretty good teammates. But since Crimson Lotus Fang became known, Nahhat has changed. Crimson Lotus Fang is a squad with a lot of firepower, so he focused on offense. And so he became someone who looked down on others with indifference. MC then said that he needed to join a guild first. Esther called Zig and asked why he was here alone. MC told her that he had been kicked out of the team, so he came to complete the procedure. Esther asked him in surprise, Zig was kicked out of the team? That couldn't be right. What was he gonna do next? MC replied that no team would accept someone who had been kicked out before. He thought he'd stop being an adventurer. Esther replied that that was terrible. Zig said that he'd once thought about quitting. It wasn't exactly a stable job. Esther asked, so he was planning on making a career? MC answered positively and said that he wanted to find a stable job first. Esther said that if that was all it was, she could help him. Zig asked her, is that true? Esther answered positively and said that they were looking for someone with experience since they were short-staffed. MC asked what the job was. Esther said that he was definitely suitable for the job. The job was a guard in the royal capital of Asterotos. She would write him a letter of recommendation. In a little while, the royal capital of Asterotos. Zig said that the guild had recommended him to become a guard. The guard said that they would check his passport and letter of recommendation. MC thought they were checking everything pretty thoroughly. After that, he asked them if the situation in the city was really that dire. The guard answered positively and said that all the resources were depleted due to repeated monster attacks, and they were short of supplies since merchants couldn't come. And it was great to see someone applying for the job. One of the guards asked Zig, but he's a B-rank adventurer. Another guard asked him if he was from the Fang of the Crimson Lotus. Zig answered positively and said that was in the past. The guards looked at each other and then one of them said, so he's the man rumored. MC asked, rumors? The guard said they were finished. He could pass. Their headquarters were ahead. He should go meet Bolton. He was their leader. Zig walked forward, puzzled, and thanked them. The guard said he was the one kicked out of the Fang of the Crimson Lotus. Did he come here to become a security guard? He asked him, can they rely on him? MC had already approached Bolton. Bolton was reading the letter and said, B rank, which means they can't let them run away from danger like adventurers. Low pay, they're one step away from death every day. This job has the worst conditions. Is he ready for that? Zig answered positively. Bolton said that then, without hesitation, they should conduct a test. He must show him what he is capable of. Bolton said that they would start with defense. One of the guards said that he was the one who was expelled from the Fang of the Crimson Lotus. He heard that they called him a scarecrow. He seemed like a weakling. Bolton said that he was forbidden to attack. MC listened to what was said about him and thought, so that's what these rumors were. Bolton said that he placed the ball behind him. He should imagine that these are their townspeople, and he must protect them. The enemies will try to kill him to get to the townspeople. Now these three will be his opponents. One of the guards said, wow, 3 against 1? Isn't Commander Bolton overestimating him? They don't need weaklings. This will be easy. Bolton explained that they don't take just anyone. If they take someone unprepared, he will die on the spot. They will not help him. The guards must be ready to protect the citizens. They'll take him if he's willing to protect people and their treasures. Did he understand? Now he needs to prove his worth. They should start testing. Zig thought he couldn't attack, but there was a limit to fighting everyone at once. Then, along with defending himself, he'd wear down his opponents, as he always did. One of the guards thought he should amuse them. After that, he attacked MC, but he managed to dodge. After that, another guard said, now I've got him. Zig thought he'd deal with them all one by one, just like that. After a while, MC defeated them and said that if this had been a real fight, he'd already be dead. Bolton thought he'd blocked a blow with his shield and immediately neutralized the next attack. One of the guards got angry and shouted that they should be vigilant. He was just an adventurer. He should try this. After that, he pounced on Zig again, but MC hit him with his shield. Bolton looked at this and thought that he remained calm even when facing several opponents. Even though they were primitive, all his actions were very precise. How could this guy be a B rank? After this, one of the guards attempted to strike Zig with a spear, but MC dodged it. Someone said that if he didn't dodge in time, he'd be pierced through. This is a very dangerous parry. How can he repeat it so perfectly over and over again? Everyone was shocked by Zig's evasive maneuver. Someone said in shock that he disarmed him, and so easily. He thought that they couldn't even get past him, let alone reach his sword. Bolton smiled and said that this is very interesting. Now it's their turn. They should head forward. After this, all the guards simultaneously ran at MC. He told him that he must listen. He must watch from behind. If they touch the ball, he will lose. One of the guards said the captain was merciless, even without a break. Another guard said he was finished, and that served him right. Bolton said no matter how exhausted he was, the enemy wouldn't wait for him. This was their opportunity. Defending the city, that's a guard's job. They were too far away. He couldn't reach them in time. Would he lose this battle? Zig replied negatively and said he would never do that again. After that, he used the skill Iron Target. After MC used the skill, all the guards couldn't move. One of them asked, what was that? Did his body move on its own? What, why? He can't move. They all missed? Bolton asked thoughtfully, did he use a skill? So he's focusing all the attacks on him? He's more interesting than he thought. He would personally test his true abilities. After that, Bolton said that next was a one-on-one sparring match. They would fight until one of them gave up or was incapacitated. He had to try not to die. Ramuda asked, was that a skill or something? The guy asked, didn't he get kicked out of the Crimson Lotus clan? The guard shouted at Bolton that he had to avenge them. He said that Bolton was an A-rank adventurer, although no, his strength was not inferior even to the Knight Commander. Bolton shouted that they should begin. He attacked Zig. MC put up his shield and thought that he was very fast and heavy, his feet stuck in the ground. Although he blocked the attack, it almost broke through his defense. Zig thought that this guy was very strong, in which case his next attack would be his defeat. After that, Bolton tried to strike MC again, but he blocked it again. Bolton said that he blocked it again. Zig thought that now he was caught. He pounced on him with his sword. However, Bolton was able to block his attack. MC thought it was amazing. He was able to block it. Bolton laughed and said that he could fight him on equal terms. That's not bad. Watching this, Ramuda said, this guy, are they sure he was kicked out? Bolton told Zig that to be honest, he had already passed the test, but his long-dead fighting spirit had just been revived. He should entertain him a little more. MC smiled and nodded at him in agreement. Bolton said that his blocks and defensive moves were great, but had he ever received 1,000 strike, he should try blocking that. After that, Bolton used the 1,000 strike skill. Zig thought that his swords were sparkling like petals flying in the air. This skill blocked all escape routes. It was like a whirlwind of blades. Then, he could. After that, the guy asked, did he want to block? Bolton asked, did he want to take 1,000 strike? MC thought he could block them all. After that, Bolton called Zig and asked him what he was doing. The guy said that he would die if he stayed there. Ramuda asked, what's going on? After that, he told Bolton that he overdid it. Bolton told MC that there wasn't a single scratch on him after so many hits from such skill. Everyone was shocked by Zig. Afterwards, Bolton called him over and said that he shouldn't tell him that he blocked it just to protect the ball. MC said that he thought it would be good to defend it. Everyone asked him in surprise, what? Afterwards, Bolton smiled and said that he underestimated him. That's excellent. He passed the test. The guy asked, was he kicked off the team? How strong are the rest of the team? Bolton put down his mug and said that he was completely defeated. He doesn't think he could have withstood so many hits without getting a single scratch. He's amazing. How much training did he have to achieve such a result? Zig replied that he was always confident in his defense. Bolton said that with such good defense, they don't need to worry about those dangerous parries, right? However, to withstand such an attack head-on, you have to be brave or a complete idiot. He has courage to spare. Afterwards, he asked MC if something was bothering him. Zig replied in the negative, saying that everyone just seemed exhausted. Bolton replied in the affirmative, saying that everyone, from stupid demons to humans, was attacking the kingdom of Astarotos because of the light sphere. Left, right, and center, this city was constantly under attack. MC looked at it and thought, the light sphere? He'd heard of it. Wasn't it the very treasure that sealed the Demon King? So it was in this city. That lady from the guild recommended him for such a crazy job. Bolton said that thanks to him, everything could change. His protection would be a good support for their squad, but from now on, he had to protect this city as one of their own. He couldn't wait to work with him. Zig shook his hand and said, it was a little confusing, but who was that guy next to him? Ramuda indignantly said that he only just noticed him. Bolton pointed at him and said he'd completely forgotten. This guy would be his commander starting tomorrow. Ramuda thought he'd been sitting there the whole time. He'd forgotten. After that, he called the commander and said he wanted to introduce himself better. It's nice to meet you. This is Ramuda. He'll be training him in his duties starting tomorrow. He should take care of him. He'd heard those rumors about him. Is it true? MC asked. Rumors. Is he about the Crimson Lotus Fang? Ramuda answered positively and asked, he still has a nagging question. Why was he kicked out of the team? That's not true, right? Zig replied that his teammates said he lacked combat power. Ramuda asked in surprise, was he kicked out because of that? Seriously? MC thought he should stop asking about it. After that, Ramuda asked, what? He awkwardly apologized and said he was ashamed. What a pity, isn't it? To be kicked out of such a team. Bolton said they were stupid, which became clear after the duel with him. He uses the vanguard when fighting monsters, so the others can attack without worrying. Zig listened carefully. Bolton said he was the tank for the Crimson Lotus Fang. He has good abilities, his exceptional skills and endurance. He thinks that's the main reason. They definitely made a mistake, so it's a good thing he left them. Or does he still want to return to them? He's sure they're waiting for him. MC smiled and said that maybe he's not as good as he's given credit for. After that, he said they should stop discussing the Crimson Lotus Fang. Bolton said that from now on, he's one of the knights. He can't forget that, and he won't forgive him if he dies first. Meanwhile, Zig's former team, Nahhat, asked what the hell was going on with those monsters. They've definitely gotten stronger. They're recovering from their attacks. Damn, they're completely useless. Hannah said she can't see their weak points anymore. What kind of creatures are they? Irene said she's out of arrows. They're in big trouble. After that, Nahhat used a wave of spikes. Hannah asked if it was because he left. Wasn't it thanks to him that they could freely attack the monsters without fear? Irene said she saw his efforts. He was actually protecting them. Hannah asked Nahhat. She didn't understand why he did that. It was stupid. Nahhat loudly said that he was just a useless scarecrow. He was only a hindrance to them. Couldn't they handle it? After that, Hannah said that he should stop. He shouldn't shout so loudly. The monsters might hear them. Still, the monsters heard them and headed their way. Irene said they were in big trouble. Nahhat said they had no choice. Should they combine their attacks and attack them? Then he cursed and said they had no choice. They had to do it. After the battle, people in the guild said it was a team. They failed again. Their reputation was falling. He laughed and said, he told you so. Hannah called Nahhat and said he needed to wait for them. He shouldn't leave like that. Irene told him he should wait. Nahhat said they were too noisy. People in the guild continued gossiping. He said it was because of his expulsion. Now he understood. Wasn't it Nahhat who kicked him out? He replied that he didn't care. He didn't know. Nahhat got angry and thought that this fool was no longer a member of the Fang of the Crimson Lotus, so why should he endure this humiliation? Meanwhile, Zig said that, as he thought, not many people come here. Apparently, it's because this city is a notoriously dangerous area. Ramuda asked him if it must have been difficult for him to get here, right? MC replied that he didn't have money to hire a coachman, so he was refused a ride, and he fought a pack of monsters on the way here. Ramuda asked him if he came here himself. Zig answered positively and said that he came here on foot. What's wrong with that? Then he said that the carriage seemed to be approaching this dangerous area. Ramuda said that's good. They should go to it. He should check it with him. That's how he checks the permit. He got one when he entered the city, right? For further safety, they should take a good look at this goods. There's nothing suspicious here. After that, MC noticed something. Ramuda said they could enter the city. Zig apologized for the inconvenience and said they couldn't enter the city. Ramuda nervously asked him what he was talking about. The pass was genuine. MC replied that it was, but there was a faint scent of blood, though they tried to carefully erase it. They must have killed the merchants to shut their mouths. Afterward, one of the merchants asked if he'd smelled blood. That was wonderful. Then it was time to kill them both and stuff their bodies into the carriage. Ramuda was terrified. He told Zig he'd call for backup, so he should try to hold out for a while. He's a B rank. He can do it. MC blocked a blow from one of the merchants. The merchant asked what the boss left him, a newbie, behind, right? He felt sorry for him. Zig said he could handle him himself. It wasn't that big of a deal. One of them laughed and said, does he enjoy annoying people like this? He'd been abandoned, it was clear as day, and he'd die at his own hands before his boss could return to his aid. Afterwards, Ramuda said he brought back up. However, seeing that MC had fought everyone, he asked him if he'd handled them all himself. Bolton told him it was a good job. After that, he turned to Ramuda and said that he should take them into custody. Ramuda answered positively. He said that they should also have their own privateers. He shouldn't even think about hiding information from them. After that, one of the merchants said that he would rather kill himself than give up his partners. Then he stuck out his tongue and showed the circle. Ramuda asked in surprise, "That's an explosive magic circle." He shouldn't tell him that he wants to take them with him. After that, one of the merchants said that they would see each other in hell. The magic circle began to activate, but after that, nothing happened. He asked why it didn't work. Bolton asked Zig if he did it. MC answered positively. Bolton smiled and asked him if he used an iron target. Zig replied that he had placed a sealing spell on him so he could not kill himself or them. Bolton said it was a good trick. After that, he turned to Ramuda and said what he was doing. He needed to come here. After that, Ramuda responded positively. Bolton said that calling for help was great, but you can't leave a newbie behind. What if something happened? Ramuda nervously apologized to him. Bolton said that he can't just leave him to fight these idiots alone. He has to do his best. Otherwise, the newbie will surpass him. He believes in him. After that, Ramuda sighed in irritation and said that this really irritates him. After that, he looked at MC and asked, "What? He thinks it's funny to watch himself being scolded there?" Zig answered negatively and said that he thinks he did the right thing when he called for reinforcements. Ramuda looked at him angrily and asked, "Is he looking down on him with his kindness?" MC thought negatively. He is a coward after all. After a while, Ramuda approached Zig and wished him good morning. He asked him if he slept well. MC wished him good morning in return. Ramuda asked in surprise, "Him? What the hell was that?" Zig replied that those monsters tried to attack the city last night, so he defeated them. Ramuda asked, "Did he do it himself?" An expression of irritation could be seen on his face. Ramuda said that not calling for backup when he's being attacked by monsters is not the best idea. Doesn't he know that sharing with others is the most important thing in a team? No matter how talented he is, he can't look down on other team members, right? He thinks he should be ashamed of being part of their team. He's the one responsible for everything, no matter what happens, you know? That's why the number of adventurers has increased lately. After that, Ramuda smiled and said that, in any case, they should clean up this mess. They should also start doing today's tasks. Even though he had night duty yesterday, he can still work, right? Ramuda then asked in disappointment. He looks good, but hasn't he been working since yesterday morning? He's been working almost non-stop. What if he suddenly faints? Doesn't he hate this job? MC didn't respond. He then smiled and said that it's just another week. It's okay because he's already gotten used to it. Ramuda pretended to say that he has outstanding stamina, as expected of a B-rank adventurer. Youth is wonderful. After that, Ramuda thought irritably, what the hell is this limitless stamina? Is he an iron golem or something? He has no idea. Sometime later, in the dining hall, Zig said that it seemed to him that no one was eating. Knights face difficult tasks every day. It somehow affects them, and as you can see, most of the food goes to the upper class. What else can they do? They always fight with all their might, even at the cost of their lives. He thought they looked sad and tired, such a gloomy atmosphere. He should go outside. Outside, MC watched the children playing. After that, Sarah approached him and asked if he was Zig. He answered positively. She said that it was as she expected, so the rumors were true. She came here to see him. MC was a little shocked. She said that he was the one who was able to fight against Captain Bolton one-on-one, right? Zig's gaze was fixed on her chest. After that, she said that this means he is really strong, because no other team member would dare to fight the captain. MC asked, and she? He thought that he shouldn't stare so carelessly. After that, Sarah apologized to him and said that he should let her introduce herself. Her name is Sarah Tiana. She will be his partner. Zig asked her, anyway, is she sunbathing now? Sarah looked at him confused and asked what he meant. He asked if this was her formal attire. She answered positively and said that thanks to it she could move around easily. He said that it was her defense then. She replied that everything was fine. She wasn't taking damage from enemies. MC asked her if this was true. He thought he was still worried. It was his mistake. It was his fault. After that, Sarah leaned over to him and said that he looked older than her, so he didn't have to address her formally. Zig asked if this would be okay. Then, they should do that. She answered positively. Then she looked to the side and saw that one of the children's lantern had flown away. Sarah, seeing this, intercepted the lantern. She gave it to the child and said that it was his. The child sincerely thanked her. She told him that it was no problem. MC thought that he still couldn't believe that she was appearing in public like this. He told her that she was nimble. She answered positively and said that thanks to these clothes, she can quickly come to the aid of other people. Zig replied that he understood. Why did she join the defense forces? Sarah asked him again why. Because the soldiers here are different from the soldiers from other areas? MC replied that he thought Sarah didn't understand the difference between being surrounded by soldiers and being alone. She said that for her, the most fun reasons are helping the residents, defending the city, and protecting people all over the world. That's why she joined the defense forces. Zig said that it was very sweet of her. After that, he told her that she shouldn't pay attention to it. He was simply amazed by her reasons for joining the defense forces. Sarah replied that she hadn't accomplished any feats yet. She was just getting started. She asked him if Ramuda was his mentor. MC answered positively. She said that meant he needed to be careful. He wasn't very friendly when it came to newcomers. Zig asked her if Bolton knew this. She replied that the captain had never thought highly of Ramuda, which explained his hostility toward newcomers. MC replied that he understood. He would take that into account. He thought it was nice to know there were still people like Sarah around. After a while, Ramuda asked Zig to take over for him. Then he asked him again. He could patrol, right? That night, Ramuda asked MC again to take over night duty. Zig wondered if this was what Sarah meant when she talked about his hostility toward the newbies. He was so used to it that he didn't even notice. Bolton asked MC how he was doing. Zig replied that he could handle any job. Bolton smiled and said that it was very fast. He constantly amazed him. Soon, he'll be able to catch criminals. MC asked, "Are there any criminals here?" Bolton replied that before he arrived, there were a lot of bandits here, partly due to a lack of essential resources and also due to people's carelessness. Therefore, in the future, they will have to collect a different kind of tax from the people. Zig said that this was amazing. Bolton said that if he suddenly found himself in an emergency, he should immediately report it to him. MC replied that he understood. Bolton asked him where Ramuda was. Zig replied that he was out for a walk. After a while, Ramuda said that they should let him take a look at their carriage. They agreed. Ramuda thanked them for their cooperation. MC, watching this, thought that seeing him at work was a great rarity. He told him that he finished the job so quickly. Ramuda asked him, "Isn't he talented?" Zig asked him, "But they don't have clearance, right? Then what about confirmation from other cities they've been to?" Ramuda made a dissatisfied face. MC thought he just lost his temper. After that, Ramuda faked a smile and said that everything was fine. They had been here several times before, so there shouldn't be any problems. Zig wanted to object, but Ramuda interrupted him and said that everything was fine. He was responsible for everything, so he didn't think it was the best idea for a newbie to find fault with his method. MC thought that he had never agreed to take responsibility for anything before. Ramuda told him that it was already time for night duty. He should hurry. Zig asked him, he wouldn't go with him again today, right? Ramuda replied that he shouldn't say that. He spoke as if he was always slacking off from work. He did his best to familiarize him with his work. MC said that there was nothing unusual about it. Ramuda asked him if he could check out the place. Zig looked into the alley and thought it was very dark. After that, Ramuda told him that it was okay if he was scared. He probably was. After that, the MC was attacked by bandits. He thought, was it a dagger? Were they the bandits the captain mentioned? After that, Zig was stabbed in the back. He thought, was it a stabbing in the back? Then he turned around and said that only he could have done this. What did he really want? Ramuda apologized to him and said that he should die here. After that, the MC looked at the bandits and asked if they were able to enter the city thanks to him, right? Ramuda answered positively and said that they were bandits who roamed the city. And that's who he really was. He was the one who let them into the city in exchange for some of the stolen goods. This is a very good deal. Zig asked him if he even understood what he was doing. Ramuda responded positively and said that the only time the people in this town complained was when they were robbed, and after that, they also wander around the crime scene, which was very convenient. He was such a huge nuisance. He never refused the difficult tasks assigned to him, and he still reported to the captain. After that, MC asked him, so this is how he pressured the new guys? Ramuda got furious and asked him, what? That's impossible. How could he even move after receiving such a cut right on his back? Zig glared at him and said he was such a dependent and weak person. He couldn't do anything useful. He only tolerated him because of his status, but now he knew he was a traitor, which was a whole different story. He had to protect this city, so he had to prepare himself. He wasn't going to show mercy. Ramuda angrily said that it was very arrogant of someone who'd been kicked out of the team, so he should kill him to shut him up forever. After that, he told the bandits that they should go and kill him. He thought that these killer bandits were experts in night battles. They could not lose. One of the bandits laughed and said that it was time for him to die. Then he tried to attack MC. However, Zig prevented his attack and stabbed him. He told him that he felt like his legs were now useless. Another bandit stood behind MC, swinging at him. However, Zig anticipated this and stopped him. He said that it would not be enough to kill him. After that, MC said that he should shut up. He would wake everyone up. One of the bandits said what a rookie he was damn strong. That idiot Ramuda tricked them. After that, the remaining bandit took off running. Ramuda saw this and told him that he shouldn't run away. Zig told him that he should have done it himself instead of relying on them. Ramuda knelt before him and said that he would explain everything. They had threatened him. Luring him here and attacking him was their plan. He was just a victim. MC looked down at him and asked if he thought he was trying to defend himself. Ramuda asked him to believe him. If there was anything he could do for him, he should tell him. Zig asked him if there was anything he could do. Ramuda answered positively. MC said that if he said so, he should surrender and confess to all his crimes. After that, Ramuda got angry and said that he was an idiot. What did he just say? He would kill him himself. However, Zig cooled Ramuda's ardor with one blow. He told him that an idiot like him had no right to hold a sword. He would go to jail and think about his actions. After a while, Bolton said that he had done an excellent job, With his help, they would be able to catch all the bandits. Sarah happily said that, as expected of the MC, he achieved outstanding results so quickly. Zig calmly replied that it wasn't difficult. Bolton, displeased, said that he couldn't believe that idiot Ramuda had been pulling the strings all this time. Looking at his achievements, he thinks he deserves a promotion to division commander. Sarah was delighted and told the MC that he was very cool. He was being promoted to division commander after only 1 month on the job. Bolton said with a smile that it was a coincidence that he had a vacancy for the position, so he thought he would take it. One of the soldiers said that he should wait. Usually, it took a rookie 3 years to get promoted to division commander. The guard said that was too much for a rookie like him. The guy said that was breaking the rules. The guard said that they should wait a minute. Then why is Sarah here anyway? After that, Bolton said that they would be in charge of the 5th division. The other soldiers said that he should try his best, so be it. It would be a great time even if it didn't last long. Zig looked at them and said that it looked like they were looking down on the 5th division. Sarah said that from today on, he would be the commander of their division. MC asked her if she was also a member of the 5th division. Sarah answered positively and said that they should defend this city together. Zig answered positively and then asked where the others were. Sarah asked if they hadn't taken the day off. Bolton exhaled and said that it was obvious that they were slacking off. They were really stubborn, and despite being first-class defense troops, well, they were certainly strong, but at the same time, they were self-indulgent. He thought, what the hell are these idiots? Bolton said that they might be stubborn, but if he were there, everything would change. He was counting on him for that. MC replied that he would try his best. He thought it would be a very difficult mission. After a while, Zig asked Sarah if she knew where the other guards were. Sarah replied that Spinosa was probably drinking at the wine bar. MC asked, drinking at the wine bar, right in the morning? She replied that she usually came to wine bars in the evening and drank until the morning. He said that she didn't seem to care about being fired. Sarah replied that it was because the city lacked strong warriors, and they didn't have enough ordinary warriors either. Entering the bar, Sarah said, as she expected. Zig wondered what happened here. Sarah said that they would see each other soon. That girl was Spinosa. Spinosa asked in her sleep why she had a feeling Sarah was here. After that, Sarah approached her and said that she was here. Then she wished her good morning. Spinosa extended her hand and said that she should wait. Then she grabbed Sarah's breast and said that this softness meant that she really was Sarah. Sarah asked her what she was doing. Spinosa replied that she was checking whether it was a dream or not, but she thought it was real. Sarah said that she shouldn't do that anymore. At that moment, MC asked her if she was Spinosa. She asked him, and who would he be? He replied that he was Zig, and from today on, he was the commander of her division. Spinosa grinned and asked, really? What brought the division commander to her? Was this a welcoming party? Was he going to have a drink with her, or was this a drinking contest? MC replied that as her boss, he would give her tasks as long as she was paid. In return, she was obliged to work. Spinosa said that he better remember what she said. She wasn't going to obey a weakling like him. After that, Zig said decisively, then all he needs to do is prove his superior strength, right? If she loses to him, then she will work every day. Spinosa answered positively and asked, did he say he would win? Wasn't he too arrogant? She tied her hair in a ponytail and said that now they will see if he is capable of commanding her. They will have an arm wrestling. He must approach her, and then they will decide their fate. MC said that it looks like a piece of cake. Spinosa laughed and asked him, a piece of cake? Then a big fish would be the best option. What if his arms hurt? Zig asked Sarah. She's quite strong, right? Sarah answered positively and said that she could emerge victorious even if she was surrounded by a dozen warriors. A swing of this huge mace quickly solves all problems. This city lacks power as well as the proper treatment of other people. After that, he said that Sarah will be their judge. Sarah answered positively. After that, they took their places, and Sarah said that they should begin. After that, they began to compete. Spinosa said that she would finish everything in no time. Then MC asked her, what's wrong? Is this her limit, or is there something else wrong? Spinosa awkwardly asked him, what is he even talking about? He shouldn't worry about it. It's only 20% of her power. She chuckled and said that he seems like a worthy opponent. Sarah watched this and was a little worried. After that, they were still fighting. Spinosa said that then they should push a little. She applied a little power and said, is this 50%? He should be careful, otherwise she will break his arm. She awkwardly thought she was already using 60% of her power. What the hell is going on? He didn't even move. She said that he was good. He already made her use so much power. Zig calmly thanked her for the praise. After that, Spinosa said that she was sorry, but the victory would still be hers. It was the end. After that, MC asked her, then how about this? He applied a little force and their hands returned to their original position. Spinosa was surprised and thought, what is this? What kind of magic is this? How is he still holding on? She started shaking a little and asked, is he that confident? Zig answered negatively and said that it was just part of his power. So now it was his turn to strike? Spinosa thought, who is this self-confident idiot? After that, MC applied the rest of his power and almost won. Spinosa thought that up until now she had always won, but now, this guy, what kind of monster is this? She tried to resist him. She thought that his grip was hard as a rock. If he continued like this, Zig said that the result was a foregone conclusion. After that, he placed her hand on the table with such force that the table broke in half. Spinosa cried out in pain. Sarah said that MC had won. Spinosa looked at him, confused and surprised. Zig asked her if it was because she was drunk. Spinosa answered in the negative and said that frankly she had no chance against him. He was stronger than anyone she had ever arm wrestled. MC smiled and said that now she would have to work as she promised. He tossed her weapon. Spinosa told him that he shouldn't throw it so casually. He picked up a mace as if it was a toothpick. Damn, she was officially defeated. Zig looked at her with satisfaction. He thought that this girl was too loud. After that, Spinosa told him that she would never forget this. She would soon demand a rematch. Would he agree to a rematch? MC replied that she could challenge him whenever she wanted. After leaving the bar, Spinosa asked if she could go home and get some sleep. She will walk around sleepy if she doesn't sleep for at least a few hours. Zig replied that she should get used to her work schedule. She was starting work tomorrow. Spinosa replied positively and said she understood. MC asked Sarah where the other one she'd mentioned was. She replied that she had no idea. She was so unpredictable. At that moment, someone was watching them. Spinosa asked why they didn't have a party in honor of their new commander. Sarah laughed and said she was pleased to see someone making Spinosa work. He was very intriguing. She said there was one more person left. She was very skilled with a bow. Zig saw the cat and asked if she was an archer. Sarah replied positively and said that Fang was very accurate in determining the wind direction and adjusting her shot accordingly. MC replied that he understood. Then he asked, does she often follow someone? The next moment, Fang shot an arrow at Zig. However, MC quickly turned around and intercepted the arrow. Sarah asked in surprise, what is it, an arrow? Is he okay? Zig answered positively and then asked, it must be Fang, right? Fang answered positively and said that it was her. It was nice to meet him. At that moment, Sarah noticed her and called her name. Fang said that it wasn't that she carefully hid her presence, but how was he able to find her? Does he have an all-seeing eye or something? MC replied that, to be honest, it helped him a lot. Thanks to it, he was able to find her. She asked, this one? Zig looked back and replied, this cat. Fang pouted and said that she thought she told it to be hidden. No. Well, actually, it did a good job. It even breathed very quietly, but in the end, it still failed. She couldn't even believe it when a rookie like him was made division commander. MC asked her, is that so? Then will she start performing her duties from tomorrow? She replied that she was afraid it was impossible. Zig asked her why. She apologized and said that she wouldn't waste her precious time and life on some boring person. What would she get in return for that? After that, she chuckled and said that she didn't think he had an answer to that. Well, then she would wait until he found it, and she would continue to watch him from the wall. They would see each other later. After that, she waved and left. MC thought that she wasn't so different from Spinosa. Well, of course, he understands that they are somehow special. But why is it so important to test him before starting work? Why all these tests and questions? After a while, Spinosa sighed and said that she was used to sleeping soundly at this time. Not to mention that she doesn't drink so much anymore. Zig said she should wait until lunch. Patrolling was very boring. Spinosa asked him if it wouldn't be easier to just grab all the suspicious ones and give them a good beating. The MC said no and said that they risked catching an innocent person that way, and that they couldn't do that. Sarah said it was great to work with Spinosa again. Spinosa beamed with joy and asked if Sarah said she was great. Then she wouldn't hold back. At that moment, she approached Sarah again and grabbed her breasts. Sarah screamed and called her. Spinosa asked Zig if he wanted to touch them too, right? Sarah yelled that she had to stop. The MC said that it was harassment, even if she was a girl. Spinosa replied that she knew he wanted to touch them too. Zig said that if she didn't stop, he would have to intervene. Spinosa made a displeased face and asked him, he's harmless, what will he do? MC asked her, are you sure about that? After that, he used the ion target skill. The next moment, Spinosa seemed to be pulled towards Zig. She asked him, what is he doing? Have he gone crazy? MC replied that this was her punishment. He thought he was planning to grab her hands, but he thought he misjudged the skill's power. Spinosa thought his chest felt pretty good too. Sarah thanked Zig. The next moment, MC abruptly grabbed the arrow that was about to hit Sarah. He asked her, she did this, right? Don't you think she's overdoing it? Fang stood on the roof and laughed. She apologized and said she was just joking. Zig said Sarah could have died because of that shot. Was she really willing to become a murderer just for the sake of a joke? Fang replied that it was because she wanted attention. She wanted the object of her interest to always think about her, and she would do that sometimes. MC asked if anyone had ever told her not to do that. She replied in the negative, saying that no one had ever dared to say such a thing to her. At that moment, Zig and Sarah stood there, wondering if she was interested in them. Spinosa wondered if she was ignoring her completely. MC replied that he understood, and that wouldn't it be better for them to work together? Fang replied that she couldn't. She wasn't very good at communicating with other people. Zig thought she was very stubborn, wondering if she was as good at her job as she was at shooting arrows at her friends. Fang waved again and said they would see each other later. Sarah said that the situation had escalated so quickly. Spinosa replied that they should have just fought one-on-one. It was much easier. At this point, MC thought he was just hoping she'd stop doing weird things like shooting arrows at her comrades. She also distracted them during lunch or work, shooting arrows at them at the most inopportune moments. This went on until the night. Spinosa happily shouted that she was finally going to have a drink. Sarah said he'd worked a lot today, Wasn't he tired? Zig responded positively and said everything was fine. He told Spinosa she shouldn't drink too much. He'd check on her tomorrow morning. Spinosa responded positively, so he'd leave her alone. MC started to leave and told Sarah that she should rest too. They'd see each other tomorrow. Sarah said he should rest too. After a while, Zig entered the room and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Fang was watching him sleeping. She said he surprised her. He caught all her arrows. MC thought that, as he thought, she had already invaded the room. He told her it was very impatient and persistent of her. She was not only secretive and cautious, but also very precise. She asked him if he minded if she asked him something. Zig asked her, "What is it?" She said that if her observations were correct, he had incredible defenses. He didn't need to catch all those arrows. They wouldn't have even left a scratch on him, but for some reason, he caught them all. MC said it was because of her pride. After all, she herself said that all those arrows were just for fun. Part of it has to do with self-preservation, and also he thinks that he would have missed their duel if he simply ignored her arrows, so he caught them all. She replied that she understood. After that, she went down to him and said, "So she will receive something priceless in return for working every day? He is a very interesting person. She will watch him until she completely understands him." Zig asked her what she is doing. She replied that she is showing him her sincerity. As he knows, an archer should not be so close to his target. MC asked her, "But isn't she too close?" She replied that she was bad at judging the closeness between people, so maybe she had moved too close. She would try to keep the appropriate distance. Zig asked her if this meant she would be going to work tomorrow. She answered positively and said she was looking forward to it. So all the members of Section 5 were gathered. Fang said that MC was very warm. In the end, they fell asleep next to each other. After a while, the soldiers shouted that they should take a look at this. All the members of Section 5 were gathered. He was seeing them together for the first time. They had never obeyed others' orders before. This guy. How did he manage to gather them? Spinosa was suffering from a hangover. She said that her head hurt. She felt really bad. Someone should bring her some water. She hadn't intended to drink so much, but before she knew it, it was morning. Zig asked her if he hadn't warned her. Spinosa said that next time, she would be very careful. Someone in the crowd said, "Today, right now, from now on." Was she going to unleash her fury on them? He'd been trying to stay out of her way. Most of the former 5th Squad leaders had been beaten by her. MC said it was a very energetic morning. Fam laughed and said that since he'd seen Spinosa's abilities, he should check out hers. It was just tactile contact. Zig said that tactile contact would take several lives, right? She told him he shouldn't worry about that. These contacts were just for him. MC said it sounded like she was warning him about his speed of death. The soldiers thought Fam was there too. He asked what was going on. Was it safe for them to stay here? And Zig didn't even blink. At that moment, Sarah arrived with Bolton. She said she was pleased to see everyone perked up like that when they were all together again. Bolton said he was very sorry then, but he had bad news to deliver. The scouting party reported that the Legion of Woe and their undead were already very close to their city, and they could attack that very night. Everyone was a little surprised by this news. A soldier said that last time they had time to prepare and gather their forces, but even that wasn't enough. This time, it was definitely the end. MC asked who the Legion of Woe was. Bolton replied that they fought them a year ago, right? And that they were hunting for the Ball of Light. No matter how hard they tried, losses were inevitable, and their fallen soldiers eventually became part of their undead army. Zig asked, "Does that mean they'll attack tonight?" "That doesn't sound easy." One of the soldiers said there was nothing they could do to stop them. Another soldier asked, "What about the knights? Will they send reinforcements?" Bolton said they were tasked with protecting the royal and other noble families. They had no other choice. They need to form a wall between the monsters and the city. The soldier asked in surprise, "What? They would definitely all die." Bolton exhaled and said that the most dangerous thing would be guarding the front gate. The soldiers were shocked. They said it was impossible. They couldn't stop them. At that moment, MC stood up and said that if that's the case, then they should leave the front gate to them. The Lich and his army stood, preparing to attack the city. He said that the sun had set and night had fallen. Everything was finally moving. The time had come to attack. How long he had waited for this. The release of the Demon King from the grip of the Ball of Light. But very soon they would destroy everyone and capture this ball. Then humanity would meet its destined end. He would become the Demon King's right hand. He couldn't wait for that day. They must rise, his warriors of undead flesh. They must become him and lay siege to the city. They must crush all of Asterodos. They must reclaim control from the Demon King. Meanwhile, Gregor, the captain of the knights, stood in the royal compound, looking at the city's inner walls. He thought about the Grand Lich in charge of the Undead Legion. He had once been a benevolent sorcerer, but he had been corrupted by the desire for power and immortality. Gregor looked at the protagonist's squad and thought in surprise, only 4 men defending the main gates. This Bolton, what was he even doing? Not that it bothered him. This was only the first outer wall. Meanwhile, Bolton, looking at the undead army, thought so the time had come. He looked at the outer wall, at the main gates, and noted that the Legion of Woe had been very strong last time, and this time they would not surrender easily. The Lich would fight to the end. Their incredible strength only lasts at night, so they'll win if they hold out until morning. It's not the quantity of defenders that matters, but their quality. The man looked at the protagonist and his squad and thought he'd been counting on him, but even he had to be careful. The knights, peering over the wall, stared in amazement at the MC team desperately fighting the undead army and couldn't believe what they saw. Those 4 from the 5th squad were simply beasts. Spinosa, noticing that their leader had drawn the undead to himself, thought in amazement, wow, she could hardly believe her eyes. This guy had drawn the enemy's attention to himself and absorbed all their attacks. That's why they were so vulnerable to their attacks. Swinging her sword, she rushed at the undead from behind, crushing them, all the while thinking that many underestimated Sieg due to his strange defensive style. But look how easily their opponents died. Sarah, working with Spinosa, thought admiringly of MC. He's so strong and cool. The Legion of Sorrow specializes in offensive power, and since her equipment is primarily designed for quick and powerful strikes, she's practically defenseless. For her, fighting so many weak enemies could be fatal. She felt like she'd condensed all her perception and strength into a single line, yet he simply controlled the entire situation. At this point, Fam also thought admiringly of the protagonist. He manages to control the situation around him. Sieg is an unwavering shield protecting them, and then she will become his sharp blade. He takes all the damage. So that's how his skill works? So he's the type to use his power to protect others? The girl saw the undead about to attack him with their pikes. Fam loaded her bow with arrows and, exclaiming, "May the enemies forgive her," but only she is allowed to shoot arrows at them, began firing at the enemies. Then she called out to him, "Is he alright?" The protagonist replied that he was fine, continuing to fight the undead. The knights watching the battle admired him. He was simultaneously intercepting all the enemies and keeping an eye on his allies. He was so cool. Even if they went there, they would only hinder him. Fam looked at him with pride and found herself wanting to get to know him better. Bolton asked her what she thought. The protagonist is quite a reliable person, right? The girl admitted that he was right. The commander looked at MC and thought, he only recently joined them, but the 5th squad already has discipline. He reined in those selfish and stubborn girls, and his special ability allows them to use 100% of their skills. He, as a commander, made the right decision, deciding to trust him. Sieg, having dealt with one group of undead, exhaled briefly and looked at his allies. This was their first large-scale battle as a group, but it seemed they had established excellent teamwork. Even if the girls behaved very eccentrically and strangely, their strength was a force to be reckoned with. Working together, they formed an excellent balance. Moreover, they completely trusted his strength and fought without hesitation. This gave him confidence, and gave him the opportunity to fight without hesitation as well. It seemed he had found some good allies. Having joined his team, he thought, they would defend this city to their very last breath. Gregor, looking at the palace, noted that they did not care about the destruction of the city or the death of his people. They must protect the queen and the orb of light at all costs. This was their primary task. As long as they could do this, not a single sacrifice in the city would be in vain. The main gates wouldn't hold for long. The undead would storm into the city. He asked the knight who approached him how things were going. The warrior told him that the undead legion had failed to break into the city. The 5th squad was still holding them back. Gregory asked him in bewilderment, asking what he had said. It was simply impossible. How could 4 men hold the main gates? 4 against an entire legion. How was that even possible? The Grand Lich was also perplexed. What was going on there? And why? There were only 3 men in front of the gates. Although no, there was 1 more man above them. He thought it was a trap, since they had sent too few men. He also thought that the 1st legion would be enough to destroy the enemy, but his legion was gradually thinning. If he did nothing, the 2nd legion would suffer the same fate. How could these 4 be crushing his legion like this? Even if he could restore it, their attacks were so powerful and ferocious. What was wrong with this guy leading these 4? Watching the battle unfold, he grew even more furious. They kept pushing his immortal soldiers off the cliff. Once they reached the river, they would be useless. If they had destroyed these girls, they would have cut their fighting strength in half. Then his legion would have been able to advance further. But for some reason, his immortal soldiers weren't acting like they usually did. It was as if they were being forcibly drawn to this guy. Was it his influence, or was it his skill? One thing was clear. The problem was his immense defense. He had taken countless blows, yet he didn't seem to care. The Lich realized his legion wouldn't last long against him. He had to get rid of him. He couldn't fail now. If he can't crush them, he won't be able to reach the ball of light and rule this world. And, all because of this guy. Because of him, everything went wrong. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at him arrogantly and continued to destroy his army. The Lich grew even more enraged. Was he looking down on him? He and all his comrades, they looked down on him. He wouldn't rest until he got the ball of light. The Lich raised his hand and cried out, "It's time to show his power. No matter how strong this guy is, his defense won't be enough to perform a miracle." A thunderous crack rang out, and everyone heard the Lich's call. He called upon his Legion of Sorrow to merge their bodies into one. The allies and warriors became wary. Right in front of MC and the girls, all the undead they had destroyed began to merge into a single enormous creature. The Lich shouted at the protagonist, "It's time for him to writhe in agony. Let him accept his fate. His death at the hands of his giant immortal soldier. Let them all simply vanish from the face of the earth." The conjured undead swung their arms and the allies assumed a fighting stance. The undead slammed his hands onto the ground, causing an explosion to occur at the point of contact from the force of his blow. At that moment, Gregory, observing the scene at the main gate through binoculars, exclaimed in bewilderment. What kind of monster was that? That giant undead advancing towards them? He thought it was only the undead legion that was attacking. Gregory ordered the knights to strengthen their defensive magic to protect the inner wall. Have all knights prepare for the clash. Meanwhile, Fang, in disbelief, looked with alarm at the protagonist who was holding back a simply enormous undead fist. The warriors panicked. What incredible power was this? They would simply be finished off. The protagonist's allies rushed to their aid, but when they saw him holding back a powerful blow from the undead, Spinosa exclaimed in admiration. He'd managed to block even such an incredible blow. Sarah looked at MC with tears in her eyes. The Lich was furious. How could this have happened? This was simply impossible. What kind of monster is this guy? This is simply absurd. He will be a serious obstacle for the Demon King. He must be destroyed immediately. The Lich turned to the protagonist and shouted at him not to be too happy about blocking this attack. First, let him try to resist it. With these words, he activated magical power from his left hand, which transformed into a huge ice sledgehammer, from which an undead creature even more powerful than before emerged. Spinosa anxiously asked MC if everything would be okay. He answered her, yes, they just need to duck. The Lich attacked Sieg, but the protagonist held that attack as well. Sarah, clutching her ally's staff, could barely articulate the words. What pressure? Spinosa exclaimed in admiration. It's true, they were barely able to stand here, and he was holding back the attack itself. What defensive power. The undead struck the protagonist blow after blow, but he held his ground, blocking every blow. The warriors nearly cried as they looked at MC. They lamented that they couldn't bear to watch this any longer. No matter how strong he was, he would soon turn to dust. Bolton exclaimed menacingly. Enough of Sieg's efforts. No matter how long he could resist this monster, he couldn't win. They had to do something. The commander gave the order to prepare to fire. Fang looked at her leader with deep concern. The protagonist told the monster what unexpected attacks. He couldn't defeat it if brute force was all he had. With these words, he held back the undead's attack and dealt it a crushing blow. All the warriors simply froze in amazement. Bolton shouted triumphantly, he did it. Sieg repelled this giant's attack. Fang sighed in relief and smiled. Spinosa and Sarah were also jubilant. This was simply unbelievable. The undead began to crumble before their eyes, but the protagonist remained wary. The Lich was beside himself. How had he managed to repel his soldier's attack alone? He recalled the Demon King's angry words telling him, as expected, that he was useless. He was constantly failing him. The Lich thought gloomily. They had used him and then discarded him like useless trash. He was an incredible mage, and he had owned his body to perfection. He had used everyone who could be useful to him to reach the pinnacle of this world. Then, he could take revenge on them. But how could this idiot still stand in his way? After all, when the Demon King is resurrected, his power will increase exponentially. At that moment, MC hurled his sword into the hole in the undead's body, and his weapon pierced the Lich's forehead. The monster clutched his head, perplexed, thinking he would have become perfect. He was supposed to become the ultimate sorcerer, the most powerful demon. Even better, he could become the Demon King. Sieg, hearing his mutterings, replied that as long as he defended this city, no invaders would get past these walls. The Lich, crumbling before his eyes, uttered his last words. If not for him, he would have received the orb of light. Finally, the Lich fell. Everyone, recovering from their amazement, began to rejoice. They had done it. They had survived. The warriors shouted in admiration. Sieg was so awesome. They had never seen such a defense, and a victory without escape. Everyone began to apologize to the protagonist for looking down on him because he was a mere adventurer. He looked at the soldiers in embarrassment. Bolton looked with joy at the jubilant army. Then he looked at the inner gate and thought darkly. These idiots had abandoned them to their fate. When everyone had calmed down, Bolton thanked the guards for their good work and, turning to the protagonist, told him he'd done especially well. The protagonist looked at him. The commander continued, and his final blow was simply incredible. He still can't believe he managed to hide his strength this far. They were so lucky to have him. MC responded sheepishly. Everyone had done a great job. Spinosa was indignant. What a flatterer he was. Everyone understands it's all thanks to him. Bolton laughed at her reaction, and the girl resentfully remarked, "What was so funny about that?" The captain replied, "Well, he's just surprised she'd complimented anyone." Spinosa exclaimed irritably, "Make him stop. That wasn't a compliment." Sarah exclaimed enthusiastically, "They fought with everything they had, only thanks to Sieg. He's such a reliable shield." The protagonist sheepishly told her she was flattering him. Fang laughed and asked him, "He doesn't seem to be good at accepting compliments, does he?" She bet he didn't get them often. He agreed, sort of. Fang mockingly exclaimed, "Well, then she'll do it. Sieg is so strong and cool." The protagonist was indignant. "Stop teasing him." At that moment, Gregory rode up with his knights and asked them what had happened. Where had that huge monster disappeared to? The warriors asked in surprise, "Isn't that Gregor, the knight captain? He really came here to apologize for leaving them alone at the main gates." Gregor haughtily exclaimed. "What are they talking about? Why should he apologize to them? Protecting the outer wall is their job." His job is to protect the palace, the royal family, the noble aristocrats, and the Ball of Light. Bolton asked him angrily, with fortification magic? He simply wanted to use them as human shields. He wanted to sacrifice them. Everyone looked disapprovingly at the knight captain. Gregor replied, all this is for the sake of protecting the inner walls. Isn't that reasonable? The warrior commander irritably remarked. So the rest of the city and its inhabitants aren't part of the capital. Gregor drawled mockingly. So what? Where's the Legion and that giant monster? Bolton waved his hand over the outer walls and barked, let him look there. There's what's left of the undead Legion and the giant, Spinosa screamed, and it's all thanks to the commander of their 5th squad. The protagonist asked her to be quiet. The knight captain asked in confusion, what nonsense? He looked at MC and asked, so he's the commander of the 5th squad? What's his name? The protagonist answered his question. Gregory continued, what weapon did he use to defeat them? The protagonist replied, he used his shield, but he didn't fight alone. Gregory looked at him carefully, then turned his horse to leave and said, fine, whatever. He came here to confirm the elimination of the undead Legion. He told the MC that from now on he would keep an eye on him. The warriors indignantly shouted at the knight captain, he doesn't have to come back here anymore. Bolton told his warriors to ignore him. He'd always been a rotten man. After that, the commander told Sieg and his allies that they were useless during the battle, so they would take care of the rest. They could rest. They're heroes. Let them trust them. After a while, the warriors and villagers celebrated. They raised their filled mugs and shouted, they will celebrate their victory tonight. To the 5th squad, they did a great job. The protagonist smiled shyly back, as did his allies. After drinking, the warriors began to tell them that it was only thanks to them that their city was saved. The villagers and merchants joyfully offered them as much food and drink as they wanted. Spinosa exclaimed joyfully, there's nothing better than free booze. Sierra told her in a disgruntled tone, because of her, this store could go bankrupt today. Then she turned to the protagonist and said, so many people are thanking them. She was so glad they were able to save their hometown. He replied, yes. He noticed that even she had shed tears when everyone started thanking them. The girl shyly waved her hand and said she was the most useless, but she couldn't contain her emotions. The protagonist told her she had done well. She followed him and fought admirably when the others couldn't even move due to fear. Sarah looked at him in surprise. He continued, he simply couldn't have handled so many opponents alone. However, they had no choice. They had to win to protect their city. They had all helped him so much, so he wished she wouldn't diminish her contribution to their overall victory. The girl, bursting into tears, thanked him. At that moment, Fam appeared out of nowhere and anxiously asked Sarah what had happened. The girl, sobbing and wiping away tears, answered that nothing. It's just that no one had ever said anything like that to her before. And then Commander Zig suddenly praised her, and she couldn't hold back. MC noticed that Sarah was very emotional right now. He looked at Fam, who was huddled under the table, and asked her where she had come from. She answered that she was shy, so she liked to hide in the shadows or in secluded places. Zig, pulling her out from under the table, said, shy people don't sit between others' legs. Fam asked him, he always puts his friends before himself, doesn't he? You wouldn't know he's a former adventurer. Sarah said, and she thought all adventurers were very selfish people. After these words, she began to cry again. The protagonist thought sheepishly, she did it again. He told Fam, so she also knows he's a former adventurer. Wow, how well informed they are. Fam answered him. By the way, she wants her reward, so she addressed him directly and laughed. The protagonist remarked, most likely, this is something he can't afford. She leaned toward him and quietly said, so, she'd like him to stroke her head while he compliments her. The MC was surprised. Will that be enough? The girl assured him. Of course. He began to stroke her head with a smile and tell her archery was superb. Fam giggled shyly and said that receiving compliments from someone she liked was pure bliss. At that moment, Spinosa suddenly called out loudly, and Zig, taken aback, hugged Fam's head. His ally brought 2 mugs of wine and told him it was time for revenge. He asked her in surprise, she wants a drinking contest? The girl answered cheerfully and boldly, yes, indeed. She was going to defeat him today. The protagonist chuckled, well, fine, he'll accept her challenge. Spinosa exclaimed, excellent, and asked Sarah and Fam, what about them? Sarah replied, confused, she doesn't drink alcohol. Fam declared that she would abstain, but drunk people are so funny to watch. Spinosa grimaced, how boring. At that moment, the villagers joined them, also expressing a desire to participate in this competition. After a while, the villagers began spitting out the contents of their glasses, indignantly asking, what kind of drink is this? Spinosa sarcastically asked the protagonist, it seems he doesn't mind this drink. He agreed, yes, it tastes good. The warriors started stopping MC because you can't outdrink her. She's a true professional at this. You can't beat her in this competition. Sieg asked them in surprise, what's wrong with them? The warriors said sadly, his liver's gone. Spinosa shouted joyfully at him, as expected from him, he's very strong. After a while, Sieg asked her she was okay. She turned completely red. The girl told him it was just the beginning and shouted for more drinks. After some time, Sarah clung to the protagonist and tenderly told him, he's trying really hard, right? The protagonist jumped up as if stung and indignantly protested. What? Had she been drinking? She was too vulnerable right now. Let her get a hold of herself. The girl continued to hug him. He thought she was so hot. Fam laughed and said, "It's obvious she mistook a glass of water for ale." She immediately spat out the alcohol, but the ale had already done its job. MC turned to Fam and asked if she could keep an eye on Seer. Seeing that Fam was already fast asleep, he exclaimed in surprise, had she really mixed up the glasses too? She, barely moving her tongue, told him to forgive her. She couldn't resist anymore, and wished him good night. Zig left Seer and began to shake Fam, telling her that she couldn't sleep here. Spinosa noted that it seemed like only the two of them were left. He can still drink, right? The protagonist answered her decisively, no problem. After some time, the completely tipsy girl told him she thought she could outsmart him if they drank this ale. He drank like crazy, but it was fun drinking together. With these words, she fell asleep. He laughed and said, I see. She held up well too. The protagonist looked at the sleeping girls and muttered, what should he do with them now? After a while, one of the adventurers, leaving the team, said to Nahhat, who would want to be part of a team that constantly fails missions? The second adventurer mockingly replied, why doesn't he just obey the leader? It seemed that's what he wanted himself. Nahhat growled in response, they don't need weaklings. He thought, their team is going downhill, and no one can fill their ranks. They failed the mission and destroyed their team's name. How could this happen? Hannah asked him, doesn't leaving the front lines mean he's a bad leader? Nahhat angrily replied, did she really want him to fight all those monsters alone? They would have avoided trouble if she hadn't been stingy with her magic. The girl countered, she can't cast magic properly without him on the front lines. The leader sighed in irritation, but didn't answer. Irene said that if the rearguard was in trouble, it was the vanguard's fault. Nahhat cursed and thought, damn them. The enemy had weak points before, but now he was too late to read their movements. Someone had distracted them before, so he had room to maneuver. Someone ahead of him. Suddenly, he overheard the adventurers talking. They were saying, so the rumors were true? Sieg became a guard, and in just a month he'd risen to squad leader? And they say that just 4 people were able to defend the gates from an army of undead. That's simply amazing. It would be great to have someone like Sieg on his team. Nahhat rudely told them to stop spouting nonsense. One of the adventurers told him that if he didn't like it, he shouldn't listen. The leader was indignant, but he was speaking like that on purpose, so everyone could hear. The adventurer laughed and asked him if their team relied heavily on Sieg, right? Nahhat grabbed the young man by the collar and angrily told him not to mention that name in his presence. He shouldn't think he'll get away with anything after saying something like that. The adventurers tried to separate them and calm them down, but the leader continued to rage. He received a good punch to the face from his opponent and got into a fight. Hannah tried to stop the leader, but it was no use. After Nahhat got the better of him, he lay on the floor. Hannah approached him, pointed her staff at him, healing him, and told him to stop playing the hero. Maybe they should start over? He groaned back, telling her to shut her mouth. He thought of the guild people looking down on them, and they were all going further downhill. He stood up and got ready to go. Hannah asked him where he was going, but the leader remained silent and left. A short time later, he burst into the guild and asked Esther for an A-rank mission. Hannah was outraged. What was he doing? They were B ranks. They would definitely fail. He shouldn't talk nonsense. Esther told him they didn't think an A-rank mission would suit their team. A D-rank mission would suit them better. Nahhat was indignant. Was she kidding? The girl said they hadn't been able to replenish their team's ranks, and besides, their recent mission success rate left much to be desired. She thought it was a fair decision. Once they resolved their problems, then there would be another conversation. Nahhat angrily snatched the mission sheet from her hands and told her to shut up. Esther tried to stop him, but he told his team they would take it on. Irene tried to reason with him. A red ogre was too much. Hannah also indignantly told him, does he even understand that this will be their end? The other adventurers openly laughed at them. Idiots, they definitely die. Nahhat thought irritably, not yet. They can't end like this. Rank D. Did they get that rank because of Sieg? Because he'd risen? He'd never admit it. He wasn't done yet. The next day, the protagonist said to Spinosa, sleep is fine of course, but he asked her not to be late. The girl yawned and answered him, but he'd seen how much she'd drunk yesterday. He'd said, then let her not drink anymore. She laughed and said, if they deprive her of her drink, what will she even have left? The protagonist rightly pointed out, she had monstrous power at her disposal. He left Seer and Fam to prepare everything for the transfer, transporting and guarding the prison. That's what they'd be doing today. When they descended into the dungeon, they saw Seer handcuffed to the wall. The protagonist uttered her name in surprise and asked if she was okay. Where was the key to the handcuffs? She told him it was Gazelle's job and he should forgive her for her inattention. The protagonist responded that it was his fault for leaving everything to the two of them. But what about Fam? Seer replied that she had chased Gazelle down. Luckily, the exit was upstairs. A dead end awaited her below. Bolton thoughtfully remarked, perhaps she simply wanted to get out of here? He had a feeling that would be a headache. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, the bound guards asked Ramuda if he was sure he could handle this task. The criminal grinned, opening the cells with the key, and told them, of course, they were in prison after all. He had no equal here. Reaching the main lever, he pressed it, thereby opening all the cells at once, and shouted to the prisoners, Now everyone be free, and if they're lucky, they'll be able to bury that new insolent guard. Let those bandits move forward. At that very moment, Fam appeared. MC asked her if she was okay. The girl answered that she was, but that guy, Ramuda, had freed all the prisoners. Everyone stared at her in surprise. Bolton grumbled. Who would have thought that? Zig turned to Spinosa and told her to bring reinforcements. The girl was indignant. Why? She could handle them on her own. The protagonist explained to her that they needed more men. They couldn't allow a single prisoner to leave this prison. If she learned her lesson, she shouldn't be late. Spinosa sighed and agreed, adding, but just this once. As she ran away, she tossed him her weapon and shouted, "For now, he can use this." Bolton remarked, puzzled. He hoped they wouldn't get fired. There they were, already coming. The criminals were bearing down on them. Ramuda chuckled and told the protagonist they hadn't seen each other in a while. It was because of him that they were stuck here in this prison. But now it was over. No one would ever stop them. MC told him, so it didn't do him any good. He still hadn't calmed down. Ramuda commanded the criminals to attack. Zig, using Spinosa's weapon, activated Iron Might and blocked the bandits' attack. Then he said, well, it's time to begin. He activated the 1,000 Sword Slash skill and, attacking the criminals, shouted at them, they haven't served their time yet, so don't let them die. They'll return them to prison, one by one. Bolton joyfully told the protagonist. He seemed to be enjoying himself. After a while, all the criminals were piled up, unable to move. The protagonist tossed Spinosa's weapon and remarked, that's a fine hammer. Sarah, thanking Fam for freeing her from the handcuffs, said in amazement, looking at MC and Bolton. Together, they had dealt with all the bandits in the blink of an eye. When the criminals came to their senses, they realized their situation and asked permission to return to their cells themselves. At that moment, Gazelle entered the dungeon and said, ah, so that's how it is. So they couldn't win with numbers. She turned to MC and apologized, adding that she didn't want to be hurt. Sarah warned Sieg not to look her in the eye, as she had a special skill. Gazelle glared at the protagonist and said, men are such simpletons. The protagonist wanted to move but felt he couldn't. Bolton couldn't move either. MC noticed, so she was hiding her skill. Gazelle told him with a smile, she'll blow a hole in their heads. At that moment, Sarah stood in front of the allies shielding them and angrily shouted at her, she won't fall for this a second time. The leader of the criminals said, it's not very pleasant when other women come between men and her. Let her just try to move. Noticing Fam, Gazelle greeted her and asked what she could do. The archer replied that she had no intention of speaking to her, but she could speak to Spinosa. Fam stepped aside, and her ally rushed forward from behind her and dealt Gazelle a powerful blow, knocking her out. Bolton exclaimed, thank goodness now I can breathe a sigh of relief. That was a good job. Spinosa beamed and asked for more praise. So his luck too had an end, the commander replied sarcastically. No way, the girl retorted, but he'd been caught. Bolton turned to Ramuda and told him he would continue serving his sentence in prison. Turning to the guards, he ordered them to take the criminals back to their cells, and Gazelle, the leader of these outcasts, was to be transferred to the execution chamber. The city suffered greatly because of her group. They infiltrated here a year ago. Due to an attack by an undead legion, they were short of guards, and she took advantage of this. Eventually, she and her group turned one part of the city into a base and carried on lawlessness there. He addressed the criminals and told them, this is what happens to those who don't listen to him. Let them remember this. Then Bolton turned to the protagonist and told him that these criminals weren't content with simply stealing gold. They began to wreak havoc. Human trafficking, murder, robbery. They were committing truly terrible things. And soon, their main target became the Ball of Light. So the knights took over and prevented the criminals from stealing this relic. Gregor then told him that they had failed in their duty as guards, and this led to a battle breaking out within the second walls. Was he going to take responsibility? He then replied, Gregor, if that's the case, then they should have been on the front lines too. They saw how many people died in the battle with the undead. They used the guards as human shields. Scratching his temple, the commander continued his story, which only further soured his relationship with the knights. After that, he tried to do something about those bandits. At the time, there was a severe shortage of men, so he hastily began to gather them. Meanwhile, the Ice Queen took a dislike to one of the bandits, so she destroyed about half the group using the hail skill. She, like Gregor, is a very complex person, so he should be careful when meeting her. But even so, the other half of these idiots remains. He will forgive him for having to clean up after him, but today they will rid the city of the tumor. Therefore, he asks him, Sieg, to lend him his strength. Sometime later, all the residents gathered in the main square, where Gazelle was brought for execution. The crowd cried out indignantly, demanding that she return their children and wives. She was a true monster. Gazelle was still unconscious. Bolton splashed a bucket of water on her face, bringing her back to her senses. The leader of the criminal clan looked around at everyone and exclaimed, so many spectators. The protagonist told her she was too talkative for someone he was about to execute. She grinned and asked him if he wanted her to cry and beg for forgiveness, like all those she'd killed. He looked at her in confusion. Gazelle laughed and asked him if he couldn't make his face look more simple. Her lovely subordinates would be coming here today to greet their leader. Her, that is. They'd been under her control for a long time. Did he think he could stop them? The protagonist answered calmly. That was his job. Gazelle exclaimed, she'll see how he does this time. The gang leader shouted at her subordinates to advance into the crowd and drown them all in their own blood. Many people broke away from the crowd and began making their way toward the warriors. Sieg declared that if they got rid of them all, Gazelle's bandits would be destroyed once and for all. His allies stepped forward. Sarah shouted at him to leave the rest to them. Spinosa exclaimed, she'll crush them all. Fam told him to just hold that criminal to the guillotine. In less than a few minutes, all the bandits were disarmed, their attacks suppressed. Everyone in the village was simply stunned. In the blink of an eye, all the bandits were captured. Could this really be the 5th squad that defeated the undead army? Gazelle shouted angrily. What is this? So that's why all the prisoners were defeated back then. Well, the main thing is that she's still alive. She can find new subordinates. At that moment, the protagonist stopped her, grabbed her, dragged her to the guillotine, and told her she couldn't escape. Gazelle tried to break free, calling him dirty, screaming that she didn't want to die. The protagonist told her he thought she understood what awaited her because of her terrible actions. She would die, even if she cried and begged for mercy. There was no better end for her. She tried to stop them, screaming loudly and writhing, but in an instant she was finished. Bolton, looking at her body, told the MC they used her as bait, but without him, they couldn't have done it. They caught all the bandits without casualties or injuries. It was a good job. Thanks to this, their activities became known throughout the royal capital. Suddenly, the people started shouting at them. They dealt with the Gazelle's bandits so quickly. They're more reliable than the Order of Knights. One man shouted, Sieg. They would continue to rely on him. All the villagers supported him. Bolton laughingly told the protagonist that he knew there had been all sorts of strange rumors about him, but that was all in the distant past now. He had managed to protect everyone present. The warriors also began to thank him for what he was doing for their city. Then they turned to the commander and reminded him that they needed to dig the outer moat. The protagonist also thought, had he completely forgotten how Nahhat and the others were doing? After some time, the allies were patrolling the city. Sarah happily remarked on how beautiful the weather was today. The protagonist told her that nothing was happening made him feel sleepy. The girl retorted, but it's nice when everything is quiet and calm. The protagonist remarked that he couldn't argue with that. The guards wished them luck, MC said Sarah, but he was still a little worried about them. He felt like she sometimes spoiled them too much. He thought, yes, he still remembered how they patrolled together. At that moment, Spinosa whined. She was tired of patrolling. She wanted a drink. Sarah immediately responded, well, sometimes you need to take a break. Then, they'll rest a bit. Spinosa happily told her. She was so pleased that she understood her. She quickly retreated somewhere. Zig remembered the first time he saw her in the tavern, hugging a wine barrel. Then the captain approached him and told him that he relied on him as the squad leader. That's how he got his position. Even before Fam and Spinosa joined them, Fam told Sarah that she had to follow someone very interesting. Maybe she should leave everything here to her? Sarah was interested. Someone very unusual? Good, she could rely on her. Sarah should at least ask him. Well, naturally, for Fam, stalking was the most important thing. Everyone who fell into the hands of Sarah's maternal love and kindness became lazy. And now Sarah said, he's usually very kind, but when he starts swearing, it becomes scary. He told her she needed to be strict when necessary, otherwise her subordinates would become lazy. The girl exclaimed, she wanted to learn that too. The protagonist asked her if she wanted to try her hand at being a commander. Sarah said with anticipation, yes, she would try. She immediately put on a stern face and asked him how his patrol was going. Just make sure he answered her honestly. The protagonist told her that she couldn't always work. She needed to take breaks, right? She immediately backed down. Yes, he was right. The MC continued dejectedly, he's a slacker. Sarah was terribly indignant. Why was he saying such things? This is completely wrong. He works every day for the peaceful life of the citizens of this city. After that, she asked him sheepishly, well, how did she do? Zig asked her in surprise. Did she want to work properly? The girl faltered and quietly said, no, that actually backfired. The protagonist thought he was even angered by her naked suffering. She was like a little child. Her kindness was creating lazy people around her. After a while, Spinosa called out to him. The protagonist noted with surprise that she was actually patrolling. Fam explained to him that when she came to the bar, they wouldn't sell her any alcohol, and besides, she had no money left, having lost everything at the casino. Spinosa shouted indignantly, she's a real shadow traitor. She shouldn't have turned her in with all her secrets. She tried to hit Fam, but the archer dodged, giggled and mimicked her. She'd never hit her. Sarah remarked in surprise that they didn't seem to get along very well. At this rate, there'd be no one left to patrol. The MC agreed that was probably true. At that moment, a child's scream rang out. The allies immediately turned toward the sound and saw an unpleasant sight. A small child was kneeling, begging for forgiveness from a knight, who indignantly asked him how dare he interfere with the march of the Order of Knights. Who does he think protects them all? The knight dismounted from his horse and, approaching the child, told him he'd beat the nonsense out of him and kicked him. At that moment, the protagonist tripped him, and the knight fell to the ground. He indignantly shouted at the protagonist, does he even know what he's doing? The MC calmly replied, he's a guard. Protecting the city is their job. He can't turn a blind eye to a situation in which a resident of this city is in danger. The knight exclaimed irritably. A guard is challenging a knight? This is simply outrageous. He'll show him his place, Sieg calmly retorted. So he's the one disturbing the peace here. The knight jumped to his feet, grabbed his weapon, and rushed toward the protagonist, screaming that he was going to cut him in half. At that very moment, a loud, angry female voice rang out. Eleanor appeared, irritated, and shouted at the knight. Enough! She stood between the protagonist and the knight. Her subordinate exclaimed in confusion. What is she, the second in command, doing here? MC thought. The second in command? So this was the Ice Princess? The girl glared at her subordinate and asked him if he knew what she hated most. The knight reported, yes, untidy rooms. Eleanor noticed, but that was seventh. What she hated most was people who couldn't control their emotions. She demanded to know the situation. The knight answered, he was trying to grab the intruder, the child told her, and his ball bounced off the ground and landed right in front of the knight's horses. And the guard helped him when the knight kicked him. The guard wasn't to blame. That's exactly how it happened. The knight answered the boy. The guard was just as guilty as he was. They went against the order of knights. Such people must be punished. Eleanor said thoughtfully, he's right, they must be punished. The knight chuckled and said to the protagonist, did he hear that? His bright future is ending here and now. At that moment, Eleanor drew her weapon and pointed it at her subordinate. The knight asked her, perplexed, what does that mean? The girl answered, does he know what she hates most? The boy asked, puzzled. People who can't control their emotions? The Ice Princess replied, no, that's second. He objected. But didn't she say it was first? Eleanor answered him that she hated fools who forgot their knightly pride most of all. Knights must have noble hearts. And anyone who forgets this and behaves too arrogantly must be stopped. Her subordinate exclaimed in surprise. Why? He's a knight. The girl answered that she would teach him proper chivalry, so he should be prepared for it. Eleanor crouched before the child and said, so the knight attacked him. He sheepishly replied, that's right. The Ice Princess took his hands and said she was sorry. She hadn't had time to control everything. She understood that an apology wasn't enough, but it was all she could do. Spinosa said, the child was given first aid, so he's fine. Sarah confirmed this. The protagonist, looking at Eleanor, quietly murmured, apparently she's different from the other knights. The Ice Princess asked him if they weren't that fifth squad everyone was talking about. She'd heard about the undead incident, but she'd been on an expedition then. She'd like to see his abilities for herself. MC asked her if she wanted to fight. The girl told him she figured it would be some kind of skit, an apology for that child. Sieg thought the royal guards liked to test others. Out loud, he asked her if she was sure. If she lost, the whole city would know. Eleanor chuckled. Was he afraid of losing? Or didn't he like shows? The protagonist answered that he was simply worried about her. But he was accepting her challenge. She thought, what confidence? He was definitely good at what he did. The knights began to mutter among themselves. The Ice Princess was no match for the captain of the guards. She'd become vice captain of the royal knights at such a young age. Eleanor thanked the protagonist for his time. Afterwards, she introduced herself and added that she was the vice captain of the Knights' Order. Taking a fighting stance, she warned him that she was coming. The Ice Princess lunged at him, but MC calmly blocked her blow. He thought she had the most precise and graceful swordsmanship of any swordsman he had ever met. Watching her attacks, he decided to deliberately leave an opening in his defense. Eleanor fell for his ploy, attacked him, and shouted, he's caught. At that moment, Sieg parried her blow, and the girl realized with surprise that she had lost her balance. He asked her, so, can they finish now? She grinned, extended her hand, and asked him if he knew what she hated most. Bad jokes. The girl activated her ice flare. He stopped her attack and thought, so that's why they call her the Ice Princess. The protagonist realized his hands were freezing. He shook them and told her it was dangerous. Eleanor smiled in confusion and said, surprised by such a reaction. The knights were in a state of shock. The princess smiled. She was enjoying the battle with him. The protagonist asked her, so she's a night mage? The boy, watching their fight, said admiringly, amazing. Eleanor replied, right, is that strange? He said, swordsmanship and magic are two completely different fields, but she has mastered both to an excellent level. The girl noted, it's easy. You just need to put in the effort. She hadn't met an opponent she could fight at full strength in a long time. But now it will all end. She attacks him with all her might. She activated her skill again and shouted at him. He won't get away from her. Sieg, dodging her attack, cursed, thinking she was chasing him. Before the protagonist could react, he found himself surrounded by her magical ice. He cursed, realizing her goal was to prevent him from escaping. Eleanor, activating her physical enhancement, rose into the air and shouted at him. It's over now. He's going to get it. The protagonist thought he couldn't escape, and he had no shield. However, he easily broke her blow and told the astonished girl that perhaps if she had used ice magic, he would have lost to her. The child, confused, said, what just happened? Sarah was also surprised by the quick outcome of the fight. Spinosa smiled broadly. MC continued, after all, he can rely on his defense. Eleanor, not believing her eyes, said in bewilderment, that can't be. He noticed that it seemed his defense was stronger than her attack. The girl smiled and thanked him for devoting his precious time to her. She added that she had never lost so poorly before, and she would remember it for a long time. Sieg thought of her with respect. She, too, was a strong opponent. Spinosa joyfully challenged him to a duel. The child exclaimed enthusiastically, he's so cool. Sarah thought in amazement. Eleanor was so amazing. Even Fang remarked that it was awesome. After a while, all the warriors were discussing the fact that all those arrogant knights had become so quiet. Was this the Ice Princess's decree? She herself had changed greatly. It seemed it was because Sieg had fought her. The one who was unaware of the situation asked his comrades in surprise, "Did he do something again?" The warriors were surprised. He didn't know, and they all vied with each other to tell him what had happened. At that moment, the door opened, and Eleanor entered the room. The warriors asked her in surprise, "What is she doing here?" This was the first time a knight had entered the guards' barracks. They noted that, on top of everything else, she was still wearing a dress. The girl took their surprise in stride and asked them where Sieg was. The warriors unanimously indicated his location. The protagonist thought irritably, "They're all traitors." Eleanor, to the interest of the now silent guards, told MC that she had come to tell him something. He asked her, "And what happened?" The girl spoke calmly, seeming to have fallen under his spell. "He doesn't want to marry her." Sieg was simply dumbfounded by her question. After some time, Nahhat's group encountered a powerful enemy, a huge ogre. The allies hid in cover, but the monster, using its senses of touch and smell, sensed a threat. Hannah began casting spells. The leader, unable to bear it, jumped out from behind cover and prepared to attack the enemy. Hannah anxiously warned him that the spell wasn't ready yet, but he, ignoring her, cursed and assumed a fighting stance. The girls were beside themselves with amazement. What was happening? Unexpectedly, he rushed to protect someone? For the former Nahhat, this was unthinkable. He didn't care about anything. This was the only thing he was serious about. The leader engaged the enemy in combat. He thought, since Sieg left, they'd been failing missions forever. The other adventurers mockingly said their entire team depended on him. If they failed this mission, they'd completely lose confidence in themselves. They'd likely be kicked out of the guild too. The team's name and standing hung in the balance. This was their last chance to prove their strength. Nahhat, having taken damage, crouched down. At that moment, Hannah stepped forward and shouted at the monster that he was about to get it. Her magical attack had no effect on the ogre. She thought if she hit with all her might, maybe she could, but she didn't have time to replenish her mana. At this rate, they'd simply be annihilated. She turned to Irene and told her to prepare a movement spell. She should cover her. Her companion replied, "It will be done." Nahhat indignantly asked her, "Are you kidding me? Who said they were retreating? She wants them to fail the mission again?" The girl answered him, "What else can they do? At this rate, they'll just die." The leader exclaimed irritably, "If they ran away with their tails between their legs, they'd make fools of themselves again. She wants to lose everything?" Hannah said, "They have no other choice." The leader exclaimed furiously, "She wants their team to disappear? They can't retreat. That's an order." Irene was confused. Hannah told him to forgive them for not wanting to die here because of his stupidity. Irene held her bow at the ready to cover her comrade at any moment. Hannah continued, "And anyway, their team ceased to exist immediately after Sieg left." Nahhat angrily told her to cancel her spell. That's his order. It's not the end for them. They can still restore their name. But the girl didn't listen to him. She did her job. A short time later, they were safe. Nahhat was furious. What the hell? Because of her unruly behavior, they'd failed the mission. The girl calmly replied that anyone who didn't think about the group's safety couldn't be a leader. He was about to strike her in a rage, but Hannah blocked his blow and tossed him aside. The leader sat down near a tree, and she said, "Listen." Although they followed him, his selfishness brought about the end of their team. The girls turned to leave. Hannah told him one last time, the team was gone. Now he was alone. Irene added that he was terrible. Nahhat looked after them in bewilderment and regretfully noted that he was the only one left in the team. What kind of joke was this? He threw off his armor and cursed foully. At that moment, Irene turned pitifully to Hannah. The girl, anticipating her regret, resolutely said, "She hopes he's satisfied. He should have used his empty head earlier. Maybe, when he's alone, he'll realize what an idiot he's been." Irene called her by name again, but Hannah cut her off, telling her to forget about him. Did her cheeks still hurt? Irene quietly replied, "Yes, it did." The mage sniffled, wiping away the tears that had welled up, and said gloomily, "And so their once distinguished team is gone." After a while, Sarah happily asked the protagonist, "So Eleanor confessed her love to him? Why didn't he tell her sooner?" He grimly remarked, "And she's been so cheerful since this morning. Did something happen?" The girl exclaimed delightedly. She simply adored hearing love stories, so she couldn't wait to hear his story. The protagonist asked her, "Who told her that anyway?" Fam laughed and said, "Of course it was her. She always follows him like a shadow." Of course, she saw Eleanor confess her love to him. MC told her to stop showing up from weird places. Sarah happily asked him how it went. What did he tell her? Sieg hesitated. Well, how should he say it? Can they get married? He asked her why. The girl told him because she fell in love with him. Does he know what she loves most? The protagonist answered, no, but he does know a few things she hates. Eleanor looked at him soulfully and said that more than anything in the world, she loves men who are stronger than her. After she lost to him, he can't get out of her head. When she thinks about him, her chest tightens and she becomes uneasy. So she decided to ask her subordinate for advice. But he has nothing to worry about. She hid from the night that they were talking about him. The subordinate answered her, "They say this is how love begins." She was surprised, but at that moment she realized it was true. She had fallen in love with him. And what was his answer? MC confessed to her. Her frankness frightened him. He wanted to focus on protecting the city. She admitted he was right. She couldn't take this matter too lightly. So be it. she would wait as long as it took. Sieg said it was a refusal. Eleanor said, besides, she's thinking about transferring to the guards. The protagonist asked her, where is her pride as a knight? The ice princess answered him, this pride won't affect her love. She will follow him, no matter what, he exclaimed indignantly. No, she knows what the relationship between knights and guards is like. He thinks the two of them can become a bridge to their reconciliation. The ice princess, blushing, muttered, he's too close. Then she answered him, okay, she'll stay a knight, he's right, they must change this city. After saying goodbye, she left. The protagonist wiped his sweaty forehead and thought, well, he'd gotten away with it. The knights were outraged. How the hell had he managed to win the ice princess? Damn him. After a moment's silence, the protagonist said, Seda, something like that. She sounded surprised, her steadfastness unwavering. So, he's not planning on dating anyone? Fang said it, and it actually felt a little easier. He was surprised. What does that have to do with her? She told him, well, if he starts dating someone, she'll have to watch them make out. And that's not much of a spectacle. It will all eventually descend into indecent content, and she's not ready for that. The protagonist gloomily asked her how far her surveillance went. Speaking of which, what about them? Is there anyone special? The girls looked at him, then at each other, puzzled. After that, Sarah hesitantly said that she loved to hear other people's love stories, but she had nothing to tell herself. Fang said, she's shy. He knows that, right? So, romantic adventures aren't for her. She's like a shadow. MC concluded, so the fifth squad was only made up of singletons? Sarah exclaimed, but Spinosa hadn't said anything yet. They went looking for their rebellious ally and found her drunk in a tavern. The protagonist mused, yes, Spinosa is definitely in their league. The fifth squad's bonds were increased by 0.1. After a while, Nahhat, walking through the forest, cursed and clutching his head. Suddenly, he heard a woman's laughter. Approaching the source of the sound, he muttered in surprise, what are the harpies doing here? He swung his sword angrily at them, shouting in irritation at them to shut their mouths. They were driving him crazy. The harpies scattered in all directions, still laughing, surrounded him, and began attacking him. The leader, waving them off, cursed several times again, and wondered how things had turned out this way. Everything had been going so well. He remembered his entire team and thought of the protagonist. Everything had started falling apart after they kicked that guy out. Was it really that idiot's fault? The one who was a plug for every hole? At that moment, the harpies broke his sword. He looked at the remains of the weapon in surprise, and remembered how MC had given him the sword, saying it would be perfect for the leader of their powerful team. He'd always been annoyed by his habit of blurting out whatever came to his mind. The harpies knocked him to the ground and began tormenting him, laughing non-stop. He muttered, I think this is the end for me. Let them laugh. Suddenly, he felt the aura around him change, and a dark entity formed in the air, destroying all the harpies. Nahhat, surprised, asked her who she was. The entity told him she was his ally. Squeezing the harpy's blood directly into his mouth, the entity told him to drink it. Nahhat obediently followed its orders. Then the entity spoke in an ominous voice. Those who humiliated him, those who looked down on him, those who laughed at him, those who despised him, they must end. It will give him the power to take revenge on them all, these worthless wretches. Nahhat thought, it's true. If only he had the power, then he could prove to them all, to Sieg, to those who made him look like an idiot, to the guild, to his former allies, he would prove to them all that he alone was enough for his group. The adventurer's words floated through his mind. Good for their team. They can fight at full strength. Surely, with a shield like Sieg's, he could hold off all the enemies single-handedly? Maybe they should take it for themselves? Do they really need such a pillar? No one but them can protect him. The protagonist, approaching by then, asked him what they'd talked about. Nahhat answered gloomily, about how hard it was to carry such a burden. The protagonist said, embarrassed, I see. The leader then thought, the sarcasm didn't get through to him. To hell with them all. They all infuriated him. Meanwhile, Irene and Hannah returned to the guild and asked Esther to forgive them. They'd taken the quest by force, and then failed to complete it. The girl assured them everything was fine. The main thing was that they'd returned safe and sound. Let them get some proper rest today. Hannah, after some hesitation, finally asked. She knew now wasn't the best time to ask, but could they please hold off on punishing their group? Nahhat valued his team's reputation. She thought that sooner or later he'd calm down and eventually understand everything. Esther was about to reply, but at that moment the aura around her suddenly changed terribly, turning into a tangible substance from which Nahhat emerged, gloating. What a wonderful feeling. Hannah, surprised, exclaimed, this power of his, this is not an opponent you can defeat without mana. They need to leave, all three of them. She held out her hand, trying to stop the dark force with magic. But suddenly her hand seemed to ignite, enveloping her in black smoke. Irene cried out her name in alarm. Hannah felt as if someone were pulling her forward. Trying to resist, she shouted at Nahhat to let her go, but when their former leader appeared before her, she barely recognized him and, confused, asked again. Nahhat, the boy had the appearance of a demon. Sometime later, the protagonist and his allies were standing guard at the capital's main gates. Sarah noted with surprise that today everything seemed different. Isn't it strange that the monsters haven't shown up yet? The protagonist remarked that this was typical. They should have attacked 2 hours ago. Spinosa drawled lazily. Oh well, maybe they should go get a drink? Maybe the monsters were just bored of attacking the city? Fam, lying with a book, asked her if she was judging by herself now. She still had a strange feeling. MC noticed. Did she feel the same? They could only hope it was just their imaginations running wild. Suddenly, Sarah exclaimed, "There's someone there!" Zig looked in the direction the girl pointed and said in surprise, "It's Hannah and Irene." Hannah looked rather shabby. Irene was helping her walk. Seeing him, Hannah said how good it was that he was here. He asked them, perplexed, what had happened. They looked really shabby. Hannah started to tell him about Esther, but then decided to tell him how it all happened first. When Nahhat grabbed her hand, she asked him why he did it. At that moment, Irene started shooting arrows at him and shouted at him to let Hannah go immediately. He angrily asked her what she was doing. Her arrows were doing no damage. At that moment, the adventurers arrived and stabbed him from behind with their swords. The boys asked the girls if they were okay. Was this Nahhat? They'll take care of him. Let them go quickly. Hannah cried out it was her fault. The girls barely managed to lift her. At that moment, Nahhat grabbed the 2 adventurers and burned them, saying, "No one asks small fry." After destroying the boys, he turned to Hannah and Irene and told them, "Come on, let them come back. They have power now. They'll be recognized now. They'll restore their group's name, and not a single idiot will say another word about them." Esther told the girls that they needed to go to Sieg. He would definitely be able to protect them. She spread her hands over their heads, activated her magic, and said that her power was barely enough to transport them outside the city. She really wanted them to be okay. At that moment, Nahhat grabbed Esther's head and angrily told her that no one had given her permission to interfere in this. She looked at him and begged him not to, but the former leader destroyed her too. The girls were in a state of shock and confusion. He turned to them and asked, "Where are they going?" They were going to run to him, to Sieg. Let them run. He hoped that idiot would comfort them properly, because he was going to burn them all to ashes. He laughed so evilly that the girls ran away from that place as fast as they could. Everything around turned black from his evil black magic. At the present time, a surprised Sieg asked, "Demon Nahhat destroyed Esther?" Hannah said it was her fault. The Crimson Lotus was gone, so Esther and everyone else who was there. He said he was proud of the group, but it wasn't her fault. There must be another reason why he turned into a demon. He was too attached to the group. She said loudly, looking worried, that she was sure that not only they, but he too, was his target. Therefore, he should escape as quickly as possible. He said in a calm tone that he was the guardian of this place, so he wasn't going to run. She shouldn't worry. It was better for them to stay here too, and he would protect them. Besides, there were a lot of monsters in the area. They were used to fighting. She was surprised by this and said that they had treated him terribly. He calmly looked at her and asked, so she was still worried about it? He can't say he's already forgotten, but they were just protecting their team, weren't they? They were both silent, and he said that, besides, he hadn't forgotten what they taught him. After joining the groups, she couldn't get close to anyone and called him. He was the last one to join Crimson Lotus. She also remembered the day he joined the group and said that for sure, something like that had happened before. Irene always noticed when they argued and later scolded Nahhat. He began to remember everything that had happened before and thought that at first they all respected each other and were working towards the same goal together. Fame and fortune, the more they got, the worse they became in the group. It seemed to him that if he was gone, they would be able to laugh again, like before. He said that he was also to blame for stopping trying to improve relations with him. If he comes here, he wants to stop him. Will they help him? Hannah bowed and loudly asked for his forgiveness. He was worried about this and said that she was right. He was asking too much. She said loudly that she didn't mean that. She wanted to apologize to him for everything. Also for the fact that in the end they kicked him out. She doesn't expect him to forgive them, but she wants to apologize. They are to blame. He said in a calm tone that he forgave them. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, and he is no exception. Besides, he is happy that he can talk to them like this again. She smiled and said that he is still as kind as ever. Irene called him and said that she brought up the topic that day because she saw him looking at job postings. She said that maybe it would be better for him to change jobs than to always stay with them. She tried to shut her up and said that she promised she wouldn't tell him. She asked, however, isn't now the best time? The protagonist remembered that day and thought that this is how she saw everything. He said that they should talk to each other more. She agreed, and he said that they were probably very tired. They needed a good rest for now. After some time, Bolton asked, "This is his old friend, right? If so, then nothing can be done. It will be as usual with the knights. To defend the defense of Astaroth, a lot of fighting power will be needed. Someone strong is needed. They should try to call someone else." He laughed and said that he should not rush so much. There's no need for that. A little later, Eleanor was petting a cat outside and told him that he should drink slowly. He came to her and said that he finally found her. She was very surprised by this, turned to him with an embarrassed expression on her face and asked why he was here and had he really seen everything. He calmly asked what he was talking about that sweet expression on her face, as if it was a completely different person. She became even more embarrassed because of this, and he said that there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Her expression, filled with maternal love, was simply charming. She blushed deeply because of this and said that she would not succumb to this flattery. With great difficulty, she calmed down a little and said that it looked like he was looking for her. He agreed and said that he had a favor to ask of her as his deputy. She said that indeed, she had some power in the order. Of course, she could not gather all the knights, but some could easily do so. He was about to say something, and she said that, however, this was on the condition that the task would be from her. None of the knights would want to respond to the guard's request. Besides, her status in the order could be at risk. Knowing this, he still decided to ask her for help. He came closer, took her by the shoulders, agreed and said that it was because he believed in her, only she could do it. She was embarrassed by this and thought that she could not refuse when he was so straightforward. She said that since he asked so, she would help. However, if she was expelled from the knights, he would have to take responsibility. He said that she should not worry, he would not allow this to happen. She said in an embarrassed tone that even if this happened, she did not mind. Spinosa heard this and asked if she had fallen too easily. Fang said that they should look at this face. It was hard to believe that the ice princess was in front of them. Sarah asked them to be quiet and asked what was wrong with that. MC thought that now when Nahhat came, they would have something to greet him with. He never thought that everything would turn out like this. 2 days later, the guards standing on the wall loudly announced that the demon invasion had begun. Everyone should take their positions. Many guards and knights, led by Eleanor, were walking in one direction. Spinosa turned around and asked, "Are they sure they want to be at the forefront and not run away with their tails between their legs?" The soldiers said with a carefree look that they had seen them fighting the undead. They were asking to be allowed to fight with them. They had long dreamed of this. She said with a smirk that then they should try not to lose limbs. Hannah and Irene said there were quite a lot of them here. I wonder where he gathered so many people. Sieg called the two of them and asked them not to rush into trouble. They said it was their fault that what happened happened. In case of danger, they would cover themselves with a shield. He need not worry. Spinosa, with an inspired look, said that they should have fun and kill them all. Fang apologized and said that the title of the best warrior would go to her, and then as a reward, he would pet her. Sarah said that she would try her best too. Bolton called him and said that fighting against past comrades is not easy. He said there was nothing to worry about. He was ready for it. He turned and looked at the horde of monsters flying towards the city. Nahhat was flying with the demons and said with a wide grin that he should have done it right away. Now he would finally kill him. He remembered that the creature said that he should go to Astaroth and destroy the orb of light. He thought that he didn't even know what an orb was, but let them do what they wanted. He noticed Hannah and Irene and asked if they seriously ran to complain to him. The demons will take over the city and can have fun with the people in the city. With the orb of light, they can also do whatever they want. He loudly called the protagonist and asked, he seemed to have become a guard, then he should try to protect at least someone, because they were going to kill everyone. The demons with evil grins asked what they could do against them. People are all the same and stupid. They must get the orb of light. Irene looked up and said he'd even grown wings. Bolton loudly said that they should support him with all their might. The demons flew quite close and loudly declared that they should ignore the soldiers. If they got the orb, then victory would be theirs. Unexpectedly, he used his ability and pulled a crowd of monsters towards him. The people began attacking with their weapons, hitting numerous demons flying towards them. The guards rushed to the attack and loudly declared that they too couldn't sit idly by forever. Nahhat looked at him and asked, as he saw, he'd made new friends, right? Looks like he was enjoying life. Sarah fought, called MC, and asked if he was okay. He agreed, and Spinosa loudly declared that he should be patient a little longer. They would try to kill them in one wave. He agreed and said that he was relying on them. Fang said that thanks to him, she could calmly play the game of hitting the demon between the eyes. He said they should continue. He would leave cover to her. The guards loudly declared that none of the monsters would enter Astaroth. The demons called out to their master and said he had come with a report. The attempt to enter from the west had failed. An ambush awaited there. Their detachment had also been completely destroyed. It was useless. The city was protected from all sides. At this rate, their army would be destroyed. The creature that had taken over Nahhat's body said they were just a bunch of worthless trash. Would he really let trash win? He loudly called them idiots and asked if they had ever been taught to fight. They should forget about this idiot and destroy the rearguard. One of the demons said it was impossible, as if he was controlling their minds. Even if they try to attack others, they seem to be drawn to the man with the shield. The attacks also all fly only at him. He was surprised by what he heard and wondered when this happened. At some point, their teamwork became much better. Then the Crimson Lotus developed greatly. Apparently, when he joined them, the enemy always focused on him and they could attack freely. However, they always noticed only him. The recognition he so desired was given only to him. Currently, the demons said that it was useless. They didn't have a chance. At this rate, they would simply die in vain. Why doesn't he try to fight them himself? He remembered what Hannah told him and thought that they were looking at him like that again. He waved his hand, attacked them with his magic. Spinosa noticed this and asked, Did he just destroy his comrades? Nahhat called out loudly to Sieg, who said that they should resolve this one-on-one. They wouldn't drag others into it, that way no one would interfere. He asked loudly in a dissatisfied tone, is this weakling talking to him? How presumptuous he was, he underestimated him. He would erase his very existence from this world. He calmly looked at him and said that he should stop talking and attack already. He flew up to him and said that an idiot like him was nothing to him. He was going to die now. Hannah and Irene looked at them with worried looks, and he swung his fist and loudly wished him death. He delivered a powerful punch, but he blocked it with his shield and was thrown back. Everyone was surprised by this and asked, did he just manage to push him away? The protagonist wondered, is this the very power of darkness? He said that they don't need to panic, he just won't attack first. He thought that he really wasn't human anymore. Nahhat started punching again and said loudly that trash like him didn't deserve to live. First he would rip off his arms and then he would get to his legs. He stared at him and thought that if he thought about it, this was the first time he had fought back like this. He continued attacking and asked loudly how long he was going to hide behind that shield. That's why he had always been a weakling. He threw his shield away, broke the blade of his sword, and said loudly that he would never be able to hurt him with such a dull blade. He started punching him and said loudly that he was sick of him. He landed a few strong punches and wondered why he kept getting up. MC looked at him calmly and asked, is that all he can do? He got really angry about this and said loudly that he shouldn't make him angry. What the hell is he anyway? He ran towards him. They attacked each other with their fists at the same time. But suddenly Nahhat's arm broke into many pieces. Everyone was very surprised by this, and he grabbed his shoulder and loudly asked, how dare he? He calmly looked at him and asked, does he remember how much fun they had when they were just starting their careers as adventurers? Does he remember the times when Hannah smiled at them and Irene always asked how they were doing in the team? Does he remember those times? He loudly asked him to shut up, but he didn't listen and said that if he hadn't left then it wouldn't have come to this. He was sorry that everything turned out this way, but it was time for him to stop. What did this power give him? He got very angry because of this and said loudly, he had already told him to shut up. He concentrated strong energy in his fist and delivered a very strong punch. He didn't cause any damage with this punch and loudly said that he always looked down on him, but now he was many times stronger than him. Sieg noticed that his body couldn't take it anymore, called out to him loudly, and said that he had to stop. Did he want to die? Nahhat didn't listen to him and said loudly that he would make him admit his strength. He ran towards him, swung his fist, and said loudly that their squad didn't need him. He stopped his blow and said in a calm tone that his attacks had no effect on him. He thought about it. Was he really incapable of winning even with the power of darkness? He said that he would never admit that nonsense. Everyone in this damned city said that their squad succeeded only because of him. They spoke as if there was no one else on the team. He said that it wasn't true. The squad succeeded precisely because of him, Hannah and Irene. Besides, they were the ones who risked their lives fighting monsters face to face. He only wanted to protect them. That's why he always increased his defense. That's also why he learned the aggression skill, which draws enemy attacks onto him. It was thanks to them that he became stronger. Nahhat said loudly that he always looked down on him. It was because of him that he became like this. He shouldn't compare him and himself. He said that, however, they were equal. He looked at him with a surprised expression and said that he should stop looking at him like that. The protagonist looked at him and said that he had fallen into darkness. They were still comrades, nothing had changed. He said loudly that this was exactly what he hated about him from the very beginning. He always decided everything for others and never listened to what others said. No matter how much he tried, he never heard him. That's why he hated all of this. He understood this very well himself. Only thanks to him, they could fight at full strength. However, he was like an eyesore. Everyone noticed, only him. He was afraid to admit that he had nothing else besides the squad. That's why he always contradicted him. He fell to his knees, called him and said that he asked for forgiveness for everything. He looked at him calmly, agreed, and said that he forgives him. Nahhat lowered his head and said that he always hated this about him. He asks to convey his apologies to the others. He is sorry that Esther can no longer be brought back. His body began to disintegrate, and he thought that he was glad that he was able to stop it. MC noticed this, ran to him, called his name, but his body disintegrated in front of him. Hannah and Irene came to him. She remembered him when he was human and began to cry. After some time, the guards saw a crowd of demons and loudly said that they were gargoyle scouts. He said loudly that the main problem was their defense. Heavy and slashing blows had practically no effect on them. They should use weapons that could pierce them in one blow. They understood them and entered into battle with these monsters. Fam sat on the wall, fired from a bow, laughed and said that they would not be able to escape from her arrows. She noticed several demons turning to look at her and said that they shouldn't be so angry. She wasn't used to such intense attention. They defeated all the monsters pretty quickly. And he said that, as always, there were many more monsters than people. It seemed that the orb of light attracted them much more than they thought. This is because this thing is capable of shaking even the heavens. He turned around and said that she did an excellent job. Thanks to her, they finished very quickly. She laughed, thanked him, and asked if he was keeping an eye on her even in such a commotion. Did he by any chance have the gift of clairvoyance? He said that she really made a noticeable contribution, so he decided to praise her. She said with a smirk that it seemed like he knew her weaknesses very well. No whip was needed. She gets better only from praise. He should give more carrots and she will try even better. He patted her on the head and said that he was impressed with her abilities. Bolton approached them and said that he ran here as soon as he heard about the monster attack. But it seems like it's already over. Where are the others? Is anyone injured? Sieg turned to him and said that Spinosa and Sarah were patrolling the city. The two of them are enough for the usual defense of the gates. He sighed and asked, in other words, those two are slacking off again? She called the captain and said that these were unfounded accusations. He was surprised by this and thought that this was the first time he saw her stand up for them. She grinned and said that it was impossible to say that those two were slacking off again. Only Spinosa did that. He said that he would go look for them. It was just time for the changing of the guard. They arrived in the city, and he met members of his previous squad. Irene asked if he was patrolling the city. The role of a guard suits him very well. He asked if she really thought so. Hannah agreed, and said that he looked cool. He noticed a mark on her hand and asked if the healing magic hadn't helped. She agreed and said with a smile that it looked like some kind of curse, but it didn't hurt, so everything was fine. He noticed she had a bouquet of flowers and asked if it was for Nahhat. She agreed and said that they wanted to lay it together. He said that it was right. It was still worth having at least some kind of funeral. She said that really, knowing him, most likely, he would say that he didn't need these flowers. He thought that she had known him the longest. It must be very hard for her. He said that he would still be happy. She said that she hoped so. He asked what they planned to do next. She said that she would remain under Bolton's leadership. For her help in installing the barrier, he invited her to join them. Irene said that she was thinking about joining the guards. Besides, if anything happened, he would protect her. Fang peeked out from behind him and said that she was very sorry, but it was unlikely that she would be in the same squad with them. They were not short-handed. She looked at her and thought that it seemed like she was from his squad. Is this that talented archer? She asked. Is she really afraid that she will take her place? Besides, they look alike. Is she afraid that she will take him away from her? She chuckled because of this and said that she did not understand what she was talking about. She is the mascot of the 5th squad. She will not be able to surpass her because she is irreplaceable. She asked with a small smile, does she really consider herself a mascot? They started to leave, and Hannah called him and said that she was grateful that he protected Nahhat. After that, they left, waving their hands, and Fang said that they had become very attached. He chuckled, turned to her and said that there was no reason to be so jealous. She said that they had hurt him with their behavior. After what they had done, a normal person would have hated them long ago. He said in a calm voice that only what was happening now mattered. He was glad that they could finally move on. They looked at them, and she said that, as always, he was too kind to everyone. However, one day it could catch him off guard, and it could be fatal for him. He said with a smile that, however, as long as he remained strong and kept his feet on the ground, it didn't matter. She smiled because of this and said that he was still an interesting guy. She heard something and said that it seemed like something was going on there. At the Spinosa tavern, which Sarah was trying to stop, she stood on a table and loudly said that she was treating them. They could drink as much as they wanted. Fang looked at this and said that it was a jackpot. Everything was as they believed. She tried to stop her and said that they were at work. They needed to get back to work. They noticed them, became confused, and he called her and said that she seemed to be in a good mood. She said that she won money from someone here. She was really in a good mood. But that's just wonderful, right? She was sure that after alcohol, the mood would become even better. Fang said that she was sure that she had a lot of debts in other bars. Had she paid them off? She said in a cheerful tone that she didn't need to worry about it. She would just win again. She asked if it was her imagination or if she saw in front of her a person who was gradually destroying himself. He called her and asked if she realized that she was on duty now. Spinosa started drinking alcohol from a mug and asked, life is fun, right? He asked if she could see that Sarah wasn't enjoying life. Fang said that there was an attack of demons at the main gate. Didn't she hear the bell? She turned to them with a smile and asked, they were little anyway, right? She wouldn't be sitting here with alcohol if the demons were strong. He said with a serious expression that it didn't matter whether the demon was strong or weak. The guards should always be on hand. She didn't come only because she didn't want to. She continued drinking alcohol and said that next time she would be more careful and would return the money to the bar when she won. Sarah, looking worried, called him and said that she couldn't do anything to her. She apologized. But at that moment, they heard a very loud bang outside. This caught their attention. The protagonist came out of the tavern and loudly asked what was going on here. They saw how frightened people ran away from the strong man. They looked at his face and said that he didn't look like a drunkard. Her attention was drawn to his eyes, and he agreed and said that they were golden in color, like Nahhat's. The frightened resident loudly asked what had happened to him. He turned to him and asked what he knew about it. He said that they had been drinking together, but now he had changed. Spinosa, with a calm expression, said that she didn't care whether he was a drunkard or what else, they had to deal with him already. She called the chief with a smile and said that she would take care of it. She would provide him with the best service. He asked if she was sure she could handle it. She should be careful. She said in a calm tone that he didn't have to worry, everything was under control. She walked up to the man and calmly stood in front of him. He started to attack her with his big fist, but she calmly stopped him with one hand. He couldn't do anything, and she, smiling, raised her other hand and asked, "Doesn't he think that was too weak a blow? Now it's her turn. He should taste her fist." Immediately after that, she delivered a very strong punch to his stomach. With this blow, she threw him into the building and he hit his back hard. She turned around, happily called the commander and asked how he felt about that. He praised her for it, and she was very happy about it. After that, they came to the scientist, who said that he found out why he went into a rage. Demon blood was found in his system. He checked the body of the guy they knocked out. Traces of demon blood were found in his blood. When demon blood enters a person's body, they go mad. Demon blood is poisonous to humans. MC said that means someone mixed demon blood into his wine. Sarah asked who could have done this. He asked with a thoughtful look, "By the way, is it possible for a person to retain their personality? Have there been such examples?" The scientist said that if a person retains their personality, it means they wanted to become a demon. Such people develop horns, golden eyes, and a mark engraved on their body. In addition, some people have antibodies against demon blood. This is possible when demonic blood initially flows in a person's body. Sarah asked, in other words, half human, half demon? The scientist agreed and said that it was an incredibly rare case. This is only possible when a person with antibodies and a demon fall in love. She said that interracial love is wonderful. He said that in fact, it's not so romantic. Humans and demons are opposite species. If they have a child, they will be hated by both humans and demons. He knew of a case where such parents were executed by demons, and the child was killed by humans. They can be either a demon or a human, but not together. It must be hard for such children to survive in their world. She said that, however, they are not to blame for anything. Spinosa said that she doesn't care whether they are half-breeds or not, they could clearly get along with them. He said that it's a long story. He will ask the investigation team to study their route, and they should continue to guard the city. Later, the 5th Division returned and warned about this. Bolton looked at them with a displeased expression and asked if they had been slacking off again. They didn't have to come. Sarah asked in a puzzled tone, "What does that mean?" Spinosa asked if they were finally fired. She became very worried about this, started crying, and asked if he really decided to fire them. Fang said that this was expected, given her attitude toward work. Perhaps he was planning to get rid of them, the troublemakers. She became even more worried about this, and MC called her and said that she shouldn't support this. She asked him in a very worried tone to wait and said that Miss Spinosa wasn't very punctual. She drank during work, but she was very good, honestly. He thought that he had never heard such an unconvincing person. Bolton said that words alone wouldn't change their attitude toward work. She became even more worried and said loudly that they could still find new jobs, but she didn't think that she, a sociopath in every way, would be able to find a new job. She asked him to reconsider his decision. She was confused by what she heard, called her, and asked if he really thought that about her. He sighed and said that she should calm down. Losing veterans, even with such terrible behavior, would be a blow to the guard. No one was going to fire them. Sarah calmed down a little and asked, "Then, why did he say that?" He said with a smile that she shouldn't worry. It wasn't that bad. Thanks to them, they dealt with the demon and the undead army. The royals gave them a reputation as heroes. He would like to award the 5th Division of the Guard with a medal. Therefore, they will go to Astaroth Castle. They will be received by a royal person, so they should try not to behave rudely. Sieg agreed and said that, however, all his life he had been an ordinary adventurer who knew nothing about etiquette. He calmly said that he was sure everything would work out and they would be respected more than before. If he wanted, she could help him. After all, she was good at it. Fam asked if she was from some noble family. Sarah denied it and said she learned about it from books. He said thoughtfully that she was diligent. But first, they needed to come up with something about Spinosa's alcoholic stench. After some time, they arrived at the castle, and he said that he had heard that this was unusual for the guards. Sarah said that she didn't think they would be able to achieve this. Spinosa calmly said that she thought it was better to drink free beer than this. He looked at her and said that the difference in degrees between them was too great. Fam agreed and said that there was also a difference in education. They entered the castle and she said that they were being watched so closely. It seems they don't really trust them. Sarah said that the castle was guarded not only by the forces of light, but also by a priestess of light. It must be very safe here. This attracted Spinosa's attention, and she asked who this priestess of light was. They were very surprised by this and asked, doesn't she even know who she's guarding in this city? They didn't look like guards. She asked why they decided that. The protagonist said that they really didn't look like guards. Fam said that everyone in the city thought so. Sarah called her and said that she knew that the demon lord was sealed in the sphere of light. Spinosa agreed and said that in order to contain such a powerful being, something equally powerful was needed. Initially, the orb of light could contain the demon lord on its own, but as the years passed, the orb gradually weakened. This meant that if nothing was done, she agreed and said that the demon king would then break free. That's why the Lady of Light is irreplaceable. It is believed that she sealed him within her body after undergoing rigorous and painful training. She replenishes the sacred power so that the seal containing the demon lord does not break. However, if the Priestess of Light is killed, the seal's power will weaken and the demon lord will be resurrected. But this has its advantages. The only other Priestess of Light in existence is Lady Astaroth. He said that as long as the priestess is safe, even if the orb of light is stolen, the demon lord will not be resurrected. Spinosa asked, can't they have more priestesses? Sarah said she'd heard no one in the princess's family except herself had shown the ability to do so. Fam said that's why the priestess was more important than the orb. He said they couldn't afford to lose humanity's only trump card. They entered the hall, and the king called the fighters of the 5th Division and praised them. Everyone except Spinosa knelt. Sarah turned to her, called her, and said that she was here in the presence of His Majesty. She was a little taken aback by this and knelt, as did they. He sat on the throne and said he'd heard that not long ago they performed well in a battle against a horde of demons. Thanks to them, this royal city is safe and sound, and he's grateful to them. MC said he was very pleased with his kind words. He thought everything had gone smoothly so far. The guards asked if he smelled alcohol. That's right, it was coming from them. He was worried about this and thought that everything was more or less normal in the open air. But here, the smell cannot be masked. He tried to sober her up with large quantities of water, but it did not help. The knight asked, they do not want to say that they showed up to the ceremony drunk, do they? If so, then it is an insult to His Majesty. Sarah denied it and said that they were just dealing with a disturbance at the bar, so they were forced to drink. She called Spinosa. He looked at her and wondered if she really wanted to sleep already. Bam said that if they were fired, then they should only remove her. She did not want to expose herself because of her. He agreed and asked, by the way, was she hiding behind him? She said that in general, she did not really like to appear in public like this. Gregor said loudly that it was not polite to hide behind someone's back in the presence of His Majesty. He denied it and said that it was not so. She did not mean to be rude to the king. She was just a little unsociable. The king said in a calm tone that they had gathered here for such a wonderful occasion, so they should forget about rudeness. It was not scary that they did not know how to behave. They lived in different worlds. The knight calmed down because of this, skeed his tongue in displeasure and said that they were lucky. Sieg thought that he had some concerns, but if only he spoke, it seemed that everything would be fine. Spinosa leaned over and said that something was wrong. She would perhaps sit down. They were worried about this, noticed that her face had turned blue, and were about to say something. She vomited very violently, which greatly angered Gregor. They resigned themselves to it and thought that this happened in the presence of the royal family. They were finished. He grabbed his sword and said in a serious tone that he was no longer able to tolerate their repeated insolence. In the name of the king, this is their end. He thought with a calm expression that this was for sure. They had already gone beyond the limits of mild rudeness, especially in the presence of the royal family. They came here to receive a medal, but it seemed they would only receive punishment. The knights surrounded them, pointing their swords at them, but Lady Sonia said that they should put their swords away and step aside. They had not offended her in any way, so they should leave them alone. He was about to object, but she said that he was being too arbitrary and should stop. Sarah called Spinosa and said that she had been saved by the Priestess of Light. The protagonist looked at her and thought that this lady alone bears the seal of the Demon King. She is quite kind. Gregor bowed, asked for forgiveness, ordered them to put away their weapons, and said that they had overreacted. The knights left them. She called the fighters of the 5th Division and said that they deserved praise for their valor in the last battle. Also, for not making a fuss about the situation they had just found themselves in. She decided that from that day on, they would leave the city guard and serve her as royal guards. Politeness was meaningless in the face of such overwhelming force. This was precisely the kind of force needed to protect humanity. Gregor called out to her loudly and said that never before had privates become royal guards. She asked if he thought she should not go against the ways of this world. She didn't care about such things. She called him and said that she had heard that they simply spat on the feet of these people in the last battle. He was about to say something, and she said in a serious tone that she didn't need his excuses. They needed to attract stronger and more capable people. She believed that this was a rational decision. If they had any complaints, she would listen. However, she was afraid that she would still do it her way. They looked at each other. Gregor bowed, refused, and said that of course he completely agreed with her. Sonia said that meant that's what they would do. MC raised his hand and said that with all due respect, he was honored to hear it from her, but he couldn't agree. He was very angry about what he heard, and she calmly asked why he was saying that. He said that as a member of the city guard, he wanted to protect the city's residents, as well as Her Highness. If he became a royal guard, he wouldn't be able to do that. She said that she thought he was wrong. The lives of city residents can be replaced, but hers can't. Her life is just as valuable as the lives of all humanity. He understands, right? Whose life is a priority. He said that he respected her immensely, but she was wrong. Gregor became even more angry about this, but he ignored it and said that all lives were equally important. The life of Her Majesty, or the lives of city residents, he valued it equally highly. She asked if that was the general opinion of the 5th Squad. She saw the smiles on their faces and said that I understand. Then she suggests forgetting about the medals. He began to laugh loudly, and with a very angry expression on his face said loudly that they were tempting fate. They dared to address such rude words to the lady? They cannot forgive this. He ordered the knights to tie them up, and when they did this, he loudly said that they would execute them right away. The lady decides their fates. She asked with a puzzled look why they tied these people up. They must untie them right now. He was surprised by this and loudly asked if she did not want to punish them. She asked if she had said something like that. They untied themselves. She apologized for this and asked if they knew what the role of the Priestess of Light was. Sieg said that he had only heard town rumors. She asked if they had heard that the Priestess of Light leaves Astaroth for the sake of prayer. He said that he heard about it for the first time. She said that it was because it was a secret. On the full moon of a goddess's month, she goes to the sacred spring to purify her body. This spring is far from the capital, and monsters always suddenly appear along the way, and this is unavoidable. Her guards cannot do this. They can remain in the guard corps, but she wants them to accompany her to the spring. How do they like this condition? He was a little surprised that she made concessions and asked, however, why she was so favorable to them, despite their rudeness. She smiled slightly and said that, to be honest, she simply liked them. She has nothing against his sacred belief that he will save all the townspeople. She was convinced of his strength in the last battle. She likes strong and true people. By the way, she still doesn't know their names. He named them and said that everyone had their quirks, but they were very good guards. Sonia said that she would remember their names. Are they ready to accompany her now? He said that even if he had to circumnavigate the entire world to protect the inhabitants of this city, he would accept her offer with honor. Gregor loudly asked her to wait and said that it was unheard of for ordinary guards to be taken on a sacred journey. Aren't they good for this? She said that traditions and customs were a relic of the past. She needed to be protected, not customs. There was no need to oppose them. He dared to contradict her. He denied it, and she asked, then what was the problem? He looked at them with a very displeased expression, and the protagonist thought that everything had worked out, of course, but he felt that he harbored a grudge against him. Spinosa chuckled and said that it was such a pity for him. He couldn't enjoy their execution, could he? Besides, he got it from the mistress. Gregor was very angry about this. He asked her to shut up, and Sarah apologized and said that she would definitely calm her down later. After that, they left the castle. He exhaled and said that it was incredible. She walked next to him, agreed, and said that now they would accompany the princess herself. It was a very honor. 5 days later, the day before the full moon, Eleanor was sitting on a horse and said that they had no room for error, so their presence was a little encouraging. MC noticed the dissatisfied knights, called her, and said that it seemed like she was the only one here who thought so. She sighed with displeasure, looking at them, and said that they were simply following the herd instinct. He should not worry. She would wean them off that. He said that it seemed like she would succeed. She turned to him shyly and asked, did he just compliment her? What should she do? She felt so nice. After all, it was their first time going somewhere together. Could this mission be considered their honeymoon? Gregor approached them, called him, and said that he had no hopes for them. He didn't care if they died along the way. However, he mustn't forget that they must under no circumstances endanger Lady Sonia. He hoped that he would simply keep up with them and not delay the lady. He must also remember that the entire human race depended on this mission. They must listen carefully to their plan. First of all, they could be attacked by demons. For them, killing the Priestess of Light is the work of a lifetime. There are 2 paths to the Holy Spring. The first path passes through the coral plain, where monsters will easily attack them. The second path lies through the Valley of Pity, which the Demon King once completely burned out, leaving only bare earth. This place is so thick with miasma and hot air that even the demons themselves do not venture there. Naturally, the demons will think that they will choose the safest path, that is, the coral plain. That's why Eleanor's squad will go there. While they distract the demons, they, taking a minimal number of people, will break through the Valley of Pity. Lady Sonia will go in the second carriage, and he will be in the first carriage, so they will confuse them even more. He approached Sieg and said that so he shouldn't be too arrogant. It's not because they are so good. He thought that he just wants to complete his mission. He should calm down already. She said that then they will go first. He turned to her and asked her to be careful. She did the same and said that after this mission she wants to marry him. He asked her not to say such strange things and said that for some reason it seems to him that after this his chances of survival will drop sharply. She began to leave and said that she looked forward to their meeting at the source. After some time in the Valley of Pity, a very dissatisfied Spinosa complained about the heat and said that this place is not at all suitable for the human body. She wants wine. Fang said that if she drank alcohol, she would become paralyzed from dehydration. Sarah called her and asked if she wasn't hot in those clothes. She looked at her and said that she hadn't even broken a sweat. The protagonist said that there was nothing surprising about that. She had been regulating her body temperature through her tongue all this time. Spinosa said with surprise that she was just like a dog. Sarah said that they just needed to drink more water. The princess needed to drink too. Sonia thanked her and said that she didn't need it. However, she wasn't so frail as to complain about such conditions. She looked at her and said that she could sit. That was already good. Fam turned to her and asked if she wanted to go without pay. It seemed to her that she had no instinct for self-preservation at all. She grinned and said that she lived the way she wanted and said what she wanted. He threatened to leave her without wages. She immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Suddenly, at that moment, the guards outside loudly warned of a monster attack. Spinosa looked out of the carriage, loudly called out to the grumpy man, and said that this was not what they agreed on. Gregor couldn't believe it, and loudly asked, "Where did they come from?" MC thought it looked like an ambush. Were they preparing for their arrival? It seemed they knew for sure that they would pass here. The diversionary maneuver failed. Their squad was formed simply to accompany them, not to fight. She looked down at the monsters and said that they should see what they were going to do. Sarah loudly said that they couldn't dodge on such a narrow road. The knights began to panic because of this, and Sonia said that they should all calm down. They were here to protect her, and now they should only think about that. Spinosa turned to her with a smile and said that it was easy for her to say such things. She said calmly that she wasn't asking them for the impossible. She said with a wide smile that she liked it and that they would do everything now. Sieg called out to her and said that he would soon throw a boulder. She understood him, jumped on his shield, and leaped very high towards the monster standing above. She flew up to a large boulder, broke the stone with one blow of her weapon, and asked loudly, "Did they see that?" Sarah called out to her loudly and said that another boulder was coming. Fam called her inattentive, fired her bow, and destroyed the stone with one arrow. She said with a slight smile that everything has a weak point. If you find it, even a boulder can be easily shattered. She walks on the ground and flies at the same time. How she felt sorry for those who couldn't do that. Gregor was surprised by what had happened, and Spinosa swung her hammer and loudly declared that she would not lose to her. Together, they began to destroy the boulders that the monsters were throwing, and Sarah noticed that the fragments were flying at them. The protagonist climbed onto the roof of the carriage and said that he would deal with it and protect the princess. He used the Iron Shield spell, and the stones began to hit them, but unexpectedly for everyone, it did no damage. He thought that this spell created a space around him, within which all incoming damage was absorbed. Thanks to the fact that they crushed the stones, he could protect the entire carriage. Gregor was very surprised by this. He couldn't believe it and asked if the carriage remained unharmed. The knights screamed loudly in fear when they saw a huge stone flying at them, and Sarah noticed this and destroyed the boulder with one blow. She turned to them and asked if they were hurt. They denied it and asked, however, why she saved them. They were so rude to them. She said that there are no people who don't need saving. After all, they are all protecting the princess together. The knights became embarrassed and asked what this warm feeling was. Maybe she is a goddess. He feels his filthy soul being cleansed. The monsters left, and Fam said that it looks like they are out of ammo. He said that they can't do anything more to them. Sonia called the 5th squad and said that they did an excellent job. It was the first time she saw how they act in a real fight. It was skillful. He thanked her and said that he too was surprised by her calm in such a situation. He was worried that it might sound rude, and she laughed and said that as a priestess of light, she had no need to worry. He, as expected, is an outstanding person. Death is not something distant for her. It is all around. Therefore, even such situations cannot unsettle her. He thought that for just a moment, it seemed to him that she had revealed her true self to him. She showed him without feigned courage. She looked as if the god of death followed her every day. Was she really ready for her death, such a young girl? Spinosa sighed with displeasure and said that she would die from the heat now, and an attack by monsters was just terrifying. Couldn't they have walked across the plain calmly? Fam asked if she could stop talking about things that everyone already knew. Or did she just find it amusing to irritate people? She said loudly in a displeased tone that it was all because of their stupid plan. Someone promised them an easy ride through the Valley of Pity. Such a deceiver should be thrown in jail, so he doesn't walk around pretending to be important. MC asked, why talk about what already happened? They need to think better about what they will do next. Suddenly, at that very moment, a powerful explosion occurred next to them. Gregor saw it and loudly said that this couldn't be happening. They were attacking again. He was worried that they could be pushed off the cliff and loudly said that they should all hold on to the cart. Rocks falling from the explosion pushed their cart and they began to fall. The knight commander became worried about this and loudly called for the mistress. Sieg hugged Sunny, apologized, and said that they would need to be patient for a little while. She agreed with a calm smile and said that she was counting on him. He used the Iron Shield skill, thanks to which the cart was not damaged during the fall. He looked at his squad members and asked if they were all okay. They agreed. He looked to the side and asked Her Highness if she was okay. She agreed, and he said that he was very glad that she was okay. She blushed with embarrassment. He touched her forehead and asked if she was sick by any chance. She became even more embarrassed because of this, pushed him away and said that it was very rude. She said that everything was fine, so he should leave her. Sarah asked, he covered them all. Is he okay? He agreed, and Fam said that it was good that he was with them. She didn't even have time to react. He asked where Gregor and the others were. She said that the monsters threw stones only at their carriage. It seems they are okay. He asked with a thoughtful look, so they knew that there could be a priestess of light in their carriage? She said that they knew too much about them. Someone must have told them everything. Spinosa began to turn over the cart, and he said that they would no longer be able to find them here. They should go to the source. It seems they themselves understand this. However, first, they need to sort out this trouble. She looked to the side and said with a smile that there was not a moment's rest to guard the priestess of light. They saw many monsters, and he thought that they had nowhere to retreat. A blood wolf, a grey ogre, and a death spider. This is a rather strong group of monsters. It will be difficult for 4 of them to protect the princess. He said that he will be in charge of defense. They will have to focus only on attack. They agreed, and he ran towards a large monster that was moving slowly and killed it with one blow. The spider released a web with which it grabbed his hand, and he turned sharply and killed it with one blow. He looked to the side, noticed the blood wolf, and thought that he was very agile as always. This monster bit his hand, and he asked how his hand tasted. In exchange, he would take his head. Sarah quickly ran up to him and killed the wolf with one blow. She turned to him and asked if he was hurt. The protagonist calmly said that she knew how strong he was, so there was no need to worry. They needed to reduce their numbers and move through them. Spinosa fought the monsters and loudly said that it wasn't working. No matter how many she killed, there were only more of them. Fam fired her bow at the monsters and said that it was all about timing. He thought that fighting in the Valley of Pity was quite exhausting. He loudly said that they should get in the cart. They would break through them. They all quickly got into the cart, and he did too, and began to steer the cart. They began to break away from the monsters, and she looked up and said that they would soon catch up. He was a little nervous and thought that the iron shield absorbed all damage in an area, but it wouldn't last long. His shield would reach its limit almost immediately. If they could only climb this slope, then the monsters wouldn't be able to pass because it was the territory of the divine powers. He called out loudly for Sarah and said that they were heading straight for the slope. She must not stop, no matter what. Sonia noticed that he climbed onto the roof of the cart and asked if he wanted to die. He denied it and said that he had never even considered it. Spinosa guessed what he was going to do and became worried, and he used the iron target skill. He jumped off the carriage and said that he would detain them here and trusted the princess to them. His comrades called out to him in worried voices, and the princess said that she ordered him to return alive. He turned around with a smile and said that if that was the case, then he simply had to carry out the order. Everything would be fine. He wouldn't let them pass. His comrades said that they should pay tribute to his determination. They would deliver the princess to the spring. He thought that in order to protect the priestess of light, his comrades, and the whole world, he would not let anyone through. The demon ordered to kill him and asked loudly, "Does he think that he can handle all of them alone? This is so funny." He put a shield in front of himself and thought that he believed in his strength. Later, he defeated all these monsters, and the demon said that it was impossible. Just one person defeated them. He said that the pain they were feeling now proves that it is possible. The demon said that he was not told that there was such a monster among the guards. He asked, so someone was leaking all the information about them to them. Who was it? The demon coughed and said that time was up. He should try to put his comrades under suspicion. MC sat on the ground and thought that the monsters were gone. Now they should be safe. In such aggressive conditions of this valley, even he will have to try to climb up. He heard Eleanor call him. He called her back and asked what she was doing here. She said that there were no monsters in the coral plain, so they set off early. Then they saw the knights who were trying to stop his comrades. He asked, "Is that why she came instead?" She looked around and asked, "Did he deal with everyone alone?" It was not for nothing that she recognized him. However, he was probably not a little shaken. He should climb onto her horse. He agreed, thanked her. She became embarrassed and he asked what was wrong with her. She said loudly that nothing, just her heart pounding. It was just that such a strong person was relying on him. She wondered if he was gradually falling in love with her. He would hold on to her the whole way. She would hold on to the reins and would not be able to resist him. She said loudly that it was so embarrassing, but she did not mind. He called her, apologized for disturbing her, and said that it was time for them to move. He had something to report to everyone, and besides, he wanted to see his comrades quickly. She calmed down, agreed, and said they needed to hurry. They mounted their horse together, and she thought with embarrassment that, however, she didn't really want to speed up. They reached the knight's camp, and Sarah called them both by name and said she was very glad he was safe. He dismounted and said he was glad too. They had done a good job. They told him they had arranged something here. They immediately said it was the knights. They were so impudent. He smiled and thought he was truly glad that they had all arrived safely. Sonia approached him and said he had done a good job and she should praise him. He said he was just doing his job. Besides, he couldn't disobey the princess's orders. She said with a small smile that she now thought highly of him. He noticed Gregor walking towards him and wondered if he had come to complain again. However, unexpectedly for him, he knelt down in front of him. Gregor knelt before the protagonist, lowered his head, and spoke on behalf of the head of the knightly order. Let him thank him for protecting the queen in her hour of danger. Without him, perhaps they would have faced total defeat. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought, let him bow his head. He told him out loud to raise his head. He had only done what he had to. The head of the knights thanked him again and said, they are in his debt. MC noted that he wanted to say something instead. From the last battle with the demons, it had become clear that there was a traitor among them. One of the knights retorted, don't talk nonsense. Everyone here has known for a long time and trusts each other. It's impossible for anyone to be lured to the dark side. Sarah spoke up, but the fact remains. The enemy knew their every move. Spinosa added, besides, the 5 of them got the worst of it, didn't they? So the traitor is one of the knights? She started pointing at the knights one by one, asking if it was him. Or maybe it was that one. The soldiers were outraged. You can't just point at people at random. There must be a limit to any rudeness. Was she looking for a fight? Sonia said that even if there was a traitor among them, it wouldn't change anything. Therefore, she advised everyone to get a good rest. If they continued to protect her, that would be enough. The ceremony would begin after a short break. After that, Her Highness retired to her tent. Sarah noted that Sonia must be very tired too, but she didn't show it at all. MC said she was holding up well. After spending the night, the column set off again. Sieg looked at Fam and asked her how she was. Her face was very pale. The archer admitted that she wasn't feeling well. Spinosa asked her, are you exhausted already? What kind of sickly child do they have? Fam answered irritably, don't compare them. She has muscles instead of brains. Seda remarked, turning to Fam, that she must be overtired and needed a drink of water. She handed her a vessel of water. Fam took it and said, thank you. She won't refuse. The archer drank the life-saving liquid and said, now everything's all right. And then she stumbled. The protagonist supported her so she wouldn't fall and began to help her walk. He told her she'd exhausted herself too much. Let her climb onto his back. The girl didn't refuse and quickly climbed onto him. The protagonist thought, she's as light as a feather. She was the smallest of them all. No wonder she was so exhausted. He apologized for wearing her out. Fam told him to stop talking like that. He's embarrassing her. Pressing herself against his back, she added, but for some reason, she feels so calm now. Sieg smiled and said, I see. Spinosa squealed, she wants to be in his arms too. The protagonist answered her, she can walk on her own. Sarah indignantly told her, Sig is tired too, so she shouldn't be capricious and just walk calmly. The protagonist thought warmly, they're both so stubborn. Descending the stairs, Sonia told everyone else to stay here. There's a holy spring ahead. One guard will be enough. She pointed to the MC and said it would be him. Gregor exclaimed in bewilderment, what is she talking about? You can't just have one guard during the ceremony. Let her come to her senses. Her Highness told him that demons couldn't set foot on these sacred grounds, so if anyone dared attack her, Sieg would handle them himself. Besides, if there were indeed demons among them, allowing outsiders into the ceremony was too great a risk. She was confident in the purity of the protagonist's intentions. Someone who had put his own life on the line to protect her couldn't be a traitor, so they had nothing to worry about. Gregor was about to object, but she stopped him with a glance. The protagonist thought that perhaps as captain of the guard, it was difficult to accept that someone deserved more trust. Sonia said they should begin. Gregory glared at MC. He told Her Highness that he was ready and asked Sarah to keep an eye on Fam. She assured him that she would do so. When Sieg and Sonia arrived, he saw a large stone statue of an angel, in front of which stood a holy spring. The protagonist stopped at Sonia's sign, and she walked closer to the statue, removing some of her clothing along the way. Then she asked him what he would say if he saw her skin. The protagonist was dumbfounded, but she was extremely straightforward. She said it was because this body had endured rigorous training. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Incidentally, as she could see, he himself was not the least bit embarrassed. He didn't even look away. The protagonist replied that it was unbecoming for a royal guard to look away from the queen. Sonia laughed heartily and remarked, he's not that simple. He doesn't even hide his nature. And yet, he's good. Keeping him as a guard would be a great loss, and she would so much like him to serve only her. He thanked her for her flattering words. The girl suggested he call her simply by her first name. MC was surprised to see her say such a thing. She said, from now on, he should call her Sonia, and only he, and no one else, is allowed to do so. Let him try it. Sieg said sheepishly, well, Lady Sonia? The girl objected. No need for any polite additions. The protagonist said she should spare him. The other knights would tear him to pieces. Sonia responded boldly, and it served him right. Now they will begin the ceremony, and let him watch. approach, never take his eyes off her for a second. He assured her that he would do so. He would ensure that no one interrupted the ceremony. Her Highness, hands folded in prayer, carefully entered the holy spring and slowly walked toward the statue. Her eyes were closed, her lips whispering something soundlessly. MC thought it was a prayer for the protection of the world, more like a dream. Suddenly, she said, her body would need some time to accumulate its power. They needed to break the boredom with conversation. She was extremely interested in people like him. Why was he willing to risk his life to protect others? Why did he choose to protect her, or the ball of light? No, all the inhabitants of the city. What motivated him in those moments? A great love for all humanity? Or was he simply doing his job? She wanted to know. After all, she was only doing this because she had received orders. He was about to answer her, surprised, but the queen continued. She, who had inherited the blood of the Maiden of Light, simply had no other choice. She had endured many trials to awaken this power, but she did it only because it was necessary. She had no desire to protect people. On the contrary, she rather hated the human race, and sometimes she thought it would be better if the Demon King were resurrected and destroyed this world. Sieg asked her in surprise. Is that true? Sonia said, absolute. But of course she can't tell anyone about this, only him. The royal family and the nobles are like pigs, thinking only of how to fill their bellies. The lower classes, meanwhile, know only how to blame other people for all their misfortunes and complain about their plight. Other countries, knowing that they are using their lives as expendable material to maintain the seal that holds back the Demon King, live happily, having thrown all the weight of the burden onto them. Ultimately for her, there is no one she would consider worthy of protecting. But in her case, renouncing that role is impossible. Utter nonsense. Wasting her life for those she doesn't consider worthy of protecting. But what about him? Does he continue to fight of his own free will, sparing no effort? Let him answer her. Are this world and the people in it truly worthy of protection, enough to risk their lives? Why is he silent? Let him answer. The protagonist thought, looking at her. As a priestess of light, she always struggled alone with her conflicting feelings. He said aloud that he became her guard because he was kicked out of an adventurer's party. Before that, he served as a guard at the capital's main gate. He only knows how to fight, so being a guard is the only thing that suits him. At first, he thought he would work solely for the paycheck. But today, he realized he wanted to protect those close to him. She repeated in surprise. Close to him? He continued. Co-workers, former comrades, and the residents of this city that took him in when he lost his home. There are people he doesn't understand, and there are things he can't see. Sometimes he wonders if there's a reason to protect them from the perspective of humanity as a whole. And if he lets the enemy through, these people will be in danger. And with the capture of the Orb of Light, the entire world will end. However, he will never allow that. Isn't protecting the main gate connected to protecting all of humanity? Sonia answered him, confused. Of course it is. The protagonist had noticed, but fortunately he was doing an excellent job. Her Highness smiled and said, she understood. Protecting humanity. Interesting reasoning. He had already exceeded her expectations several times over. Can I ask him a question? Is she among the people he wants to protect? If the priestesses of light leave her for a while, will he still protect her? Not the priestess, nor the princess, but just a girl named Sonia? MC answered simply, he will. If she so desires, he will protect her with his own life. She looked at him intently, then looked away and said, I see. Sonia took his hand and said, then, she too swears that she will protect humanity for the sake of those close to her like him. Meanwhile, Gregor was reporting the situation to a demon named Iguito. The demon told him it was complicated. After all, he said he would finish off the priestess in the Valley of Pity. The head of the knights apologized and began to justify himself. Unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Iguito was indignant. Is it really so difficult to kill her outside the palace? Gregor told him it was all because of the princess's new guard. The demon chuckled and said, it's clear the priestess doesn't trust him. But even so, they need the commander of the knightly order, so he still places his hope in him. Let him finish this quickly. If a difficult situation arises, he'll use his trump card, but he shouldn't dare betray him. Gregor assured him that he would always be on the demon's side. Sieg is messing things up for them. Meanwhile, Sonia sprinkled the protagonist with water from the holy spring and told him to wash his face. The protagonist wondered if that was too much. The next day, after performing the ritual at the holy spring, they set off back to the capital. The going was difficult, but the road through the Coral Valley was quite peaceful. After a while, Sonia told MC that without him, she would probably be dead already. But thanks to his words, she can continue to fulfill her duties as a priestess of light. For their good work, they will be nominated for state awards. He answered her words already a reward for them. The girl smiled and said, after all, worthy work must be rewarded. All this time, Sarah watched them in surprise. She told the queen and her expression softened. Sonia was surprised, really? The girl explained to her. Her gaze had been completely different before, perhaps more humane now. Fam suggested, perhaps they'd spoken pleasant words to her? Sarah exclaimed admiringly. A declaration of love, for example? Sonia and the protagonist looked at them in confusion. Her Highness exclaimed angrily, what are they saying? If she hears something like that again, she'll chop off their heads. The girls murmured perplexed. What? Fam remarked. He's overreacting. Spinosa asked the protagonist point blank. He was with her, wasn't he? MC answered firmly, no. Everything that happened at the Holy Spring will remain between them. It's a secret. His allies were utterly intrigued by this. Sieg thought that now that he knew Sonia's feelings, he should put even more effort into protecting this city, because only he knew her feelings. After successfully completing the mission, the 5th squad received a short weekend, which Bolton was overjoyed about. The protagonist, training his body, thought he didn't have any hobbies. As an adventurer and then a guard, he didn't notice how his weekends passed due to training. Besides, he had nothing else to do. Spinosa was actively celebrating, shouting that she would have a blast for all the days she worked. The protagonist continued to ponder whether he was completely lacking in human qualities. It was terrible, not having a hobby at such a young age. Maybe he was just boring? He was 25 years old, a man without a hobby or a soulmate. He needed to start changing his life. After some time, Phasar told him that if he beat him, he would give him all his chips. In exchange, he'd get enough chips for which he had enough money. MC answered him. He understood everything, and he accepted his challenge. He had 50,000. Zig looked at Spinosa, who was lying at a nearby table, mourning her loss, and wondered how this had happened. It was Spinosa's love of gambling that had brought them here. They'd gone into the first casino they came across, where a guy named Phasar had skillfully beaten her at poker. Now, he'd have to pay back what his comrade had lost. She warned the protagonist that Phasar could read emotions, so he should be careful. After the protagonist announced the amount, he continued, betting everything. The guy said incredulously, everything? He thought it would be harder for him to read his meager emotions. But his eye can't be fooled. It can see into a person's very soul. He'd been dealt a bad hand. With these words, Phasar laughed. MC told him he was bluffing, so he wouldn't quit. He'd like to applaud his courage, but he wouldn't give up either. All in. The guy laid out his cards and said he had quads. Only 2 combinations were stronger than that, but he clearly didn't have them. He won. Zig answered him. It was funny. He himself was shocked by his own insane play, and here are his cards. With these words, the protagonist laid out his cards and watched with a smile as Phasar's face changed. The guy exclaimed in confusion, "What? A royal flush?" His amazement knew no bounds. Spinosa jumped up from the table and exclaimed maliciously, "Phasar won't be able to play anymore since he's bet everything. Zig is simply a great guy." The casino player grabbed his head and screamed, "It can't be." He was sure his opponent had a bad hand. How could he remain so calm? The protagonist tapped his head with his finger and told him, because he himself said that he could read emotions, and besides, he played without bothering his head with the details of poker rules. "That's all," Phasar exclaimed in irritation. How could anyone play like that? This was utter recklessness. MC pointed it out, but he had won. Isn't that the whole point of gambling? Phasar, after some more grief, finally said he admitted his defeat. Apparently he, like his opponent, had truly enjoyed the game, and he congratulated him on his victory. With these words, the player gave Zig all his winnings. As they left the casino, Spinosa happily told the protagonist that who knew he was so lucky. They should have played again. If so, they should have a drink. He replied that it was just beginner's luck, and he wanted to take a stroll around town. Spinosa declared that she would live peacefully until her next payday, thanks to him. The protagonist told her to just stay out of trouble. On the way, they saw some children happily playing in the street. One girl accidentally bumped into MC. Zig leaned over, apologized, and asked if she was hurt. Sarah appeared next to them, leading the children by the hand, and apologized for not keeping an eye on them. He asked her who the children were. She replied that they were little ones who studied at the church. The girl asked her if that was her husband. Had they kissed yet? Sarah was terribly embarrassed and answered them, "No, that's not it, and they haven't kissed." The protagonist thought with a smile. Looking at them, they get along well. At that moment, a nun appeared next to them and said that Miss Sarah often drops by and takes care of these children. And he, Mr. Zig, Sarah tells about him with a very happy face. The girl flushed and asked the holy sister not to mention such things. The protagonist noted with surprise. "Sister?" the nun added. She even made a donation to them. An amazing woman. Confused, the MC asked Sarah if she could afford such a thing. She replied that she lived in the barracks, didn't have to worry about food or shelter, and she didn't mind giving up her money just to put smiles on the faces of these unfortunate children. The girl crouched down before the child, who trustingly hugged her and clung to her as if she were her own. Zig was stunned. He even wondered what this was. The birth of a new goddess? Too vivid. He gave the nun his casino winnings and asked her to take it from him. The woman was confused. Is that okay? The protagonist, looking at the children, said, "Let this money go toward the children's education, rather than spend it on useless things." The nun thanked him heartily, and the children bid him farewell joyfully. Late that evening, the protagonist lay in bed and muttered that he still hadn't found a hobby. Noticing Pham on the ceiling beam, he asked her if she'd been watching him all day today too. Maybe she'd come out already? He even found it interesting to count how many times she'd shown up. Pham thought, he sees right through her. He added that if she hadn't hidden, they could have had a good time together. The girl said sadly, because she was naive. If she was refused, she'd toss and turn in her bed all night in shame, burying her face in her pillow. MC wondered if she was acting tough, but was she really just weak-willed? He stroked her head and said, at least he won't refuse her. Pham blushed, hid her face, and said, and he accepts all her eccentricities. She'll think about it though. Words are meant to be lies. Then she ducked under his bed and said she was tired of watching him, so she'd go to bed. The protagonist asked her where she was going. Pham told him she couldn't sleep somewhere lonely like her room. He asked her if she wanted to sleep there. maybe she should come up to him. The girl said it was a tempting offer, but she wouldn't sleep in the open, where enemies could easily attack. Zig sighed and thought, this is difficult with her. Out loud, he replied that if she was at peace, then fine, and wished her good night. As he was falling asleep, he thought about how he could avoid crushing her. Hannah had another nightmare. Their former leader, shouting curses, mentioning the protagonist's name, screaming, he will destroy everything. It's the protagonist's fault he died. That's it. Everything will end. She opened her eyes and thought again. Silently, she apologized to Nahhat. After a while, Irene woke up and saw Hannah getting ready to leave. She asked her if she was going to Expelled. Hannah was embarrassed and, apologizing, asked her if she'd woken her. Irene protested, telling her not to go. After all, a doctor had advised her not to go there. He told her not to go to the ruined Expelled in her mental state after contact with a demon. No one could know what that might do to her. Hannah told her she understood, but she couldn't do this anymore. Irene jumped out of bed, took her hand, and asked her to take her with her. Hannah thanked the girl for her generosity and kindness. When the allies arrived, they realized there was nothing but charred ruins. Irene wondered if Hannah's hat had burned there too. She burst into tears and said, it was all Nahhat, she did it all. Irene looked at her with pity and thought, she always thought of others first, not herself. Hannah continued. She was the only one who noticed he was changing. To come to her senses, she pushed him away. Irene said, but they were going to start over from scratch. Who could have known a demon would appear? Hannah said, I wonder what happened when he was left there alone? Esther, Kees, Vujid. They were all caught up in this. Irene drawled. Even so, Esther managed to use transport magic before she died. Esther, sitting under a tree, wearing a hat, Hannah looked into the distance and said, it's just beginning, Mr. Zig. In the morning, when the protagonist woke up, he looked under the bed and asked Fam if she was okay. Had she left yet? But under the bed was empty, only a blanket and a pillow. As he dressed, he thought, he couldn't tell what other people did early in the morning, but he trains in the mornings. After finishing putting on his gloves, he noticed that one of them was missing his nameplate. Surprised, he thought he must have lost it somewhere and went off to practice. Afterwards, he took a shower and went to work. While minding his own business, he and his team heard a familiar voice. What the hell were they doing? Gregor entered the building, surrounded by his knights, his face blazing with anger. Bolton wondered, perplexed. What kind of mockery was this? The knight commander had declared right away that the orb of light had been stolen. Sarah and Spinosa exclaimed in disbelief. The orb of light had been stolen? What was going on? Gregor said the treasury guard hadn't made contact this morning. By the time he got down, the orb of light had already disappeared, but they found evidence on the floor. Therefore, Sieg is under arrest on suspicion of stealing the orb of light. Syra indignantly rushed toward Gregor, but the knights blocked her path. She exclaimed in irritation, Sieg couldn't have stolen the orb. This is simply a mockery of all Sieg's efforts. Spinosa had made a good point. Aren't those guards to blame? After all, they constantly boast about being the strongest. Gregor replied, a knight who dons armor becomes a prisoner of his own unwavering loyalty. Spinosa turned to the protagonist and asked him what he had done that night. MC calmly replied, he was sleeping in his room and Fam was with him. She remarked, well, that means there's an alibi. The protagonist countered, no, that's not fair. Fam may have been with him, but she fell asleep early, so she can't serve as evidence. The girl herself muttered regretfully, what is he saying? Gregor, his face darkened with anger, held out his hand. So he was sleeping. After these words, he showed her the same lost tablet and said, well, he has proof. This must have fallen during the fight with the guards. That was his glove, wasn't it, Sieg? It was stupid to carve his own name. The protagonist was stunned into silence. Bolton was outraged. It was all a fabrication. He was sure the culprit was simply imitating their hero. The knight commander declared, no need to speculate. First, Sieg must at least be detained and interrogated. MC held out his hands and told Gregor to detain him. Handcuffs snapped onto his wrists. His allies rushed toward him, but he stopped them, telling them to stay away. He understood that Gregor had already caught him. He would try to carry out the sentence to save face. If that was the case, he had no choice but to catch the real criminal who framed him and prove his innocence. Of course, he wouldn't be able to move freely in prison, but he had to do it. The protagonist told his team that it was okay, he was innocent. Sarah spoke for everyone. They believed him. He thought with a smile, comrades you can trust inspire confidence even by their very presence. After a while, he was led to the torture chamber. Tiara was waiting there, smiling at the sight of him, stroking her whip. She said she'd been waiting for him. Her name was Tiara, and she was in charge of torture. Today, she was tasked with torturing him. The protagonist looked at her, and, surprised, noticed that she spoke rather politely. He'd imagined her quite differently. Tiara laughed sheepishly and replied that she was from a noble family, so she had the dignity of torturing. On the way to the torture chamber, the knights mockingly informed him that Lady Tiara was a terrible sadist. They said she put collars and leashes on naked servants and forced them to walk around town like that. The mistress didn't want to wait so long for her fiancé and had arranged a meeting with the prison warden, so he should prepare himself. She approached MC, tugged at his shirt collar, and said she hadn't meant to get so carried away, but now he was her prisoner, so they will have a rather close relationship. She has dreamed all her life of subduing a man with a body like his. She was begging him to entertain her. The knights laughed, saying, well, they'll leave them. Her torture is so harsh. Tiara told them, What a pity. It would have been more interesting with an audience. After seeing the guards off, she turned to Zig, struck him with the whip, and exclaimed, "Well, here they go. No one will keep information from her." The protagonist, not expecting such agility from her, exhaled sharply in pain and surprise. She laughed maliciously, licked her lips, and asked him, "It hurt terribly, didn't it?" She knew the human body well and where to hit it to inflict the most pain. Tiara continued to beat him, screaming that it would be better if he told her everything. But even if he told her everything, she wouldn't stop torturing him. Why did she find it so enjoyable to torment other people? Every cell in her body was so happy. Was he in so much pain that he couldn't speak? The protagonist, shielding himself from her blows, thought she was giving herself over completely to the torture. But more importantly, his glove had been in his room last night, so it had been stolen in the middle of the night while he slept. It was his own fault for not locking the room because his friends had come over. Fam could have seen the thief last night. He needed to contact her somehow and ask her about it. Tiara screamed at him to cry loudly, like a baby. Continuing to remain silent and writhing under her cruel blows, he thought Gregor would probably not allow them to meet. Even Fam would have a hard time coming here to meet. Tiara angrily asked him, was she torturing him for nothing? Why isn't he even screaming? Pigs should squeal as they should. He answered her thoughtfully, let her be quiet. He was thinking, let her torture silently. Tiara was simply dumbfounded, hearing his answer. Then she screamed furiously. He seemed to have forgotten his place. He was a prisoner. She didn't allow him to argue with her, the warden. The girl began to beat him with renewed vigor. After a while, tired, she tied him to a wooden cross and, laughing, asked, well, has he finally realized the situation he's found himself in? MC answered her, yes. The warden laughed smugly and exclaimed, why has he turned so pale? His friends, right before his eyes, she would gladly rush in to torture them, so cruelly that they will start begging her to kill them. After these words, he glared at her angrily and strained his body so much that his outerwear tore into tiny shreds, exposing his torso. Tiara stared at him in confusion, not understanding what was happening. He showed her his completely unwounded body and told her in a terrifying tone that she would not kill him. Hadn't she yet realized that she couldn't even hurt him? Tearing the ropes that bound him with a single movement, he grabbed her by the throat and angrily declared that she could torture him as much as her heart desired. But if she tries to touch his friends, he won't forgive her. He spoke the last words to her almost in a whisper, leaning close to her face. Then the protagonist asked her if she understood him. Tiara, sweating with fear, nodded quickly in response. Stretching his body and rubbing his shoulders, he told her to call the guards, and he was returning to his cell. The warden, slumped on the floor, was so stunned that she didn't have the strength to do so. Returning to the cell, he began to exercise. He thought about the expression on Gregor's face when Fam was proving her alibi. This is what people with evil plans look like. What was he planning when he locked him here? At that moment, Fam's voice rang out. She approached his cell and remarked that even in prison, he was hardening himself with training. He exclaimed in surprise. Fam? How did she get past the guards? She irritably told him to underestimate her and knocked out the guards. Seeing his surprised expression, she added, they'll chat later. There are demons in the city. The protagonist, not understanding, asked, what is she talking about? Fam added, it looked like they deliberately waited for him to be gone. So, she came to get him out of prison. MC mused thoughtfully. His false accusation, the Knight's rebellion, and the monster invasion. Someone was definitely behind it. Okay, but they had to get out. He grabbed the bars. The girl said she'd pick the door lock now. Zig pushed the metal bars apart with his bare hands, stepped out and said, great, they can go. Fam asked him in amazement. He beat a dragon in arm wrestling, right? The protagonist pointed out that she was greatly exaggerating. First, they needed to get their gear back. After a while, when he had donned his gear, the protagonist said, great, that's it. He picked up a nameplate. Fam asked if he wanted that too. MC replied, yes, there's a commemorative engraving on this glove. It had Hannah's name carved into it. Nahhat had often teased him about it. Fam remarked that he treasured his old friends so much. Didn't he think it was better to be friendless after being betrayed by his own comrades? Zig had said that if he'd chosen the path of solitude, she wouldn't have saved him now, right? Fam looked at him sheepishly and snapped back. She thinks if he'd lived alone, he wouldn't have been thrown in prison. He agreed with her. Perhaps so. Let her escort him to the exit. Suddenly, guards blocked their path. They shouted loudly, escape! Let everyone hold them back. This prison is impenetrable. He was forced to engage them in combat. Fam asked him if he couldn't have covered his tracks better. It would be the same as telling everyone their location in advance. The protagonist, stunning another knight, told her not to talk nonsense. He's not as stealthy as she is. The knights were screaming. They couldn't be allowed to escape. The protagonist had to use his power to knock them all out at once. Afterwards, reaching the exit, the allies saw that the drawbridge was closed. MC noticed they had blocked the way to prevent escape. They needed to lower it to get out. Just as Fam was about to say that even he couldn't overcome this structure, he pressed hard on the bridge, and it began to lower. The girl said in amazement, she takes it back. Are you sure he's human? Zig reassured her. He sure is. Looking down at the city from the observation deck, he exclaimed in confusion, What the hell is this? The entire city was in ruins. The sidewalks and pavements were destroyed, and enormous monsters were roaming the streets. At that moment, the 5th squad was desperately fighting the demons. Spinosa destroyed another enemy with a scream. Sarah saved another citizen, asking if he was okay. The man thanked her for saving him. She rushed on. Spinosa, taking a short break, thought, "It's hard here without Sieg." She couldn't fight any longer. Her strength was waning. At that moment, Sarah warned her of danger from behind. Spinosa reacted instantly, charging at the enemy, and shouted back, "Tell her to look back." Sarah saw a monster behind her and was just about to attack it when their opponent's blood gushed out, splashing onto her, and the monster collapsed onto the pavement. The protagonist, standing with his bloodied weapon, told the girls to forgive him for keeping them waiting. Fam stood behind him, her bow poised. The girls greeted him joyfully. Then they rushed to Fam and hugged her. She had saved him. Spinosa exclaimed joyfully, "She can do it when she wants to. Only she could do it. She's so cool." Fam sheepishly replied. They might have said too much, but she deserved the encouragement. Still, the situation here was dire. The girls confirmed it was true. The knights had suddenly changed, as if they'd drunk demon blood. The guards were holding back the demons, but they couldn't stop the knights from breaking through to the palace. Sarah exclaimed, "That means Sonia is in danger too." Suddenly, a bright flash flashed from a window in the palace's main tower, where the princess was located. The allies looked in alarm. Just before all this chaos, knights led by their commander had burst into the throne room. Eleanor, shielding the princess, said contemptuously to Gregor, "He betrayed her." He smirked and said, "Betrayed? She shouldn't talk nonsense." He had abandoned not only her, a selfish little brat who did everything she could to remain unpunished, but also this worthless royal city. It was ironic that such an arrogant and domineering girl was the protector of the world. He was tired of coddling someone like her. That's why he had chosen the demon's side. Twirling a ball of light in his hands, he turned to Gregor and told her she would give him her life in the sphere of light, and he would take his place among the demons. Her Highness noted with surprise, "A ball of light. So it was him." Eleanor sarcastically remarked that she could see he'd never been proud of his knighthood. The princess had simply realized he wasn't loyal to her. Gregor chuckled and said, "Knightly pride and loyalty. What good is that in such a deserted city? Status and money, all he cares about." Eleanor remarked, "He's a shameful and greedy man. Does he know what she hates most? Men, like him." The girl activated her ice magic and attacked him. Unlike the knights who were caught in her magical strike, he dodged, leaping high into the air, and attacked her in return. He pierced the princess's icy defense, the tip of his weapon narrowly missing Sonia's. Eleanor successfully parried his attack, lunged at him, and touching his neck with the blade, told him that a worthless creature like him was no match for her fencing prowess. He shouldn't think he could get away with betraying the princess. At that moment, the knights, having repelled her magical attack, returned to their ranks. Gregor asked her if she had forgotten they were outnumbered. Eleanor, watching the knights, noted in surprise that they had broken her ice so easily. She created another ice shield, more powerful than the previous one, shielding the princess, and a blinding light appeared from the window once more. Gregor noted, "A siege. Well, they won't hold out for long. Their fate, a painful death at the hands of the knights." Knightly pride is an eyesore to Eleanor. There are no worthy women in this country. The knights were in disarray. The guards were fighting monsters, and no one cared. Their last hope was imprisonment. Help would not come. They could only die of despair. At that moment, he summoned a huge demon in the form of a flying bird, which crashed through the ceiling and began to destroy the girl's ice shield. Eleanor prepared for battle and told the princess to stay behind her. The knights broke the last of the ice barrier and advanced on the girls. Eleanor raised her sword and shouted at them to stop. How could they, knights, raise a sword against Lady Sonia? They must stop immediately. But the knights continued to batter her barrier. She wondered in bewilderment. What was the secret of their extraordinary strength? They were immune to sword strikes. It was as if they felt no pain. They were simply invulnerable. Grabbing the princess's hand, Eleanor dragged her along, telling her they needed to go somewhere else. Sonia noticed that the knights seemed to be under the influence of magic, but the spell had no effect on her. "Eleanor," the girl grinned and replied. Surprisingly, it seemed she was too kind. She thought angrily of Gregor. He had abandoned his knightly pride and attempted to take the princess's life. There was no forgiveness for him. Sonia thought sadly. She hadn't expected this from Gregor. He craved power, so he indulged and flattered her. It was a shame to realize that people are so selfish by nature. Even the priestess of light, the bulwark of humanity, is betrayed with impunity, and attempts are made to kill her. People care only for their own well-being and status. She had been betrayed by her own people. For whose sake did she exist in this world? Attempts on her life had become commonplace. But she had nothing to lose, and therefore she felt no fear. But now she was scared. She couldn't stop trembling. If it weren't for Eleanor, she would have been killed already. She didn't want to die. She couldn't care less whether she died, whether this world would be destroyed. But then, why was she so afraid now? She remembered the protagonist and smiled. Eleanor shouted at the knights pursuing them. She wouldn't let them even get close to the princess. The girl fearlessly rushed at her former subordinates, brandishing her sword. Sonia warned her of the danger from behind. She thought, now she wanted to protect her loved ones. Sonia looked at the knight approaching Eleanor and threw herself at him with her bare hands, trying to knock him down. Eleanor called out to her in fear, screaming at her to run. The princess realized she couldn't help. The knight grabbed her by the hair and lifted her off the floor. The thoughts were spinning in her head. She was scared. She didn't want to die. And then, she decided that if she so desired, she could risk her life to protect them. It was at that moment that her life took on meaning. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared out of nowhere, rescued the princess from the knight, and dispatched him in the blink of an eye. Shielding her, he apologized for keeping her waiting. The princess, tears in her eyes, asked him in surprise, "What is he doing here?" The protagonist answered, "He promised to protect her with his own life." Her voice trembling with emotion, she replied, "Yes, he did." Eleanor, meanwhile, was thanking Sare for coming to her aid together. The princess told her allies that Eleanor had protected her too. MC approvingly said, "This ice helped them hold out until he arrived." The ice princess spoke as the vice leader of the knightly order. She wanted to fulfill her military duty, but she had failed. Sieg countered, "No. She was holding up just fine on her own." Eleanor sheepishly remarked, perhaps just trying to get a pat on the head. The protagonist smiled and said, "She's resilient, to have the strength to joke." She asked him in surprise, "Seriously?" The protagonist tried to change the subject and he said, "What have they done to the palace?" Eleanor exclaimed emphatically, "She's asking him, seriously." Fang decided to intervene and said, "For now, they've subdued the knights. In this state, they're no match for opponents." Spinosa, placing her foot on a pile of fallen knights, exclaimed joyfully, "So that's what happens when you're idle." Fang asked her in bewilderment, who better to hear about idleness from than her. MC said, "But anyway, how did this happen? And what happened to Gregor?" The princess remembered, exactly, a sphere of light. Spinosa cursed the knight commander profusely. After briefly recounting the events to Sieg, Sonia concluded that he planned to kill her by plunging the capital into chaos. Eleanor declared, "He is an enemy of humanity." The protagonist recalled Sonia's words, "Was it worth risking his life?" and slammed his fist into the surface. The princess continued, "If the ball of light gets too far away from her, their connection will be severed. In that case, the power of the ball alone won't be enough to hold off the Demon King. They must retrieve it as soon as possible." She turned to the protagonist and told him to order the 5th Guard Squad to recapture the Sphere of Light. In such a grave situation for the entire world, she places her complete trust in him. Eleanor added, "Let him deal with Gregor. She entrusts his fate to him. Let him smash the nose of this worthless man who has encroached on Her Highness's life and the dignity of the knights." He told them yes, he'd figure it out. His team stood behind him. Hannah, Irene, and Bolton decided to take on the capital. Setting out, Sarah said that if Gregor's goal was to revive the Demon King, they would need to look for him in the impenetrable forest, teeming with filth. Sieg said that it looked like the battle would be worse than in the Valley of Vengeance. After a while, Fang said that their paths diverged here. The path to the right is faint, but smells of Gregor. Spinosa remarked in surprise, "She had a nose like a dog." Fang remarked that whether they believed her or not was their business. The protagonist said that in any case, they only knew where he was hiding from eyewitnesses. If Fang sensed where the trail led, that was excellent. They would follow her lead. The girls agreed with him. The allies set off. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts. Silence reigned, broken only by the sounds of the forest and the creaking of the wagon wheels. They reached a crossroads and saw a bright light nearby. The comrades dismounted and assumed a fighting stance. Gregor himself appeared before them, with Iguito standing at his side, holding the sought-after orb of light. The knight's commander was astonished. They should be rotting in prison. What were they doing here? Behind the opponents stood a tall, dark stele on a pedestal. The protagonist answered him. He thought he had pride. So he was dealing with demons? Gregor grinned and exclaimed, "So what? He would side with the winner, who, moreover, paid more." But what was he doing here? Did he want to reclaim the orb of light, or avenge his poor princess? After these words, he laughed merrily. MC asked him sarcastically if there were any signs that the ball of light had stopped functioning. The demon, surprised, said no. So the princess was still alive? Sieg said, "Correct." Iguito looked at Gregor, flushed with tension and anger, and told him it seemed he had failed again. The protagonist remembered their words. Only the priestess knew the blade's history well. They must obtain the sphere before it was hidden, and thought, excellent. So they haven't reached the sphere yet. He said aloud, as long as Sonia lived, the sphere couldn't be sealed. They wouldn't let them escape. The protagonist turned to Gregor and told him he would die. The knight commander cursed him foully and continued, he would have ended this already if he had killed that woman there. She always got in his way. He had interfered with his plans again. Although, no, if he finished them off here, he could still fix everything. Gregor turned to Iguito and asked him for strength. Spinosa stared in amazement as the demon slit his wrist, dripped blood into the knight commander's mouth, and told him to renounce his humanity and begin praying. MC, surprised, thought he was doing the same thing as with Nahhat. Gregor laughed with delight and malice, exclaiming that his blood was boiling. Iguito told him it would take some time for the blood to digest, and in the meantime, he would deal with it. The demon activated his dark magic, creating a black fireball and hurling it at the opponents. The ball disintegrated into tiny fragments and attacked the intruders. The protagonist saw the girls dodge the attack and thought they were using him, so he would use the iron target to distract them, and then deflect everything with his shield. Having activated his plan, he readied his sword, and suddenly cursed. He missed. His allies had taken significant damage. The Guido, seeing the surprise on his face, told him this was a lost forest. They couldn't move properly due to the high concentration of miasma. Or had they forgotten that? The protagonist wondered if the miasma had slowed them down. He asked the girls if they were okay. Spinosa angrily asked, "What the hell is going on?" He wondered if they were exhausted from the siege in the capital, and the miasma was only making things worse. The demon activated a new power and asked him, have his comrades slowed down, then he'd take care of them. The demon attacked them again, but MC blocked his attack with his shield. His allies called out his name in alarm. Iguito said in surprise, "He's moving normally despite the miasma." Sieg, staring intently at him, replied, "The miasma works. He can just tolerate it." The demon thought, "I see. So this is the princess's favorite?" He said out loud to the protagonist, surprised that one of the guards had gone so far. The protagonist asked him, "Are you done yet?" The demon laughed and said, "No, he still has something for him." At that moment, the MC felt someone thrust a dagger into his back from behind. Turning around, he was astonished to see Fang, who had stabbed him in the back. She stepped aside, and he fell to his knees. Sarah, confused, shouted his name. Fang looked at the protagonist and said, "Even he can be reached with a knife with impact." Spinosa, astonished, asked her, "What is she doing?" Sarah added, "What is this?" Fang stood next to the demon, and he patted her head and praised her. The protagonist, surprised, noted that he was controlling Fang. At that moment, Gregor laughed and exclaimed, "Sieg the idiot. It seems he still hasn't figured it out. She was already causing a ruckus in the Valley of Vengeance. Where did he think his gloves went? She betrayed them." MC asked the girl why she defected to the demons. She answered, "What, he's an idiot? It's obvious. This whole time, someone with demon blood was right there with them, a half-breed." Zig was shocked by this words and betrayal. Gregor smirked arrogantly and said, "She was spying on them for him. She was his secret weapon from the start. So what does it feel like to be betrayed? He's pretty disappointed, huh?" The Knight Commander kicked him and laughed, saying, "He deserved it. Now let him watch as he destroys everything he tried to protect." The allies looked at the protagonist, who had fallen to the ground in pain. Fam told Gregor, "It's too early." He looked at her in surprise and asked, "What did she say?" Fam repeated, "It's too early." He hadn't defeated Sieg yet. At that moment, MC grabbed a blade and launched it at Gregor. The Knight Commander couldn't believe what was happening. What was happening? Sieg's weapon pierced him, causing his legs to buckle. He collapsed, and Fam told him, but Sieg had pierced his heart. Gregor, losing his strength, asked her why she had betrayed them. The girl said, "He's a scumbag." She wasn't impressed. Does he think that if he's a traitor, then the others are the same? The protagonist thought, Fam didn't betray them. She deflected the knife as she attacked him, doing it so easily and skillfully that no one noticed. Rising to his feet, he grabbed his sword and told her he would listen to her later. First, he needed to deal with this evil spirit. Iguito spoke. "Not so fast." The demon activated its ability, and long, thorny whips sprouted from the ground, entangling Sarah and Spinosa, and they screamed in surprise and pain. The protagonist cried out their names in alarm, but Fam stood before him and told him he would fight her. She threw herself at his weapon, intending to destroy it. Gregor ordered her to attack. Let her destroy him. Let her prove she is a demon. Fam soared into the air and created a thick shroud. MC thought in confusion, "What a fog." Suddenly Fam appeared from the shroud and attacked him. He thought with a smile, first from above, then from below. He told her out loud that she wasn't just an excellent archer, but also a skilled close combat fighter. Skilled, there's nothing to say. He'd be grateful if she'd surrender. The girl answered him, let him not even dream about it. They clashed, and Sieg noted that she was dodging well. She wouldn't be defeated easily. The protagonist said, well, he didn't think they had time for a long conversation. Syra and Spinosa were already at their limit. They needed to be freed. Fam said she didn't want to say it, but he could easily resolve this alone. Let him leave these two and deal with her. Then he could easily defeat those two idiots, Iguito and Gregor, and with the sphere he could probably protect the world. Meanwhile, the opponents were distracted by something else. Iguito told Gregor to hold still. The Knight Commander replied that he was more eager to study the sphere. Zig and Fam crossed blades, and the protagonist asked her if she was sure about this. The girl remarked that he seemed to have lost a lot of blood and couldn't think straight. He told her he didn't want her to suffer because of this. Fam looked at him long and said that if they didn't do anything, the girls would indeed die. He was ordered to protect the sphere of light. MC, looking at her carefully, noticed that she was looking at him as if she wanted him to kill her. The girl swung her blade and exclaimed, who does he think he is? She's the one who wants to kill him. Zig noted that she had many opportunities to kill him, but she didn't. Fam looked at him long and asked him if, when he was falsely accused, he didn't let her speak out lest she become suspect too. He told her that he did. She said thoughtfully, with a half smile, yes, that's right. Some people think of others, even when their own lives are at risk. If she learned anything, it was never to trust strangers. When they discovered she was a half-breed, people beat her, thinking she was a spy for the demon tribe. And the demon tribe treated her like a slave for the same thing. Her parents were killed before her very eyes. The man she could rely on hit her with impunity. Watching this, she began to act the same way. She couldn't live any other way. After all, her so-called comrades had become mere convenient tools. And as for them, Iguito and Gregor, they were simply spies who raised her the same way when she was alone in this world. To them, she was just a pawn. That's why she has no friends, and she doesn't want any. The protagonist asked her if she felt the same way about him. Fam said, surprised. Even after what she did, he continues to say such things. She pointed a knife at him. She, a half-breed, wounded him, and he still tries to reach out to her, calling her his friend. To be honest, she doesn't understand. The protagonist answered her, he doesn't think she's really on the demon's side. The girl confessed to him. She should have set him up back then at the guard post, but she couldn't. And now they're here. When they started fighting, she realized she couldn't kill him. She was already having some strange feelings. He answered her then. He was sorry, but he couldn't do it. Fam told him there was a magical blade in her heart that would pierce him if she betrayed the demons. The protagonist exclaimed, "This isn't the end. She doesn't need to feel guilty. Everyone makes mistakes." The girl spoke up. She was scared. She had betrayed other people her whole life, and she couldn't bear the thought that she too could be betrayed at any moment. In that case, it's easier to trust no one and live without expecting anything from anyone. She smiled and added that for some reason, this blade in her heart even made her feel safe, because this way, no one could betray her. The protagonist objected. That's a lie. She shouldn't rely on people who don't even call her by name. He told her that he would accept her no matter what. She shouldn't run away from those who believe in her. He will accept her pain, suffering, sins, scars, and even herself. If she's in pain, he will be there. Fam told him that if she did that, he would definitely die. MC, looking into her eyes, said, "He won't die. He promises it. She should just believe him." She looked at him with a smile and said, "His eyes are so honest that she can't help but believe him." After thinking for a moment, she stood next to him and said, "Well, it's time to begin." He believes her too, doesn't he? Zig answered her without hesitation. Of course, she is one of them. Fam rushed at Iguito. He told her she was only a half-breed. Her blade would never reach him. It was a shame to lose her, of course, but she had chosen her own path. The girl thought that if she could defeat him, the situation would change. The demon snapped his fingers, pain arose in her chest, and he said, now it was over. But Fam continued to swiftly approach him, the blade clutched tightly in her hand. The Guido looked at her in confusion. She lunged and dealt him a powerful blow with her weapon, cutting off his head. The demon was perplexed. Why? After all, the blade in her heart should have worked. The long, thorny whips enveloping the girls began to disintegrate before their eyes. The protagonist spoke. He took Fam's pain upon himself. After all, she really did point her blade at his heart. Blood flowed from his mouth, but the protagonist didn't even wipe it away. The demon, dying, uttered, "If that's true, then why is he still alive?" MC replied, "It's nothing compared to the pain Fam had endured all this time." The girl, touched by his words, looked at him gratefully. The Guido whispered, "I see. It seems he'd underestimated him a bit," Sarah exclaimed, holding the orb in her hands. "The sphere of light is intact." Spinosa, standing next to the dejected Gregor, kicked him and told him, "Here he is, the traitor knight." The knight commander cursed and said, "But they will die anyway." He gained the demon's power. Now they are nothing to him. She struck him, screaming for him to give up, but to her surprise, he easily parried her blow, saying, "He already told her that he is stronger than them now." Leaping up, he pushed Spinosa aside and shouted, "He'll finish them off easily. He'll make them regret ever getting in his way. He'll kill them all and give their blood to the demon lord." The protagonist braced himself for an attack and told him, "Well, let him try. He's still the same weak, vain traitor. He can't win." The protagonist activated his shield. Gregor shouted back, "He shouldn't be so overconfident." The knight commander lunged at MC's defense, intending to break it, but his sword bounced off the shield like a ball. He was surprised. He couldn't break the shield. Why was this happening? He thought he'd gotten stronger, just like that idiot Sieg stopped his attack. He should have gotten several times stronger. Gregor tried again and again to reach the protagonist, but he couldn't break his defense. He wondered how Sieg could resist him. He's just a weakling. Besides, he thought he'd been fatally wounded in the heart. What kind of joke was this? The protagonist swung his shield and slammed him hard across the cheek. Gregor flew back, clutching his face, trying to stem the flow of blood, and asked Sieg in bewilderment, "Did he just punch him in the face?" The protagonist chuckled and answered his question with a question. "Wasn't it allowed?" The knight commander looked around and shouted, "Anyone? Are any of the demons here? Anyone at least?" Silence met his reply. MC exclaimed, "How convenient. He'd betrayed so many people, and now he's trying to hide behind someone else's back." Gregor angrily said, "It's all those idiots' fault. He'd done everything for them, yet they still looked at him like he was a pig." Unable to control his emotions, the knight shouted, "If only all this hadn't happened, he wouldn't have done anything." Sieg interrupted, "He means those at the head of the state? He truly is a man without honor. He's simply a worthless wretch, rotten to the core." Gregor, like a clockwork robot, kept repeating the same thing. "It's all of them." Then he angrily shouted at the protagonist, "If only he weren't here." The protagonist looked at him indifferently and said now he, too, can taste Tiara's torture in prison. Sieg added that he would have time to think about what he had done. They couldn't even imagine what Sonia was going through, a fragile girl forced to protect their world. He had no right to forgiveness. He should prepare himself. Sarah and Fam watched as the knights helped each other. The wounded were carried to carts and the dead bodies were removed. The protagonist dealt Gregor a powerful blow to the face and said, "This is for plunging the city into chaos." Striking him again, he said, "This is for turning the knights into monsters. For betraying Sonia, for cruelly using Fam, for wounding his comrades." MC dealt him another blow and added, "And don't think he'll get off easy with a simple death sentence." The battered Gregor, his tongue swollen from the blows, barely moving, asked him to stop and talk. But Sieg struck him again, putting all his strength into his fist. and the Knight Commander passed out. Suddenly, the protagonist felt unwell, his hands began to shake, and he fell to his knees. His allies rushed to his side. He realized things were bad. He had absorbed too much damage. Catching his breath, he told the girls that they needed to tie up Gregor and beat all the information out of him. Fam burst into tears, watching his suffering. The allies said they understood and would do everything possible to help him not overexert himself. He tried to get up, but couldn't. Fam, supporting him and bursting into tears, told him not to say anything or move. It was because of her that he was in this state. He wanted to tell her, wow, she even made that kind of face. With such kindness and concern for others, she would definitely get along with everyone. The girl continued. He promised her that he wouldn't die. The protagonist didn't understand. He wanted to tell her this, but for some reason, his voice wouldn't obey him. Meanwhile, Iguito, watching them from his hiding place, mused, well, he couldn't finish off the Priestess of Light and lost a pawn. Looking at Gregor, who was being dragged along like a sack, he said, but he has no use for a weakling who couldn't become a demon. He's so pathetic. He couldn't even grow horns. The demon looked at his hand and rejoiced. He'd managed to establish contact with the sphere of light. That was the most important thing. He thought about the protagonist. He wondered how long his body would be able to protect everyone. Thus, the 5th Squad arrested Gregor and returned to the capital. The royal family's personal physicians miraculously managed to save MC's life. Within a few days, he was healthier than ever, astonishing all the doctors with his regenerative abilities. He was told a full recovery would take several months, but he was back on his feet very quickly. The doctors were amazed. Was he really human? Eleanor was promoted to captain for fulfilling her duty to protect the princess, and the 5th Squad was assigned to receive awards again. At the award ceremony, Sonia told the protagonist she thanked him for returning the sphere of light. If not for him, their world would have already been plunged into darkness, and he, as a hero of their country, deserved a medal. Spinosa capriciously asked the princess, will she not leave them in the lurch? Sonia answered with a smile, of course. They all did their best. Then she noticed that the protagonist's clothes were in tatters. She told him he would need to order new clothes. Taking the medal in her hands, the girl thought, looking at MC, he risked his life for the sphere, for humanity. Sonia extended her hands to him and asked him to bend slightly. When he did, she pinned the medal on him and thought that she could only pray for him, that all danger would pass him by. After she awarded him the medal, the girl kissed the top of his head and said, she blesses him. Everyone present was stunned by the princess's actions. Coming to their senses, the villagers began to shout joyfully. The Priestess of Light had fallen in love with the gatekeeper. The guard had stolen the queen's heart. Sonia, embarrassed, began to defend herself. That wasn't true at all. It was a sign of gratitude and respect. In any case, they were mistaken. Let them control themselves. Mothers kiss their children too, right? The people were embarrassed and began to whisper. Was this serious? Didn't she even notice? Stories of love between commoners and nobles are so sweet. And so for a while, the city was filled with such rumors. Also, because their mistress Sonia had shown a face befitting her age for the first time, the people loved her even more. Meanwhile, Eleanor mentally swapped places with Sonia and completely lost herself in her dreams. The power of her wild fantasies increased to 500 points. When all the excitement finally died down and evening arrived, the protagonist was resting in his room. But then there was a knock at the door. He jumped up in bed and asked who was there. Fam timidly entered the room and said it was her. The protagonist got out of bed and said with a smile that it was unusual for her to come straight to him like that. The girl answered him. She decided to be more straightforward sometimes. She had something for him. Fam took out a new glove and noted that recently, because of her, his precious thing had turned into rags. So it wasn't so much a gift as an apology. MC examined the glove and said she shouldn't have worried about it. Fam answered him sheepishly. This was all new to her. He was the first person to call her comrade. Zig noted that, simply put, this was her way of showing that she considered him a comrade. The girl was indignant. How could he say such a thing without embarrassment? She would never betray him again. Incidentally, imitating his previous comrade, she even added his name. Showing him the glove, Fam added, she carved her signature with a knife. The protagonist responded with warmth and a smile. There was no need to copy it. The girl sheepishly told him that from now on, in every battle, he would wear the glove on which she had left her mark. Even if she were no longer with him, their souls and bodies would remain one. The protagonist, surprised, thought this was too much. Out loud, he thanked her and assured her that he would use it. Fam laughed sheepishly and remarked, let him pretend it was her and take care of her. After a while, she yawned and her eyes began to droop. He told her how sleepy she was, that it was already past the time when good children go to bed. The girl asked him if she could sleep here tonight. MC shrugged, noting that she'd done it all the time before. She agreed. Yes, that was true. Well then, she wouldn't be shy. At that very moment, Fam lay down on his bed and closed her eyes. Zig was surprised. She wouldn't be sleeping under the bed tonight? The girl, without opening her eyes, said, sometimes she wanted more freedom. You can't even stretch your back properly under the bed. She opened her eyes slightly, addressed him by name, and said, thank him for accepting her, and for calling her comrade. Wiping away her tears, Fam added, and for enduring so much with her. The protagonist answered her, After all, she didn't believe in him herself, didn't fight at full strength. He should be the one thanking her. The archer, openly yawning, noted that when he seduces her like that, she simply has to respond. MC said, "It seems she's at her limit. Let her go to bed." Wishing him good night, Fam drifted off. Zig, looking at her, thought, unable to trust anyone. She'd been through so many terrible things as a half-breed. He stroked her head and silently expressed the hope that she could still have happy dreams. Fam hummed sleepily and managed to think that if she didn't trust anyone, then no one would hurt her, or so she thought. But Bolton told her that even though she was tiny, she had strength. When they first met, Sarah greeted her with a sincere smile, told her name, and added that they were now in the same squad, and she was very pleased to meet her. Even Spinosa gave her a friendly wink and asked if she wanted to have a drink with her. And Zig, stroking her head, told her with a smile that he was counting on her, and yet she decided to trust his large, warm hands. The next day, Eleanor came to the guards' barracks. Bolton was silently surprised by her arrival. The protagonist too was surprised, telling her it wasn't often he saw her here. The girls smiled sweetly at him and said they hadn't seen each other since last night's dream. He thought he hadn't dreamed of her, so it must have been longer. Out loud he said, by the way, she'd become a knight captain, so let her accept his congratulations. Eleanor thanked him and said, frankly, she wanted to achieve the rank of captain herself, so she couldn't be sincerely happy about this promotion. The protagonist remarked that he'd heard that in all of history, there were few cases of people becoming captains at such an age. He thought that if she hadn't earned the trust of those around her, she wouldn't have been promoted to that rank. The girl spoke dreamily. Is he consoling her, or is this really a metaphorical marriage proposal? MC asked her with a smile. How on earth was she listening to him? Bolton exclaimed. They're also happy that Eleanor has become captain of the knights. Unlike Gregor, she's much better to work with. Incidentally, according to the official version, he died in the line of duty, containing chaos in the city. The new captain will have to work hard to calm the townspeople. Eleanor assured him, of course, she would do her utmost. Sieg asked Bolton, so what was the matter with them? The commander replied that Gregor's plot had resulted in heavy losses among the knights. They were short-handed like never before. They, the guards, usually only guard the capital, right? And now, they would need to give some of their forces to the knights to bolster the defense of the entire country. Eleanor added that if their 5th detachment, the hero of that battle, were to join them, she believed the people's worries would ease somewhat. Spinosa responded irritably. What was she saying? She wouldn't convince them with such false flattery. Even heroes would starve if they couldn't eat properly. She thought they'd continue to toil for pennies? Fam was astonished. Well, she wasn't even trying to hide her self-interest, Sarah remarked. If the people of their country were suffering, shouldn't they help them? Spinosa responded irritably, saying that naive and stupid people like her were always being used, and eventually, they wouldn't even have any strength left. Sarah was embarrassed, blushing but indignant. What was she saying? Spinosa said, she meant you can't always help everyone for free. Eleanor told them they needn't worry about that. She'd negotiate with Her Majesty, and they'd receive a special reward. Spinosa immediately changed her tack. Well, since the knights were in trouble, how could they not help them? Fam told her comrade that if she were well paid, she'd give her soul to a demon. Eleanor said, confused, well, then she apologizes for acting so suddenly. Spinosa remarked, yes, it was a bit too hasty. At that moment, the knight's lieutenant, Naltos, appeared before them and informed everyone that monsters in the area had begun acting strangely, and several villages had been damaged. They needed to find and destroy the monster nests. After some time, the allies set out with the knights. On the way, Naltos told them the monsters were called Usai, and they kidnapped people from villages, destroyed plantations, and so on. He didn't think they'd need their help. At that moment, Spinosa handed out some food to everyone. Fam asked her incredulously if they were sure they could eat what she'd brought. Spinosa happily replied, who knows? The protagonist, after trying it, said it looked like it would fill his stomach. Syra said the smell and appearance were strange, but the taste wasn't as bad as she'd thought. Naltos remarked that he wished they could at least defend themselves. After a while, Syra's piercing scream rang out. The knight's lieutenant jumped up, wondering if they were enemies. The girl, who had transformed into a man, touched her suddenly short hair and exclaimed in confusion, what is that? Something grew down there. She turned to Spinosa and asked her to tear it off. Spinosa, who had also transformed into a man, laughed loudly and exclaimed, wow, what a huge thing she has. She's afraid she won't be able to rip it off. Fam, confused, said that it seemed that their bodies had changed because of that strange fruit. I wonder why she didn't change genders, but simply grew? The protagonist, examining himself in a female body, said, yeah, he shouldn't have eaten what Spinosa brought. Naltos looked at them, perplexed. Suddenly, Spinosa turned to MC and said, he's grown breasts, and he looks very pleasant to the touch now. Zig cursed in embarrassment and thought, he should have expected something like this. He doesn't have a skill that protects against male interest. He never thought there were attacks against which his defense level is useless. Naltos exclaimed in irritation, are they making fun of him? Let them work properly, and dress properly too. He glared at them, wondering how hard it would be to move. He didn't like this guy Sieg. Frankly, he didn't even want to hear his name. When he saw Captain Eleanor, the strongest in the squad, regardless of gender, he naturally respected her immediately, and frankly, he fell in love with her. She had always been cold, but one person had melted her ice. One day, passionate words began flowing from her lips, and he grew tired of hearing it. About how she'd seen Sieg in a dream that day, something there reminded her of Sieg, wondering what he was doing now, and so on. When he was assigned a monster-slaying mission, he thought it was his chance. Maybe by performing a feat, he could attract her attention. However, Eleanor had said that Sieg's 5th squad would also be participating in the monster-slaying mission. With them, they had nothing to fear. And Sieg again. He was ready to scream from frustration. Seeing her expression, so full of love, when she spoke of him, it was unbearable torture every time. How he envied the man who could make her look like that. Or maybe he'd be lucky, and Sieg wouldn't return from this mission. He never believed this troop of clowns could be of any use. How they infuriated him. He simply had to prove himself better than them. After some time, Naltos informed his companions. Here was the Usai nest. The sentries were 4 ordinary specimens. The terrain was open. They couldn't get close. If they missed even one, he would warn the others, and they'd be in big trouble. And under no circumstances should they be disturbed prematurely. The protagonist, without listening to him, asked Fam if she could handle it. The girl grinned maliciously and said, "He's still asking." The lieutenant cautiously asked them what they were planning. Fam raised her bow and destroyed the monsters. The knights were perplexed. The best archer in the knightly squad couldn't hit a single target from such a distance. And she'd killed so many at once? The protagonist said calmly, smiling, "They've dealt with some of them. Now they can begin clearing out the nest." Nalton merely sighed angrily. MC said to Fam in surprise, "Her height has changed, but she still shoots just the same." She grinned, of course. The irritated lieutenant gave the order. They were to move in battle formation. Zig said, "Then they will be the vanguard." He would be the shield for the entire group. Naltos, restraining his anger, said, "He respects that attitude, but he's had a gender transition. So what kind of tank is he now? Besides, they're at the enemy base. The numerical advantage will be overwhelming." The protagonist answered him, "He can handle it. Let the knights focus on killing the Usai." The lieutenant snorted contemptuously and remarked as he'd said, he didn't think they'd need their help. Spinosa was indignant. Why should they protect them? They want to become prey for the rabbits. Go ahead. The protagonist answered her. Did she really want to thin their ranks even further? Suddenly, MC listened warily for something, looked around, and said, "They were surrounded." Fam calmly said, "Apparently they have a whole network of tunnels here. A very effective base structure. Individuals of different subspecies, specializing in attack, magic, and defense. Among them are a paladin, a strongman, a mage." Sarah noted with surprise. Indeed, he was the only one who stood out. Zig noted with surprise. She was right. He did. "Is this even the same species? It's clearly not a rabbit." Sarah suggested, "Maybe they should call it a gorilla Usai." There was a noise. Naltos turned and shouted, "They've come behind them." The protagonist told him not to be afraid, to think only about the attack. The lieutenant swung at the approaching monster, but Sarah intervened, dispatching the enemy with her blade. She then exclaimed in admiration, "Men's bodies are so strong." Fam, firing her bow with lightning speed and precision, said, "They cast spells slower than she can shoot." Spinosa, tearing her opponents in half with her bare hands, exclaimed, "She feels wonderful. She'll turn them all into mincemeat." The knights cried out in fear, "She's a barbarian." They were really on the other side? Naltos realized with surprise that all the strongest monsters had rushed towards Zig. Was he provoking them? Moreover, not a single attack had worked on him. He recalled Eleanor's words about him being so strong that she'd broken her rapier on him, and he thought, that wasn't an exaggeration, but that was too bad for him. The guards were handling the situation perfectly. And they, the knights, were relying on them for everything? If this continued, Eleanor would be disappointed in him. She'd even call him a useless kitten. Although, no, the captain would never call him that. And anyway, it was unlikely she'd expected anything from him. She'd proposed marriage to the protagonist. In any case, he couldn't dishonor the proud name of their knightly company. He had to act, no matter the cost, accomplish a heroic deed. Simply put, he needed to personally finish off the leader of the Usai. Swinging his weapon, he rushed forward. Suddenly, the leader of the monsters screamed in a terrifyingly loud voice, and the monsters seemed to change. The protagonist shouted, the leader's voice breaking the iron target effect. Naltos should be careful. As the lieutenant prepared to attack the enemy leader, the leader dealt him a crushing blow with his baton, sending Naltos collapsing as if mown down. His vision darkened. He thought of Eleanor and felt his entire life flash before his eyes. He had misjudged his speed. The protagonist ran up to him, pounced on him, apologized for it, and asked him how he was. The lieutenant asked him in surprise why he saved him. MC remarked in bewilderment, "What, should he have left him to die? As long as he was here, he wouldn't let anyone die. He would protect them all." The guy looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he anxiously shouted at Zig to kill the gorilla that had snuck up on him from behind. The protagonist answered curtly, "Yes," and finished off the enemy with one blow. After some time, the allies approached the grotto. Nalton said they had dealt with their leader, and he didn't think the scattered loners posed any danger, but it would be unpleasant if they suddenly gathered to take revenge. Zig said that judging by everything, there was only one entrance to the cave. They would seal it, and that would be the end of it. The lieutenant said thoughtfully, but how would they do that? The protagonist told him to leave it to them. It was dangerous, so he and the boys should go down. They did so. The protagonist stuck his hand into the entrance and summoned pain return. The cave seemed to heave, the walls forming stones that sealed the entrance tightly. MC looked at his hand and said, a skill that allows him to accumulate and release received damage. He had used it for the first time in the previous battle, albeit unconsciously. But thanks to training, he had learned to control it. The knights were shocked by what they saw. He had destroyed the entrance with one blow. Sarah was pleased to inform them. Sieg believed it was because, in that extreme situation, he continued to absorb their damage as well. Nalton thought in amazement. Well, his heroism had been taken away from him, but he no longer cared. Sieg wasn't his enemy, he was his comrade, ready to lay down his life to protect their country. And among comrades, there are no superiors or inferiors. They simply watch each other's backs. He approached the protagonist, extended his hand and said, he saved his life. He thanked him. It was a wonderful job. They shook hands, and the lieutenant added that he would continue to rely on him to protect their country. The protagonist agreed. Nalton thought, he may be a good guy, but he won't give up Eleanor anyway. But he was so strong. On the way home, the fruit's effect wore off, and the 5th squad returned to their original bodies. MC exhaled heavily and said, what a day. Spinosa exclaimed, she personally was having a great time. Zig responded, and he wholeheartedly thanked the gods that she was born a woman. She had simply turned into some kind of villain. He thought, they pester me with attention, my muscles are weaker, my chest is heavy, it's hard being a woman. After all, there was an attack he couldn't resist. He still has a lot to learn. On the bridge, Naltos suddenly asked everyone to stop. He said there was a man lying under the bridge. The allies rushed under and saw that it was a girl, unconscious, her clothes in tatters. The knights examined her and reported, thank the gods, she's alive. She's hypothermic. We need to get her to the capital quickly. Sarah approached her and told her not to worry. She's safe. Brushing the girl's hair back from her face, she exclaimed in surprise. Alma? After a while, Naltos came to the protagonist and handing him a box, told him it was a gift from Her Majesty. The protagonist thanked him for the delivery and tried on the new clothes and equipment. Sarah exclaimed admiringly, it suits him very well. Bam remarked that it went perfectly with the gloves she gave him. Spinosa, with her characteristic frankness, declared to him, now at least he looks a little like a guard. The knight's lieutenant thought that Captain Eleanor had wanted to bring him his uniform herself, but he'd managed to talk her out of it. Now he wouldn't have to look at her amorous face. At that moment, the door opened. A knight entered, and, apologizing to everyone, informed Sarah that she was allowed to visit the girl. Everyone stared at the knight in surprise. When Sarah came to Alma, she rushed to the girl in tears, exclaiming that she was so glad she was okay. Alma asked her in surprise, who was she? Sarah stared at the girl in bewilderment. Bolton said, they don't know if it's temporary or not, but it seems she has amnesia. Alma confirmed, yes it is, she can't remember anything. When she tries, her mind feels like it's clouded. Sarah, confused, asked, how can that be? Bolton said, if she says Alma is her acquaintance, it's unlikely the girl is a spy for another country. So he'll keep an eye on her for a while. Alma asked him if he could get her a job. Then, she can't just sit on their necks. The commander said that, even after losing her memories, she seemed to be a good person. They're always short-staffed, so there's definitely work to be found. Sarah grabbed her, pulled her close, and protested, no, don't even think about it. It's hard here. Dirty, dangerous, and the pay is low. The 4 worst qualities for a job. She whispered to her that she should just tell a little story, like she remembered she used to be a noblewoman, in case they'd take her as a knight. Alma, surprised, asked her, really? She exclaimed. She just remembered something. She had a feeling she was of very noble blood before losing her memories. Nalton noted with bewilderment. She's shaking all over. Spinosa added, her eyes darting around. She's a complete liar. Alma turned to Sarah and asked her, what can she do? She said it so suddenly. Of course it's hard for her to make up a whole story on the spot. The protagonist asked Sarah, so what's really going on? The girl, blushing and embarrassed, stuttered, as if she were a noblewoman, an aristocrat. The knight's lieutenant said, it seems they've hit rock bottom. Let her forgive him, but it will be difficult to knight her without identifying her. Bolton smiled and said to the rescued girl, well, great, then she'll be staying with them. He guarantees her a place to sleep and 3 meals a day. Alma marveled. Really? This is simply amazing. MC and Spinosa both asked, aren't her standards for the word amazing too low? Bolton said with satisfaction. For someone who has lost memory, everything around is disturbing. What about the 5th Division, where Sarah serves? Sieg will protect her no matter what, and he's used to raising problem children. Alma told him she wouldn't mind. The protagonist thought, not that he particularly wanted to get used to it. Sarah took the girl's hands and told her they would try together. Alma replied with a smile that she was counting on them. Sarah looked at her with a slight sadness. The next day, at the main gate, the protagonist said to Alma, she's acting so calm. Doesn't she really worry about her lost memory at all? The girl replied, what's the point of worrying about something that doesn't exist? Maybe she'll remember everything in time. Constantly dwelling on it is a waste of time. MC remarked, she's an optimist. Spinosa grumbled, It seems she doesn't care at all. Yesterday she fell asleep instantly and snored like a tractor all night. Because of this, she herself didn't get enough sleep, Sieg said. And this on the guard's bed, which is famous for being impossible to sleep on? Spinosa answered him irritably. She had gotten so fed up with her that she had run into her room. But no matter how much she yelled at her, she didn't even bat an eyelid. The protagonist said to Alma, she was probably just tired after such a hard day. Sarah added with a smile, it was good that she managed to get enough sleep. Alma thought with gratitude. And this was Sarah speaking, with whom she slept in the same room. She said out loud, they are such good people. She will never forget what they did for her. Spinosa grumbled. She loves to exaggerate. In the morning, she was happy with a measly slice of black bread and bean soup, like some kind of dog. She exclaimed enthusiastically, is this her breakfast? Is she really allowed to eat all this? She must still be asleep. The protagonist asked her how she had lived before. The girl replied that she didn't know. The MC turned to Sarah and asked her what connected her and Alma. She hesitated, but at that moment, monsters in the form of tree golems began approaching them. Sieg said, it seems there's no time for conversation now. He told Alma to return to the gate. The girl countered, no, let them give her a weapon too. She must earn her shelter and food. Sarah and Sieg looked at each other in surprise. Alma rushed at the golem with lightning speed, leaped onto its branch arm, was at its head in an instant, and with precise, confident, and swift movements, cut it into wooden circles with her dagger. After that, she joyfully exclaimed, well, the first one is ready. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. Wow, Spinosa exclaimed in admiration. She's strong. The girl asked her allies how they liked her performance. Fang replied that she made decisions calmly and quickly, and had no complaints. The protagonist remarked that when she moved, her body seemed so light, and her fighting style seemed to be the same as Sayre's. Alma exclaimed in admiration. She was praised. So she was recognized. After a while talking, Alma mentioned something about clothes. She'd like something fluffy and frilly. MC asked Sarah, perplexed. Does she understand? The girl replied that she seemed to understand. After a while, when Alma was wearing her new clothes, Sieg thought, so she's transformed into a maid. He never would have guessed that she was a skilled swordsman. Who was she? Spinosa suggested that Alma deal with the remaining opponents quickly. The girl happily agreed, saying that no matter what monster appeared, they should rely on her. No matter what, she would protect the peace of their capital. Sometime later, in the evening, the girls were enjoying a hot bath. Alma, with her eyes closed, said, finally, the workday is over. Sarah looked at her with a smile. The girl, blowing bubbles, continued. While on guard duty at the gate, they were attacked by monsters 4 times, and then had to go down into the sewers to exterminate giant mice. A guard's job is even harder than she imagined. Spinosa said it was a good day for monster attacks. Alma exclaimed in surprise, really? Spinosa added, but she won't go down the sewers again. The smell nearly killed her. Alma remarked, it doesn't smell that bad down there, does it? Sarah replied, even Spinosa felt sick from the smell, so she was shocked by her calm. Fang added that she herself hadn't grown up in the best of conditions, so she barely managed it. At that moment, another girl appeared in the bathhouse. Seeing everyone present, she exclaimed in delight, it's the 5th squad. She heard they got rid of those giant mice in the sewers. They were gobbling up all the provisions in the warehouses. There was no escape from them, thank goodness for them. And with them was that new swordswoman she'd heard so much about. Was she already working? The girl approached Alma, lightly tapped her on the head, and asked if she had amnesia or something. If she had any problems, she shouldn't hesitate to ask for help. The 5th squad always saved them all. Alma looked at the girl in surprise. Spinosa told the newcomer to treat them to something then. The girl irritably replied, as soon as she repays what she owed her. She said goodbye to the 5th squad and left. Alma noted with bewilderment that strange people lived in this city. It felt strange for her to say it, but wasn't a foreigner with amnesia suspicious? Normally, people would be wary of her, but for some reason, they were all kind to her. Spinosa told her there were many people in this city who had good reason to flee. Alma asked if that applied to her too. Spinosa said it did. What? She wondered how she'd ended up here. Fang said it was one of 2 things. Either she'd beaten someone half to death, or she'd run up debts from some gambling. Spinosa said she'd never really spoken about it, but now she was ready to reveal it. The girls listened attentively and sympathetically. Afterwards, Alma told Sarah that she had excellent manners and a gentle disposition, but it seemed she had no place in the guards' corps. Yesterday, she'd been asked about their connection to her. Could she please tell them? Or was it something too difficult to talk about? Spinosa grumbled. She just humiliated the entire 5th squad. But speaking of which, she hadn't asked before. Where did Sarah come from? The girl hesitated, and Fang thought she must have a good reason. Spinosa exclaimed with a laugh. What was wrong? Had she really done something so indecent that she couldn't even talk about it? Fang thought, of course, they were asking Sarah about this without malice. She apologized for the allies interrogating her. She didn't have to tell if she didn't want to. Sarah apologized to them, saying that the sudden meeting had left her in a state of chaos. Fang supported her. They each had a few skeletons in their closets. And besides, whoever she was in the past, she was now a member of the 5th Division. And that was all she needed to know. After all, she hadn't asked her anything unnecessary either. Sarah looked at her gratefully. Meanwhile, in the men's half of the bathhouse, some adventurers were trying to break into the women's half, confused as to why they couldn't move a single step. The protagonist, who had activated the weak iron target, chuckled and thought, he'll talk to them later. After a while, Alma, wrapped in a warm robe, exclaimed admiringly, "The man who came up with the idea of drinking milk after a bath is a true genius." Spinosa, finishing her milk, asked her allies if they thought this was some kind of strange habit. Fang replied that she'd heard it was part of Far Eastern culture, which had taken root there too. Alma sniffed herself and wondered if she'd managed to wash away that awful smell. Sarah sniffed and said she only smelled the pleasant scent of soap. Spinosa remarked in surprise, she'd scrubbed her entire body, so what? The girl sighed and said, and yet there's nothing better than taking a bath after work. She truly came alive now. She felt so alive. Everyone's having fun bathing together too. Sarah looked at her with a smile. After the bath, the girls met the protagonist in the hallway. He asked them if they'd washed up yet. Since they were all gathered, they should go have dinner together. Spinosa exclaimed joyfully, "He's treating them? They're throwing Alma a welcoming party." Over dinner, she exclaimed, "Welcome to the difficult life of a guard." At that moment, a fight broke out in the tavern. Everyone present began betting on the fighters. They knocked over the allies' table, causing everything to shake and spill. Spinosa shouted angrily at the instigators. Are they wasting all their free drinks? The adventurers recognized her and began betting on the girl. One of the adventurers reprimanded his friend. Let him think about the coefficient. Alma, tucking into her food, remarked in surprise, "Everyone in this city is so energetic." The protagonist asked her if their behavior surprised her at all. The girl was surprised. Was it so bad that they had so much energy? He agreed with her. Maybe it wasn't so bad. He liked the locals precisely because they were so simple. Spinosa, having knocked down her opponents, told them, "Okay, she'll spare them if they buy them drinks for the next month." The adventurers had no choice but to agree. Fang added that almost everyone here is familiar with betrayal, so they don't look at people through rose-colored glasses. If you have money, people will ask for a drink. If a girl is beautiful, men will court her. No one here is ashamed of their nature. Alma, watching in surprise as the fallen adventurers said, "Yeah, they're as far behind her as the moon," she said, surprised. "So that's it? Everyone's equal in this city." Sieg thought, "Well, you could call it that." Alma remarked. She thought she'd done a good job today. What did they think about it? Did this squad, this country, need her? The protagonist replied, he was very glad she'd joined them. The girl happily said, "It turns out it's nice when people acknowledge you." The protagonist wondered how to tell her, but she was so spontaneous. It seemed another oddball had joined their squad. That same evening, in the forest of Rodal, Eleanor's squad was attacked. Her knights were dying one after another. The girl thought gloomily. Despite the darkness, they were being fired upon from several directions with astonishing accuracy. Where were the enemies? At that moment, Flavie looked at them excitedly. Shortly before the attack on the knightly order, Eleanor surveyed the situation in the village of Tabo with horror. Dead villagers lay everywhere. Benedetta said that almost all the villagers had been killed. Yet the village itself had been completely unharmed, and that was frightening. The knight commander mused that, according to the surviving villagers, they had been unable to identify the enemy. They said the arrows had rained down out of nowhere. Naltos told her that a quick reconnaissance of the surrounding area had revealed no signs of the enemy. The girl exclaimed, "So that's good work." He asked her what she would order. Eleanor replied that since no enemy had been found, they had no plan of action. Therefore, they would retreat temporarily. Flavie, who had overheard their conversation, asked in surprise, "What are they talking about? They had come all this way, and now they were simply retreating, powerless to do anything." But they couldn't leave the forest, because now they were his prey. Taking aim with his bow, the demon wondered if they would now notice they were in the same situation as the villagers. He fired an arrow, which struck one of the knights, killing him instantly. The lieutenant and Eleanor looked in surprise at the knight. Flavie was wondering if they would make it out of the forest in time, or if he would kill them all. Victory or defeat, he was beginning his merry hunt. The demon attacked several more knights. Benedetta exclaimed in surprise. An attack? Eleanor noticed arrows with red feathers. That was the criminal attacking the village. But where was he shooting? They needed to hide in the forest. Flavie laughed and said, "Hiding is useless. If he can see them through the eye of a needle, that's enough." Hidden in the forest, the knights continued to fall, struck down by enemy arrows. Eleanor frantically thought. Despite their hiding, there was no doubt they were being aimed at them. Arrows were flying from all directions, and she couldn't determine their direction. Naltos drawled in confusion. "Are there multiple enemies?" The knight commander declared, "If this continues, they'll be gradually killed off." It felt like they were completely caught in a spider's web. One way or another, they had no choice but to escape the enemy's line of fire. They needed to strengthen their defenses and run as fast as they could. She turned to her assistant Chirio and asked if he would lead the squad. The boy reported back as she ordered. Eleanor added, "The rear is hers." Naltos objected, "They can't leave the rear to her. Let her leave it to him." Eleanor firmly told him, "No, it's the responsibility of the head of the order who made the wrong decision. Let as many people as possible return to the capital." The lieutenant tried to insist, "Then let her at least allow him to be by her side." The girl looked at him carefully and replied, "He inspires confidence." Flavie was indignant. They're about to retreat. Did they really think they had no chance of victory? But they couldn't escape. He fired his arrows at the knights again, but on Eleanor's orders they were ready and managed to cover themselves with shields. The demon noted with a smile, This female knight is doing quite well. The girl stepped forward and shouted to her troops, she will protect everyone from the rear. They must get out of here alive. Flavie took aim at her and declared, the beauty of hunting is in shooting someone like her. He attacked them again, but the allies repelled him. The demon joyfully declared, well, if this girl continues to use her skills, she'll quickly run out of steam. The demon fired at her, but Naltos reacted to his attack and shielded her. The enemy's arrow pierced him, and the boy fell to the ground. The girl screamed his name in horror and leaned over him. The lieutenant smiled at her and begged her to survive. Benedetta shouted at her, don't let his sacrifice be in vain. Don't let her expose herself to enemy attack. Eleanor sighed, and they quickly left the scene of the shooting. Flavie was disappointed. They had fled. Even someone like him couldn't hope for more. If he could kill her, then killing the rest would be no problem. But she was saved. Not bad. He likes it. Let them come again. Someday, he'll definitely shoot her too. Sometime later, when Eleanor and the remaining knights returned home, the girls sadly told the protagonist that although they were able to return, she had completely failed as the head of the order and was unable to protect her subordinates. If Naltos hadn't saved her, she would be dead now. The protagonist thought sadly of his friend. Eleanor grabbed the blanket on the bed with her hands and said she was obliged to protect them all, but she couldn't do it. Moreover, it was she who was protected, and because of that, the lieutenant died. If she had enough strength, she would have done everything to prevent them from dying. MC, looking at her, thought, that's why she was so suitable for this position. He told her out loud, but there were lives saved only thanks to her. Cheerio agreed with him. That's right. Benedetta tearfully remarked that they were only able to return here because she protected them. Eleanor addressed her knights by name with gratitude. Sieg told her that Naltos had risked his own to save her life. He had fulfilled his duty admirably, and if she wanted to repay him, let her complete the mission. If she gave up now, his sacrifice would be in vain. Eleanor smiled, looking at him. He had told her what she most needed to hear. The protagonist added that completing the mission in its entirety would be enough to assuage her feelings of guilt and regret. The girl answered him that he was right. She couldn't remain depressed forever. And to repay them for their efforts, she would definitely find the enemy and destroy them. The protagonist smiled. Now that's the real Eleanor, and they'll help too. We need to eliminate the risk factors as soon as possible, but it will be difficult to compete with an unknown enemy. Fam said she had no proof, but she had a feeling. She'd heard that among the demons there was an archer who could shoot accurately even from 10 kilometers away. MC asked her in surprise, 10 kilometers? The girl told him she thought the demons simply enjoyed the hunt. If she was right, then he probably acted alone. Rumor had it that Igido had wanted to recruit this archer, but he'd refused. Also, his distinctive feature was said to be arrows with black shafts and red fletching. Eleanor mused thoughtfully. Yes, indeed, the characteristics match. Sieg remarked that in that case, they could think through a little strategy. He looked at the knight commander and smiled, telling her it was all right. He would protect her. He wouldn't let anyone harm her again. The girl pressed her hands to her chest and hunched over. The protagonist anxiously asked her if her wounds hurt. Eleanor told him it was because he had inflicted psychic damage on her. She, Benedetta, and Cheerio joked about it some more, and Eleanor told the protagonist that if he was with her, she had nothing to fear. She would definitely destroy this demon. Sometime later, the allies arrived at the site of the attack on the knights. The girl declared, time for revenge. Flavie, seeing her, exclaimed joyfully, she's come. It's the same girl. That determined face of hers, she's come to destroy him. Excellent. I can't wait to start the fight. That's the whole point of hunting. I wonder what her face will be like when she's surrounded by the dead bodies of her comrades. Looks like today will be a great day. Fam told the allies to consider this entire forest his hunting grounds. Let them be vigilant. Suddenly, Alma heard a sound. At that moment, arrows flew at them. The protagonist covered his comrades with his shield, thinking, so heavy, you wouldn't think they were arrows. Sarah thanked Alma for the warning. The girl suddenly screamed, and that sound came again. MC parried Flavie's blow, and Alma said that since she was with them, maybe they could find his location too. At that moment, the demon, watching them, said, let's move. Noticing that they had galloped forward on horseback, he declared, running is completely useless. This time, he will definitely kill them all. He began moving through the trees, trying to keep the riders in sight. The demon aimed an arrow at Alma's back, but his arrow changed trajectory and flew at Sieg. The protagonist parried his blow. The demon was surprised. Even though he had changed trajectory, the arrow still flew at that guy. Is that his ability? He's so confident he can handle his attacks all by himself? This guy was starting to piss him off. Finding a good spot, Flavie took aim at Sieg and exclaimed, isn't that a perfect target? I wonder how long he can last. He attacked the protagonist again, but again to no avail. The protagonist instantly parried his attack. The demon irritatedly remarked on how stubborn he was, but that didn't change the fact that he was in an absolutely superior position. Standing in the tree, he thought, no matter how skilled the archer was or what magic he used, at this distance, he still couldn't reach him. Continuing his attack, the demon added, this guy will die like a small fish, never knowing where he is. Victory is a prerequisite, not losing, and he won't lose until he dies. To avoid death, it's best not to expose yourself to enemy attacks. Without exposing himself, he will continue to attack unilaterally. They don't have a single chance of winning. Knocking an arrow, he said, that's it. It's time to finish them. At that moment, Fam, standing behind him, put a blade to his throat and grimly said, Checkmate. The demon hadn't expected anyone to spot him. He hadn't realized he'd been tricked. Sometime before, while he was attacking them, they were analyzing his shots. The arrows were coming from the southeast, and it took about 10 seconds from the sound to the arrow's arrival. 2 shots from the west, arriving 3 seconds faster than before. Fam said, they're roughly close to the target. They need to turn west and chase him further. That's how they figured out his location. Flavie wondered if they'd snuck up on him from behind. He asked Fam how she'd found him. She told him they had someone with good hearing, so they were able to pinpoint his location by the sound of the arrows. And since they couldn't pinpoint his exact position, they brought him here, all thanks to exchanging information with her comrades using her ability. In order to corner him, they needed him to keep firing. Thanks to their commander risking his life, they were able to do just that. Flavie grinned and said, I see. So that stubborn fellow was actually just bait. He'd simply been outsmarted. He added that he'd forgotten to introduce himself. Telling Fam his name, the archer added, I'm a miserable demon who enjoys hunting humans. Flavie asked her if she had demonic blood, didn't she? Fam told him she did. The demon exclaimed, of course! They were the same race. How could they be otherwise? She was a half-breed, right? If so, she must have been through a lot. And humans must have done a lot of harm to her, right? And the number of times she'd been betrayed was countless, right? He spoke with understanding. She was hated and despised, and there was nowhere to return to. It had been hard for her. Fam spoke in surprise. She'd heard that before. A little girl, the child of a demon and a human. To survive, she spied for demons. Lost among humans, she deceived and betrayed them. Flavie asked her, so she's on the human side now? Are they using her like that, or are they forcing her? The girl answered that humans and demons can't understand each other. At least she hadn't been betrayed yet. Therefore, it's better to betray first. The demon exclaimed with understanding. If you do that, you can live without getting burned, right? So, will she team up with him? Fam looked at him carefully, without removing the blade from him. The archer continued, his sniper ability and her secret skill. If they combine their powers, they won't lose to anyone. He will protect her from any enemy, no matter how distant. She will betray these people for him. She also wants a peaceful life, right? Fam said. He says interesting things. Of course, it would be easy to deceive him now, saying yes, but even so, she refuses. She will never betray people again. Something has become clear to her. There is a man who showed her this, risking his life. He showed her how pleasant it is to trust people. Flavie said thoughtfully, apparently, this was a man who was good at winning people over. Well, he was rejected. Fam said, yes, Zig is wonderful. The demon admitted he was outwitted. Let her do with him as she pleases. Suddenly jumping from the tree, he shouted at her. It was a joke. Fam answered him with a smile. Let him forgive her. But best of all, she can read the minds of the heartless. The demon realized with surprise that he was on an icy mountain and that someone had pierced him through with a sharp pike. It was Eleanor who was waiting for him. He turned to her, and cursing in surprise, he said, she was here too. Well, dying at the hands of a beautiful woman wasn't so bad either. Eleanor asked him one last time why he attacked people. The archer told her there was no particular reason. He probably just enjoyed testing his archery skills, just like when they hunt deer or birds. Although no, unlike deer and birds, people beg for mercy, so perhaps hunting them is even more enjoyable. Eleanor said, I see. People and demons really can't understand each other. A real shame. She stabbed him again, and the demon was finished. Sometime later, Fam reported to the protagonist that the mission was complete and they were returning to their place. The protagonist asked Benedette if Naltos had been found. The girl told him that only his earrings remained at the scene. That was definitely the spot. There were pieces of armor and bloodstains there. Cheerio added that it would be good if he survived, of course, but he was mortally wounded. Even if he had, he wouldn't have been able to get far. Eleanor told them the search party would handle it, and they should return. The members of the 5th squad wanted to object, but the girl insisted that they had been very helpful in subduing Flavie, and she couldn't bother them any longer. The guards have work to do too, right? Thanks for being so concerned. Fam noted that, as expected, she wasn't quite in her usual state. The protagonist added, wasn't she taking on too much? And so they completed the mission to subdue Flavie, after which Commander Bolton gave everyone a vacation. On the day off, the protagonist and Sarah visited an orphanage where they enjoyed spending time with the children. When they said goodbye, the children told the girl how well she got along with Sieg. MC remarked that they all looked cheerful, which was good. Sarah answered him, that's right. At that moment, they suddenly saw Alma performing various tricks on the delighted children. MC exclaimed in surprise, what is she doing in a place like this? Sarah called out to the girl. Alma, seeing them, exclaimed in bewilderment, they're together on a day off? Are they dating? Zig irritably told her not to say anything like that, like those kids from church. The girl exclaimed, yes, exactly. Definitely. Let them say that first and foremost, they're colleagues. She congratulated them. Sarah countered, she doesn't have to say that. They're not dating. Jumping to the conclusion that a man and a woman are dating just because they're hanging out together was too hasty. She came here to take care of the kids from church, and now she's going home. And she and Zig just happened to meet here. Alma spoke sheepishly. She just understood everything. They should forgive her. Sarah continued. More importantly, is she having fun here with the kids from the city too? The girl answered. They seem interested in the recent battle in the forest. She was telling them all about it. The protagonist thought with a smile. The fifth squad was teased for being made up of problematic people, so the fact that they're starting to be appreciated is very good. The children asked him admiringly. They're Alm's subordinates, right? MC stared at them in confusion. The children continued. They heard that the demon in the forest was defeated thanks to Alm's efforts. If it weren't for her, everyone would be dead now. Alma, embarrassed by the disapproving looks from her allies, tried to justify herself. What's so special about that? Isn't it true that without her, they wouldn't have been able to locate the enemy? Sieg agreed, but he didn't remember them becoming her subordinates. Alma, with an embarrassed smile, answered him. That's just her opinion. It's her subjective view. The protagonist was surprised at how stubbornly she resisted. At that moment, Spinosa ran up to Alma and shouted at her in irritation. When did she become her subordinate? What was she babbling about? MC grumbled. Had she been bragging all over town? Alma remarked in surprise, but if she kept quiet, no one would notice. She would brag about her achievements as much as she could. She wanted everyone to praise her. She didn't care what shame she'd have to endure if they'd end up carrying her around. Spinosa remarked in bewilderment. Was it okay for her to be so shameless? Sarah smiled and said conciliatorily. Was it really that bad that the townspeople would think more highly of Alma, even if she was easily flattered? Zig asked Alma what was going on with her memories. The girl answered in surprise. She hadn't even remembered she had amnesia until he reminded her. He was surprised. She was so carefree. Spinosa irritably showed her fist and asked if maybe a good slap on the head would bring back her memories. She'd give her that. Syra was indignant. Memories like that wouldn't return. They'd vanish completely. Besides, she'd finally gotten used to life in the capital. There was no need to force herself to regain memories if it wasn't working. The protagonist told her that she was the only one who knew anything about Alma's past. Could there really be another, deeper meaning to her words? Sarah quickly and sheepishly countered. There was no deeper meaning. It's just great to be able to adapt to life anywhere. The protagonist thought of Alma, simple-minded, easily deceived, fond of showing off, and eager to be praised. But she worked with sincerity and enjoyed the townspeople's trust. And most of all, she loved to eat. The Alma currently spending time in the capital was undoubtedly the real Alma. Later, the fifth squad, along with the knights, guarded the large bridge over the river, separating the inner from the outer territories. Spinosa remarked in surprise. Was Alma really a candidate for squad captain? MC replied that the commander had apparently heard positive things about her in the city, and decided so. Spinosa was perplexed, but why Syra too? Fam said she'd been told she could get along with anyone, so it wasn't surprising. Sieg thought it was probably because no one in the capital disliked Sarah. Everyone simply adored her. Even when there were disputes within the squad, Sarah's gentle aura smoothed things over. She serves a vital function for the fifth squad. Frankly, he would have a hard time uniting all those problematic team members if it weren't for her. The protagonist asked the girls if they had any desire to climb the career ladder. Fam snorted and asked him if he thought she could lead people. Had he forgotten that she had trouble communicating? She couldn't even look people in the eye. He was surprised. Was she proud of it or something? The girl said, moreover, she is ready to live, dedicating her life to him, even if he quits this job. Spinosa told him that a carefree life suits her better. It's all hard. Well, isn't it too much responsibility for someone like her? She's quite content with being in debt. The protagonist remarked in bewilderment, so she shouldn't borrow. At that moment, the knight on duty blew his whistle and peering ahead said in surprise, isn't it just him? A whole horde of warriors stood before the gates. He was surprised, but why? There were no visible signs. An entire army. But they weren't demons? Looking closer, he shouted. They're under attack by the army of the kingdom of Sosara. The knights informed the MC that they were being attacked by a kingdom of mages. Spinosa was surprised. What kingdom is this? Sieg explained to her that this was Astaroth's neighboring state to the east. Ruled by a king reputed to be a great swordsman. He'd heard they had good relations with them. The knights emerged from the gates, blocked the intruders' path, and told them that this was now King Sylvester's territory. They couldn't cross this bridge without permission. They were asking them to leave. Don't they think it's time to stop? But the army of mages continued on their way. The knights raised their weapons and ordered the intruders to stand still. Their words went unanswered, and no one was going to obey. The knights panicked. Are they breaking through by force? Are they really planning to start a war? If so, it would be terrible if the enemy captured the bridge. The protagonist thought hard. To reach their lands from the east, they had to cross a large river, and there were no other options besides crossing this bridge. He told the knights that if they stopped them here, they would prevent a war. The chief knight objected. But they have an army of at least several hundred men, maybe more, and they barely have 50. The protagonist said there were many people living behind them. It was the same as a gatekeeper's job. He would simply protect the place entrusted to him. The chief knight respectfully told him that he was a real man. Turning to his squad, he announced that Sieg was with them. They could not dishonor the honor of the knightly order. They would strike back at the enemy. Spinosa happily remarked, wow, the knightly order had also become bolder. Fam said that Sieg's mere presence gave them confidence. MC reassured the knights, telling them that everything was fine. He would definitely protect them all. Sodom stepped forward from the incoming army and informed the protagonist that he was the king of the kingdom of magicians, a great swordsman. For the sake of their great aspirations, and for the sake of peace and humanity, they must destroy Astaroth. The lead knight remarked in surprise. Is that so? Sodom continued. So let them not dare hinder their progress. With these words, he swung his sword, unleashing monstrous force, nearly sweeping the knights away. Some couldn't help themselves. They were blown away by such power. They exclaimed in amazement, "Is this the strength of the finest swordsman? It's simply inhuman." The protagonist, shielding himself with his shield, silently looked at his opponent. Sodom asked him, "He's Sieg, isn't he?" MC asked in surprise. "He knows him?" The Magic King replied that he had heard rumors of a man who specialized in defense and had avenged demons many times, and now he would test how long he could hold out. With these words, Sodom raised his sword and began attacking the protagonist again and again. The protagonist successfully repelled his attack, covering the knights as well. They were perplexed. The enemy's blast wave was simply terrifying. One of Sodom's lieutenants told his comrades that they needed to clear a path for his majesty. They needed to push the knights back. All the warriors fired, and thousands of arrows flew at the knights. But then something happened that surprised not only Sodom's warriors but also Sodom himself. All the arrows fired flew at MC. They were surprised by what happened, apologized to His Majesty, and asked if all the arrows flew at that guy and His Majesty, they should stop the attack. For some reason, arrows and magic are rushing towards that man. His Majesty, who is between them and the knights, is in danger. Forward, the knightly order should attack from the side. Spinosa ran towards them at high speed, jumped into the crowd of knights, and struck the ground with a very strong hammer blow. One of the knights ordered them to run after her, and she began to attack with her hammer, and loudly said that they should try not to turn into mincemeat. One of the knights loudly said that they should not pay attention to her. They needed to move on. Bam fired her bow and said with a smirk that she really was a berserker. She will cover, probably. Even in this position, she did not refuse it. She continued to attack the enemies with her hammer, and thought that even if they were wounded, they hit it well. She asked, "Aren't they even afraid to die?" She dealt a powerful blow with her hammer, knocking several soldiers back. This attracted Sodom's attention, and Sieg called out to Fang and said with his mind that the preparations were over and that everyone should return behind him. He noticed their actions and loudly declared that all troops should retreat. One of the knights asked why he gave such an order. They would most likely win. Then why don't they attack? He used the damage return skill, swung his sword, and destroyed the bridge under the enemy army. He calmly turned around and said that they should retreat and return later. The knights were overjoyed at what had happened and loudly declared, "What a coup." From a terribly disadvantageous position, the mages retreated. He calmly said that for such a huge army, even if they decided to go around, they most likely would not have enough resources. Therefore, today they would probably calmly return home. The surprised knights loudly asked, however, what was more important? What did he just do? Exactly. How was he able to destroy the bridge? Did his strength surpass even that of this best swordsman? He said that he simply used all the damage he took from the King of Sodom. Fang looked at him and with a small smile said that in addition to impregnable defense, he also has the power to attack. He is truly very interesting. The knight said that what a dangerous man he was. He withstood numerous attacks of such force, enough to destroy the bridge. Later, Eleanor came down the stairs and said that the destruction of the bridge was a great loss, but they still forced the enemy to retreat. That was enough. Bolton sighed and asked, however, what were they trying to achieve anyway? Their country's resources are very scarce. What was the point of invading here at all? Spinosa, with a thoughtful look, asked, maybe they have something that the others do not. Maybe their orb of light? He turned to her and told her that she should not speak such nonsense. If they wanted something that would bring disaster to such a wealthy country, he would gladly give it to them. Eleanor said that she was indeed very interested in their goals, because the kingdom of the magicians had always been one of those that maintained peace and harmony with its neighbors. She couldn't believe that they attacked suddenly. Fang said that they were trying not just to defeat, but to destroy the enemy. Spinosa agreed and said that they attacked with mad zeal. Eleanor opened the door and said that they would probably find out if they asked directly. Tiara noticed her, came up to her, touched her face and said that she still had the same beautiful noble face today. How she wanted to see that face, distorted with pain. She removed her hands and said that everything was as usual. She looked to the side, was very scared when she saw the main character and loudly asked to save her. She grabbed her legs with a very frightened look, and she looked at him and asked what happened between them. She stroked her head to calm her down and said that she was acting out of character. It looked like she had an injury. She had never seen her like this. They wouldn't be able to talk like this. He wondered if it was because of him. Shouldn't he take care of her mental state? He came closer, called her and said that she shouldn't worry. He didn't think anything bad about her. Tiara looked at him and asked, "Is that true?" He agreed and she asked, "Even though he hit her so hard?" He agreed and she asked, "Does that mean he'll hit her in the back later?" He said he won't do that. She distrusts him too much. She tried her best to do her job back then. He can't blame her for that. She started crying because she found out what kind of person he was, and Eleanor asked, since she had finally calmed down, could they get down to business? She calmed down completely, got to her feet, and said that there was no one who could withstand her torture, and he couldn't be counted, because he was a special case. Even that same Gregor had almost given up. He was surprised by this, and she said that now he was enjoying rethinking himself. Even if you torture a very proud man, it will bring positive results. Speaking of those prisoners, their original goal was the Orb of Light, but she didn't quite understand. He claimed that the Demon King would be reborn from the Orb of Light. Eleanor asked if he was just joking. The Demon King is the greatest threat to people. The prisoner denied this and said that everything will begin exactly when the Demon King is resurrected. They must look at the current world. There are constant conflicts between people, and the strong oppress the weak. People continue to fight with other people, and if this continues, peace will never come. She turned to him and asked, "What does the Demon King have to do with it?" He said loudly that it was needed to take control of all people. The world will be ruled by the one with the most power. Only then will true peace come. Spinosa looked at him and said that there was no point in spreading this information. Tiara said that all the other prisoners of war are influenced by the same ideology. Eleanor asked if they were perhaps controlled by demons. Fang said that if they were controlled, they would become like puppets. However, they clearly speak of their own free will. Although, there is a possibility that demons are behind the scenes and pulling the strings. If this is the case, the situation is quite troublesome. If they were controlled, it would be enough to get rid of those who control them, but that won't work with them. Alma and Sarah entered the room and said that they heard that they were here and decided to come too. What are they doing in the dungeon? MC asked if she finished her mission. She laughed and said that she wanted to show everyone how good she was at her job. The prisoner's attention was drawn to her name and he asked, "She's the captain of the guard, isn't she?" She was surprised by this and said that she hadn't even become a unit commander yet. He said that he heard that she escaped from prison. Did she really ask an enemy country for help? Does she have no conscience at all? He was surprised by this and asked, "Did he just say that she escaped from prison?" Fang said that the captain of the guard was also a strong word. Alma, in a puzzled tone, said that she didn't really understand, but it seemed he said something rude. Sarah was surprised by this and asked, "Was she in prison?" He noticed her, called her Aliyah, and loudly asked in a displeased tone, "What is she even doing here? A despicable witch who betrayed the king. So, she defected to the enemy." Sieg asked, "Is that what he was saying about her?" He noticed that she was wary, and Tiara was indignant because of this, and loudly asked what he was making a noise about. A little later they came to the office and he asked the prisoner called her Princess Alia. What did that mean? Fang said that if she found it difficult to talk about it, they could go outside. She shook her head in refusal, thanked her for her concern, and said that however, it was not necessary. This situation requires an explanation. Sarah, that is her pseudonym. Her real name is the sorceress Alia. She's the princess of the Kingdom of Magicians. A year and a half ago, she fled to this country for refuge. He asked, "Does this mean that King Sodom is her father?" She nodded, and Eleanor asked why she needed refuge. She said that it was because her home country, the Kingdom of Magicians, was captured by demons. The story may be a bit long. Will they listen to it? Initially, the Kingdom of Mages was a state that disliked conflict and preferred to find peaceful solutions through negotiations rather than military force. The peace-loving outlook of the king, her father, influenced its policies. However, even under such conditions, problems persisted, such as a lack of resources and the gap between rich and poor. Everyone worked together to close this gap. She liked the way things were in their country back then. Her father was the strongest, bravest, and kindest. The people literally admired him, and he also taught her swordsmanship. Also, when a wyvern attacked the country, he killed it with just one blow. If she doesn't have the power, she'll never be able to protect what's dear to her. Since she's the princess of this country, she must have the power to protect it. That's what her father liked to say. Inspired by her older brother and everyone around her, she dedicated herself to the most arduous training. She met Alma 9 years ago. She saw her flying around the city and hired her as her personal guard. From that moment on, they began training together and improving their swordsmanship. She remembered how she had hugged her earlier, and was surprised to think that now it was clear why she felt so warm back then. She said that she was sorry for forgetting all that. She said, with a slightly sad look, that it was okay. She didn't blame her. The protagonist said that it turned out that she was also from the Kingdom of Magicians. She asked with a smile if she was also the captain of the guard. Before losing her memory, she was quite gifted. Sarah smiled and said that that time was so peaceful and happy. However, soon after her brother left to study in another country, this world suddenly ended. At that time, the country suffered from constant food shortages and unexpected monster attacks. People began to die of hunger, and even set fire to the mansions of aristocrats in search of food. In general, the entire country fell into disrepair, as if some kind of curse had been placed on it. Then, her father, trying to bring the situation under control, began traveling throughout the country. Soon, the rebels reached the capital. Frankly speaking, even her father would most likely have run out of words and had to stop. However, he suppressed the rebels with force. This was something her father had never even thought about until that moment. He said that what this country needed now was the revival of the Demon King. The country is falling apart, and this is happening because of the miasma. It covers the entire country, killing crops, attracting monsters, poisoning people's hearts, hearts and calling people to rebellion. However, the revival of the Demon King will rid their world of the miasma and return things to normal. These were rash words that struck everyone as strange. At first, some suspected her father was insane. However, these ideas received active support from a portion of the population that had fallen into extreme radicalism due to the protracted famine. The influence of her father, a national hero who continued to live in limited circumstances, was quite strong. Despite the complete reversal of black and white in people's minds, it didn't take long. Everyone accepted the strange things her father said as correct. It was so absurd that it was frightening. Those were days when there was nothing to grasp onto or to allay her anxiety, and she could only continue to work on her swordsmanship, waiting for the day that was to come. Sodom called Alia and told her to be humble. She thought it was impossible for her father to say such things. The kind face, which had only seemed stern, became demonic, and her father's image completely disappeared. Then she began to suspect that another person was pretending to be her father, and finally learned the truth about his transformation. That night, Seira stood in the garden and thought that she was so tired, it was time to go to bed. She returned to the palace, heard her father's voice, and wondered who he was talking to at such a time. She had seen her father talking with her own eyes late at night. The interlocutor was a servant whom her father had appointed to a responsible position when he began to behave strangely. This servant had a clearly distinguishing feature of a demon: horns. The demon called him Baron and said that everything was going well. At the time, she was very surprised by this, and now she said that she then thoroughly examined him. She prayed that this creature was pretending to be her father only on the outside, but she recognized all his scars. Even the smallest wounds matched. Moreover, judging by the skill of swordsmanship, it was definitely her father's. She thought that this Baron probably controlled her father's body from the inside. Then she finally realized that the country had been taken over by demons. After learning the truth, she began trying here and there to help people get rid of this ideology. However, only she knew the truth. She repeated to people that her father had been replaced by a demon, and that all this was happening because of the demons. But no matter how much she tried, no one listened to her. That's it. She was just a little girl who couldn't do anything. She was powerless. She couldn't even make sure of her brother's safety when he left for another country. So before she knew it, she was being considered a heretic. At that time, the Baron was looking out the window and asked, "Is Alia shouting everywhere that he's a demon? How sad, his poor daughter." She couldn't come to terms with the cruel reality and was completely confused. In that case, he has no choice but to tell her his last word. He ordered her to be captured and said that even though she was his daughter, he couldn't ignore a witch destroying the country. Alma barricaded the door and said that they were completely surrounded. Seira called her and said that she should escape alone. If she was caught, everything would be resolved peacefully, and at least she wouldn't fall into their hands. She took her hands and said that everything would be fine. She would definitely protect her. They should survive together. They changed into maid clothes and said that she so wanted to try on something like that. They went to the exit, and she said that now they had to go. The Baron must also know about the existence of the secret passage. To avoid being caught, they should take a short detour. It will be a little far. They will get out on the outskirts of the city. They came to the stables. Alma began to put on the saddle and said that they will escape on this horse. A townsman saw her and loudly ordered to capture them. She was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "Did their disguise not work?" She quickly ran up to him, hit him with the flat side of the sword, and said that she should leave this to her and quickly climb on the horse. She began to climb on the horse, but the man grabbed her by the hair and loudly said that he caught the witch. She immediately noticed this, grabbed his head, and cut off her hair with a blow of the sword. Seira climbed on the horse, called her name, and Alma, who was captured by the villagers, loudly asked her to run away from here. She galloped on the horse and thought that she had just cowardly run away. She began to cry and thought that she would definitely come back and save her and her father. At the present time, she said that this is how she, risking her own life, helped her escape from the country. MC thought that the demons used her father and completely took over the country. Now it is clear why she did not want to tell. Seira said that after this, she went to Astaroth to report the emergency the Mage Kingdom was in and ask for help. Through Captain Bolton, the acting gatekeeper, she submitted a request for an audience with the king. She told the knights that the Mage Kingdom had fallen into the clutches of demons. The demons were also plotting to revive their king using the Mage Kingdom. If this continued, this country would be in danger. She asked for help saving this kingdom. Gregor looked at her with disgust and said that first, she should look at her dirty clothes. She means that this is what the princess of another kingdom looks like? They had received word that the princess of the Mage Kingdom had died in an accident. She must disappear. Bolton apologized and said that the local nobility had bad manners. Seira said that she was currently denied an audience with the king, so she left empty-handed. She couldn't even prove her own status. It was a huge blow for her, whose princess status was reduced to nothing but name. Her already meager resources dried up, and turning to other countries for help was impossible. Then he said that she still looked like she wanted to die. Maybe she should rest a little first? He only had a dirty barracks, but if that suited her, he could lend her some. She said that she had a friend who risked her life to save her, but she was powerless and simply abandoned her. He said that in these times, there were so many monsters that such things could happen. Although he didn't know the details, she had helped her escape from certain death, right? He stroked her head and said that then she couldn't just die. She had to take care of herself. It also took courage to continue living. If there were any difficulties, she could tell him, and he would help if he could. She stood up and thought that she wanted to return to the place where everyone lived happily. She alone knows of the danger that lurks in the kingdom of the mages. If he returns, she will be powerless and will likely be executed. Baron's goal is the resurrection of the Demon King. If so, he will probably one day attack Astaroth, the country possessing the Orb of Light. She lacks strength and practice, but she should be stronger by then. She wrote a message to her brother and then prayed for Alma's safety. Then she came to Bolton, bowed, and loudly asked if he could hire her as a guardian of this country. Currently, Sarah said that this is how she decided to stay here. She wanted to strike back at the Baron and was waiting for the day when she could take back her kingdom. So, meeting her again, she felt a real relief. She is very glad that she is safe and sound. However, apparently, she was unable to escape and was still caught. She had to endure so much because of her. Alma, with a joyful expression on her face, asked, "Isn't it cool that she is cheerful and happy even after that, right? Besides, she risked her life so that she could escape, right? So she is doubly cool." This even embarrassed her. Eleanor said she didn't feel mistreated, as the entry check hadn't revealed any signs of torture or any evidence of criminality. Alma was surprised by this and asked if they'd checked her. She agreed, saying right after she'd been brought here. Spinosa laughed and said she actually beamed with joy when she took a bath. Zig asked if her memories were starting to return. She denied it, saying she genuinely felt like her head was foggy. Fam told him with a thought that she hadn't meant to say it, but perhaps she had something to do with her own lack of memories, something like brainwashing, like prisoners of war. They'd better consider it likely that she'd become their enemy when her memories returned. He looked at her and thought he'd like to believe otherwise. Sarah said that when the army of the Kingdom of Magicians ascended the Melion Bridge, it seemed to her that the time had finally come. If it weren't for him, many of the inhabitants of Astaroth would probably have lost their lives. He said that he simply delayed the invasion. She didn't need to worry about it. She said that, however, he must have suffered. After all, he himself explained to them that when he returns, attacks accumulated through damage return, the damage still remains. Is it possible to transfer this pain to her? He wouldn't have had to take all this damage if she could stop everyone. Of course, she doesn't think this will settle everything, but she wants to atone for her guilt at least a little. He said that he really does have the skill to transfer damage to another person. He thought that, although it was unconscious, he divided the damage from the last blow that Gregor dealt. He said that, however, he will refuse her request. She was surprised by this, called him, and he asked, she was going to return to the Kingdom of Magicians, right? He, as the captain of the 5th Division, cannot let her go if she is going to risk her life so recklessly. In such circumstances, even if only she returns alone, she will not be able to change anything. Her hands began to tremble, and she asked, however, what should she do next? She cannot continue to watch what is happening without doing anything. She asks him to tell her. What should she do then? What should she do to save her country? He said in a confident tone that it was simple. She should rely on them. She was not alone anymore. With them, she could probably change the situation, right? She was ready to cry and said that she would, however, continue to drag them into this. He calmly said that they did not mind if she dragged them in. They were used to facing difficulties. Besides, if this was left like this, the Kingdom of Magicians would definitely attack Astaroth. So this situation isn't just her problem. Spinosa came up to her, hugged her, and said that she shouldn't shoulder everything on her own. Friends should help each other, right? Fam said that then, she had no choice but to offer herself as well. Alma happily said that she cared about her too, so serving was the least she could do. He said that they would defeat Baron together. Like royalty or anyone else, her abilities alone are limited, so she shouldn't worry too much. Sarah started crying and asked why they were all like this. She hugged her to calm her down, and he said that it was because they all loved her and wanted to help. Everyone knew about her kindness. If someone was in trouble, she was the first to rush to help. At the church, she gave all her strength for the children, and their squad was so united because of her. Spinosa said that she also said she couldn't do anything, but she managed to become friends with him, and that was a great success. Bolton patted him on the shoulder, laughed, and said that he alone was undoubtedly equal in strength to 100. The protagonist said that they would share the burden she had taken upon herself. She could feel free and rely on them. She began wiping away tears and said that she was very grateful to them. Later, Sonia said that if word got out that Astaroth had sent guards to the mages, it would lead to war. However, in a world where demons thrive, it was not the time for countries to fight each other. Therefore, they must act very skillfully to avoid being discovered. If they are exposed, immediate destruction would be the right thing. They could handle it, right? He said with a small smile that she could watch them. After some time, they went to the Kingdom of Magicians. The Baron saw everything through Alm's eyes and asked, Has this stubborn girl really lived so long? If only she would just obediently hide. But no, she was in a hurry to die. He even felt sorry for her. She also brought a problematic man with her again. But such a chance comes once in a lifetime. They must gather as many Udogoth demons as they can. His servant agreed, after which he teleported away, and he said with a wide smile that the countdown to the revival of the Demon King had begun. A little later, MC, along with the others, walked through the sewers and said that here they were. Spinosa looked around and said that so this is what Sarah's home country is like. He said that it was calmer here than he expected, and it didn't look like demons were in charge. Fam said that this is because even if brainwashing is involved, it doesn't necessarily mean that demons are directly in charge. Spinosa tugged at Alma's hood with a wide smile and told her to keep it tightly closed to avoid being discovered. She screamed in pain and said loudly that she wouldn't be able to see anything ahead. He looked at them with a small smile and thought that the situation was no joke. Sarah said that he was probably in the palace. She would show them the way. They heard the sound of a loudspeaker and the Baron calling out to the people of the Mage Kingdom, saying that he had sad news. Demons from Astaroth had invaded their country, threatening their safety. The witch who was supposed to be punished had returned. She recognized his voice, told the others about it, and he said that this witch intended to scorch these lands with the fires of vengeance, but they need not fear because he was with them. He would do everything in his power to eliminate her as soon as he found her. Alma became worried about this and asked, "So, it's time for destruction?" Sieg asked if their infiltration had been discovered. Fam said that before their exact location was revealed, it would be best for them to flee. It appeared to be a device that emits a voice in response to communication magic. Syra looked at it and said that he was using it to incite the population. He said that they were 5 people in robes, with a man leading the group. Spinosa noticed that many residents were looking at them and asked, "This already seems bad, right?" He immediately ordered them to run, and the guards loudly declared that it was them and that they must be captured immediately. They started to run, and he asked how they knew what they looked like. Could he really be hiding here? Alma closed her left eye, and Fam said that perhaps he was in a place from which he could see the entire capital. Or perhaps he was using magic. The guards blocked their path and loudly called for them to stop. They loudly declared that these demons were trying to prevent the revival of the Demon King. Sarah asked them to stop and said that the Demon King's revival wouldn't save this country. They became worried when they saw her and asked, "Is this the witch?" They weren't going to die. She said loudly that the demon was using her father's image to incite them. He was using them as pawns to capture the orb of light. They didn't listen to her and loudly said that she was trying to brainwash them here and that this time she would be punished. Spinosa clicked her tongue in displeasure, hit them with her hammer, and loudly said that if they didn't understand this, she would pound it into their heads. The protagonist called out to Sarah and said that they needed to leave. She agreed, and Alma began rubbing her left eye with her finger. Later, they hid in the ruins of a building, and he asked how things were there. Fam stood on the windowsill and said that everything was bad. They were completely surrounded. Besides, they were coordinating thanks to communication magic. If they were noticed, it would be unpleasant. He looked at the map thoughtfully and said that they would hardly get to the royal castle this way. She called him over and asked if it was a shame they didn't see the Ice Princess's cutie mode that time in the dungeon, right? He seemed a little taken aback by the question, but he agreed and said that she wasn't in her usual form once. She was surprised that he noticed, and he asked if she was worried about Naltos. Alma kept rubbing her eyes and asked loudly if he was planning something with that night girl. He turned to her and said that he didn't even know what to say to that. He saw her and asked, "Wait, what is she even doing?" She said that her eyes were stinging for some reason. Maybe there was a speck of dust in them? Fam approached her and asked if she should rest a bit before the battle with Baron. She should get some eye ointment. It would help with the irritation. She thanked her and said that she thought the eye patch was a bit too much. Sarah called him and asked for one more chance to try to persuade them. MC turned to her and asked why she was so fixated on talking to them. She said that she had fled this country and then tried to escape the past that had caught up with her. She didn't want to run anymore, didn't want to give up on trying to come to an understanding. He remembered Nahhat, and she said that she had already said that the brainwashing could theoretically be lifted, but it wouldn't be easy. They would still have to strike at the root cause. Spinosa said that there was no way to reason with them. It was useless. He understood her and said that then they would trust her with it. He closed his eyes and thought that as a squad leader, he was probably acting stupid. He said with a small smile that he wanted her to at least try. He hopes that she will be able to do what he once couldn't, at least so that she will not regret it later. She had to prove to him that people could understand each other. She thanked him and said that if she didn't show them her resolve, nothing would happen. So, no matter what happened to her, he shouldn't use his skill. After that, they left the ruins, went outside, met the guards, and he thought that even though she was fast with such equipment, even one blow could be fatal. There was no point in running into trouble. The soldiers saw her and loudly said that they were intruders and needed to call for backup. Another soldier noticed that the communication was down, and Fam said with a smirk that as a user of communication skills, she could certainly jam it. Sarah went to them and asked them to listen to her. She said that the one wearing her father's appearance was actually a demon named Baron. He wanted to resurrect the Demon King to turn their world into a demon domain. One of the soldiers ran towards her, promised to kill her, and loudly asked, who would even listen to the ravings of a witch? Sieg was worried about her, but still trusted her and did nothing. He ran up to her, inflicted a shallow wound, and stopped at the last moment, looking into her eyes. His hands were shaking, and he asked in a tense tone why she didn't dodge. He wasn't going to spare her. She said in a serious tone that she didn't care. He could hit if that was his justice. She called him Herald and said that with his swordsmanship, he would kill her with one blow. He was even more surprised by this and asked how she knew his name. She said with a friendly smile that she couldn't help but remember the names of the comrades with whom they defended their country. She looked at the other people, called their names, and said that she remembered them all. He was surprised by this and asked if she remembered the names of ordinary knights. She said that she wanted to make this country what it was before, full of smiles. Astaroth's people fight with all their might to protect the orb of light and their world. She refuses to let them trample on their efforts and sacrifices any longer. If the Demon King is resurrected, not only this country, but the entire world will perish. However, their country is strong. If they defeat the source of all troubles, the Demon Baron, they will be able to raise the country from its knees. She asked them to let them pass. She returned to save this country. If they still consider her a traitor, they can kill her. The knight said they cannot do that. When his daughter fell ill, Alia personally went to find a cure. She did everything in her power, and all for the sake of some simple knight. When he was wounded on a mission, she personally bandaged him. Her words and smile always encouraged him. She even trained with him. She treated everyone equally and never belittled anyone. You simply cannot raise a sword against such a kind person. They knew she couldn't be a witch, but as soon as the king's voice reached them, something strange began to happen to them. They bowed before her, asked her to forgive their insolence, and said that they would lead them to the royal castle. However, they still had doubts. Therefore, she must prove to them who was right. She agreed, and Harold told the others that they had encountered intruders. They were heading west, and he was requesting reinforcements. Thanks to this, they led the knights in a different direction. After which, they all reached the castle together. They stopped in front of the hall. The knights wished them luck and said that they would stay here and hold off reinforcements. Sarah, with a small smile, said that she would definitely keep her promise. They entered her father's office. He called Alia and said that she had returned after all. He was restless after her disappearance. She probably has a lot of questions for him. She should come closer. She called him Baron and said that he should stop pretending to be her father. He said that he thought she was just a helpless girl, so he decided not to touch her. However, she seemed to have hardened a little during her travels. He even considered having a heart-to-heart talk with her, like a father and daughter, but he was very sorry. With a sharp movement, he delivered an incredibly fast strike with his sword, but the protagonist noticed this, blocked it with his shield, and asked, did he try to kill his guests right from the doorway? The Baron called his name, admired his speed, and said that he was a lot of trouble. He said that he didn't remember causing him any trouble. He laughed and asked, he doesn't remember that then? Then what about the time he set the adventurers from Estol on Astaroth? He was counting on them at least breaking through the main gate, but he killed them so easily. He asked, so it was he who turned Nahhat into a demon? He asked with an arrogant look. Was that his name? Then it is so. He just wasted his energy on this useless idiot. So it was he who was the cause of his inner torment? Then it is understandable. If there is a man next to him who he can never compare to, he will reluctantly begin to think about his own worthlessness. How ironic, it turns out that Nahhat turned into a demon precisely in order to kill him. He probably thinks that he set him up, right? However, this is completely wrong. He just accepted his hand full of hatred. He himself made him a demon. MC got very angry about this and said in a serious tone that he should stop. One more word and his patience would snap. He called Sayer and said that now he also had a reason to kill him. They must do it here, no matter what. The Baron snapped his fingers and asked if they could do it. Immediately after this, Alma grabbed Spinosa, which surprised her greatly. She threw her aside and she loudly asked what she was doing. He said that how could they have guessed that when she was captured and thrown into the dungeon, he had planted an egg in her head beforehand. Few can withstand the hatching of this egg, but she seemed to have handled it perfectly. However, apparently, as a price, she lost her memory. But now she is completely under his control. Thanks to this, he could track all their movements through her eyes, although recently she tried to hide something from him. Fam said that her unpleasant suspicions turned out to be true. Sarah, looking very worried, called her and asked her to wake up. He said in an angry tone that he would gladly watch them kill each other. She calmly looked at Alma and thought that her condition was different from that of both the Demon King and the inhabitants of this city. She's simply being controlled, like some kind of puppet. It's not body snatching or brainwashing. Then, if they defeat the Baron, maybe. Spinosa ran forward and said loudly that it meant they had no choice but to put her to sleep for a while. She shouldn't be angry with her for that. She delivered a powerful punch, but she blocked the attack, which surprised her greatly. And she thought, does that mean she'll also go ahead despite the pain and danger to her life? He said that taking power from this country was ridiculously easy. All they had to do was capture the king, who enjoyed unlimited trust and then just brainwash people with their speeches, and that's the result. Alma started attacking with her weapon, and he said that humans were too fragile. He didn't accept a world teeming with such weaklings, so they should keep killing each other. Very soon, they would reveal to the world the perfect land for demons. He had bad news for them. While they were distracted here, his plan was in full swing. He sent demon troops to Astaroth, who was left without his shield, that is, him. They were all very surprised by this, and he asked, did they really think they could corner him? He just wanted to delay them, that's all. Sarah continued to ask Alma to wake up, and he said that while they were messing around with each other, his army was trampling their country. Sieg, with a serious expression, said that then he would simply kill him and return there. He thought that Astaroth had Captain Bolton, Eleanor, Hannah, and Irene. They would not yield to demons in strength, but that did not cancel out the lack of people. He hoped they would be okay. At that moment, the commander of the guard said that the weather had gotten bad. They should close the gates. No one else would be coming today, at least not from humans. The rest of the people went about their business, while the demon army marched towards Astaroth. Among them was Naltos, who had become a demon and called for Lady Eleanor. The demons began to break into the city, and the guards loudly said that they were having a very hard time dealing with them right now. Bolton used the Thousand Blade skill and loudly said that they should stop complaining and pull themselves together. The guards said that even so, there were too many of them. He said that this really didn't look like ordinary raids. There seemed to be no end in sight. He thought the situation was similar to when Nahhat attacked them. Flying demons sneaked into the city and began attacking the townspeople. Eleanor and the knights attacked them, and loudly said that the townspeople should quickly head to the church. They thanked her, and she told the knights that they had to stop them here. Naltos saw her and thought that he had to fulfill his duty as the captain of the knights. He killed the monster that was about to attack her, and she thought that she would never repeat the mistake she made in that forest. He called her and said that he was very glad to see her again. She was surprised when she saw him and said that she was very glad that he was alive. Suddenly, he tried to attack her with a sword, and she blocked his blow and noticed that he had golden eyes. He called her several times, and she asked if he had really become a demon. She pushed him away from her, and he said in a serious tone that he would not let her go. She was his prey now. At the same time, Hannah was running through the city and saving people, attacking monsters with her magic. She thought that the captain was saying that the members of the 5th Division were still missing. The city guards were already drained and exhausted. In Expelled, she was left without mana and could not help in any way. The people of the city, this will not atone for her guilt, but she will do everything in her power to protect this city. Irene fired a bow and told the people of the city that they should stay at the inn. She went outside, started fighting monsters, and thought that Hannah should survive. Knowing her, she still blames herself for what happened in Expelled. She always tries to cope with everything alone. She will not let her die because she is the one who pulled her out of that darkness. She climbed onto the roof, took the arrow from the head of the slain monster, and wondered where she was. She saw how she was fighting against the monsters and thought that she would exhaust her magic so quickly. From this distance, she would not be able to support her. She pierced the arrow into the head of the monster, who approached her and loudly said that they should stop bothering her. She saw several more monsters and said loudly that she had told them to retreat. Hannah fought with all her might against the monsters and thought that she would protect Astaroth at any cost. A monster hit her with its blow, and she thought that she needed to kill as many demons as possible. She ran to attack with a determined expression on her face, but turned around and saw several enemies flying towards her from different sides. She noticed a dark fire that engulfed her hand and began to spread quickly and became very worried about it. At the same time, Spinosa blocked Alma's blow, loudly called out to her and told her that she should come to her senses. Bam ran up from behind to attack her, but she dodged without even looking at her. She saw this and thought that she reacted even to this sneak attack. She was too agile, it was impossible to catch her. She jumped back, called out to Seer, and asked if she would mind if she smashed her head once. She was indignant about this and said loudly that she would kill her like that. However, the hardness of her head is unrivaled, so it's not a fact that she will succeed. The Baron said it was useless. Even if they temporarily stopped her, their words would no longer reach her. The personality named Alma inside her completely disappeared. It was eaten by a larva that hatched from an egg. This insect grew, feeding on her memories. Therefore, she will no longer be able to regain herself, because she doesn't even understand what she lost. Capturing such a mind is easy. After all, she worried about Alia the whole time she sat in the dungeon. However, she simply abandoned her and lived peacefully in Astaroth. I wonder what it's like to have her memories slowly eaten away. He was extremely surprised when she escaped, already forgetting the name of her mistress, and brought them to him. This led to some deviations in the plan, but in the end, he still managed to lure him out of Astaroth, and he was one step closer to the Orb of Light. All that remained was to wait until they killed each other, and then it would be over. He wanted to be in time for the Demon King's resurrection, so he needed to finish quickly. Sarah said that even after losing her memories, Alma was still herself. She called out to Spinosa, and she, with a self-confident smile, said that she knew The protagonist quickly ran up to her and used the Iron Aim skill. She ran up to her from behind, grabbed her by the shoulder, slammed her forehead against hers, and loudly told her to stop and come to her senses. Sarah loudly called out to her and said that she couldn't lose to Baron. She had to come to her senses and remember them. At the same time, Alma recalled the past and thought that no one needed them from the moment they were born. For the city's residents, they, the children from the slums, were only a nuisance. Then people said that they should continue to rummage through the trash. That's all they're good for. It would be better if they simply disappeared from their city. Their mere existence is already a problem. Is she really going to take in people from the slums? Seda said that her movements were amazing, and her origin was a mere trifle. If she studies in the right place, she will certainly reveal her enormous potential. She asks her father to give her a chance. She thought that, however, Lady Alia ignored all these voices and said that she needed her. Later, in the dungeon, she thought that she hoped that Lady Alia had safely escaped. Before she forgot everything completely, she needed to escape to protect the lady. Her wounded consciousness went to the insect in her head, and remembered how she said that she wanted it to use its power to protect people. She attacked the insect and said loudly that he must return to her the most precious thing she has. She was able to take control of her body, attacked Baron, and loudly asked how he dared point her sword at his mistress. They were all happy about this, and Spinosa said with a smile that she had finally woken up. He threw her away with a wave of his sword. She turned around and said loudly that she was very sorry. She doesn't even know how to look them in the eyes now? By the way, why is her head so hard? Didn't it hurt at all? She thanked her for the praise with a confused look and said that, however, she would never repeat such a thing again in her life. MC called this demon and said that now he was alone. He said with a smile that she surprised him. He didn't think that she would be able to crush the bug in her head. This is amazing devotion. He planned to make them surrender, but apparently there is no other way. He deprived him of one pawn again. However, he still had a body that wielded the holy sword, so he wouldn't lose to him. He could consider this a prelude. He was much more powerful than they thought, so it was better for them to surrender without further ado. Fang walked behind him, and he used the iron target skill. Suddenly he attacked her, which greatly worried him, and he wondered if his skill hadn't worked. She jumped back and said that they had greatly underestimated him. She would have definitely died if she had hesitated even for a moment. He agreed and said that he didn't understand why his skill wasn't working on him. Sarah said that it was the power of her father's holy sword. He thought that he could use the iron shield, but if he became the center of the defense, the Baron would also be in the skill's range. That is, he needed to somehow change the skill's range. There was no other choice. He had to do it. He said that he would cover them, but he would need a little time to compress his power. Will they be able to attack without him? Spinosa agreed, and he said that if they don't defeat him, Astaroth will be in danger. They must finish this as soon as possible. He started using the Iron Shield skill and thought that he needed to compress its radius so that Baron was outside of this zone. He was able to use the spell so that it only affected his allies. The demon attacked them with his sword, but they rushed to attack again, and he wondered if they weren't afraid of death at all. They all continued to fight and thought that she felt someone's power on her, protecting her from damage. It was an iron shield after all. This skill transfers all the damage they take to Sieg. She doesn't want him to suffer much, so they need to defeat this monster as soon as possible. They began to attack him with all their might from different sides, but they couldn't win. He continued to resist, attacking them with his sword, and wondering how they managed to keep pressing while receiving so much damage in return. It must be all because of him. He said loudly that in that case, he would kill them all in one blow. The protagonist kicked him and threw his shield at him, loudly saying that he was unworthy of this sacred sword. It hit his head, knocked off his helmet, and asked if he dropped something. Alma got into a fighting stance, held her swords in front of her, and loudly said that he must return her honor. She cut off Baron's arm with a very fast strike. He turned to her and loudly insulted her with a displeased expression. Sarah ran up behind him, swung her sword. He saw this and thought that they would defeat him. He also noticed this, turned around and called her name, which made her confused, and called him father. He delivered a powerful blow with his sword with a sly grin, and loudly said that in the end, she was just that idiot's stupid daughter. This attack was transferred to MC. It penetrated his defense, and left a deep wound on his body, which worried her greatly. The rest of the squad immediately noticed that the effect of his skill had stopped. Sarah ran up to him and, in a worried tone, apologized and said that it was all her fault. He held the wound on his stomach and said that she didn't need to worry about him. He was using her father's body, so her reaction was not surprising. He thought that, however, he was no longer able to use the iron shield. The Baron pulled the dark energy from Alma's body, causing her to lose consciousness. Sarah was worried about this and loudly called her name. He regenerated his lost arm and said that a talentless pawn like her no longer deserved her magical power, and he would take it back. He looked at him with a wide smile and asked, "So his skill allows him to absorb all the damage his comrades take? It's an interesting ability, but even he has a limit. He can't withstand damage beyond that." She continued to blame herself for this, but Sieg called her and said that she didn't need to do anything. He would deal with Baron himself. She didn't need to worry about it. She was very surprised when he called Aaliyah and said that she should attack him. She turned sharply to him and asked Is that her father's voice?